And you're looking live right now at St. John's Episcopal Church in Lafayette Square, where President-elect Donald Trump is attending church service. He'll be sworn into office in just a few hours. The service will be wrapping up momentarily. St. John's Episcopal Church, just a stone's throw away from the White House. And good morning and welcome to our special coverage of the second inauguration of Donald J. Trump. There's a packed schedule of events lined up today. The service will be wrapping up in just a moment. We'll be bringing you all of the events as they unfold throughout the day. President Biden, in the meantime, spending his last few hours right now inside of the Oval Office. Joining us right now in studio, we have Josh Lapizan, a former member of the Nassau County Legislature in New York, Carrie Sheffield, a senior policy analyst at the Independent Women's Forum, and Jeff Bloodworth, a political historian at Gannon University. It's great to have everybody with us. Jeff, let's start with you right now. What are your thoughts on this historic day?
Well, I think of Grover Cleveland, actually. I think the 21st century is a lot like the late 19th century, the Gilded Age, a lot of economic tumult, a lot of social and political division. I mean, that was a time much like ours where there was a significant amount of partisan rancor. And Grover Cleveland, like Donald Trump, non-consecutive presidents, who was very controversial socially, but left a deep imprint on American political life. So when I think of Donald Trump, and I think of the past to find a comp, something that's comparable, I think of the late 19th century, I think of the Gilded Age. And what I take heart from is that America kind of came out of the Gilded Age and the partisan rancor and the division eased. So, what we're currently living through is not necessarily, going to be forever. And the past tells me that, there are ebbs and flows of partisan divisions. And that gives me a lot of hope for the future.
Certainly an optimistic view. And, there is the expression that we have more in common as Americans than we don't. Carrie, what is your feeling on this historic day?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of excitement, a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of possibility. The GOP put out kind of a collection of the statements following under the bigger umbrella of Make America Great Again. It was things like Make America Unified Again, Make America Safe Again, Make America Prosperous Again. And so I think there are lots of things that, when you have Joe Biden leaving office with only a 36% approval rating, according to CNN, people want something different. And Donald Trump is going to give us something very different. We're excited at Independent Women's Forum because he is standing up to protect women's bodily autonomy. We were very happy to see that one of the very first bills passed by the House this Congress for the 119th Congress that President Trump has said he would sign is a bill to protect women's sports. And so in this age when the question of even what a woman is and the expansion of gender ideology under critical theory or critical gender theory, there's been now significant pushback. And we think it's great to have a president in office who actually protects the rights of women. And so we're looking forward to that. We're also looking forward to, I work with the Economic Policy Center. We're looking to a tax bill. We're looking to unleashing energy. So there's a lot of just excitement and possibility.
Josh, you're our Democrat at the table.
Yes, sir.
Talk to us about how the Democratic Party is viewing this inauguration. I know it's not a monolith, but what are you hearing in New York City with this big inauguration day about to unfold?
Sure. I'm a Democrat who represented a Republican district, and so when I talk to my constituents and I look around, this is a very different vibe from what was in 2017. In 2017, Trump was amongst the most politically toxic members of the White House in history. There was the resistance movement. The Women's March, just days after the new year, had hundreds of thousands, if not over 1 million marchers. Today, the vibe is different because Trump, for the first time in his political career, has an approval rating that's positive, 47 and change. So it's different now because many of my constituents who were independents or Democrats who perhaps were turned off by Trump in the first term did vote for him because they voted for a change. And so what I see as different for Democrats is I see members like John Fetterman in the Senate, members like Tom Suozzi, my representative on Long Island, looking at the inauguration as an opportunity to reach across the aisle. It was very different. In 2017, the inauguration was about we're putting together a vision to show the American people that we don't want 4 years of this, let alone 4 minutes. Today, it's the American people made a statement, and we're going to work across the aisle to work with them and deliver on that statement.
And Kerry, to Josh's point, this president has already, arguably, he touted it yesterday in his speech at Capital One Arena, already made a significant impact, left a stamp with what we're seeing unfold in the Middle East. How are you processing his impact already, and what do you expect to come in the first 100 days?
Well, my question is he going to get that Nobel Peace Prize? Because he's actually done something, whereas Obama didn't even do anything and got his. But and I say that as a former Jerusalem Post reporter who lived in Israel. I think that President Trump's, he built on, in his presidency, he brought forth the Abraham Accords. And I was on the White House lawn when those were signed. That was an incredible moment to see multiple Arab nations coming together and signing a peace treaty with Israel. And so Trump had been building this, and the first foreign trip that Trump took as president was to Saudi Arabia, which no president had ever done before. Typically, you could correct me if I'm wrong, they go to Canada. And so for him to go to Saudi Arabia, to an Arab nation, was saying a lot that he's a president who cares both for Arab interests but also for Israeli interests, and unapologetically so. So I think there's a lot of it bipartisan interest in that peace deal. And then again, just looking at I think part of why there's no Women's March this time is because the left can't even define what a woman is this time, 8 years later. And the fact that Trump is, according to Fox polling, he's actually at 50% approval. I just think that he has a mandate, and he won the majority of the popular vote, and he's got both houses of a Congress. And so the thing about Republicans is that we can't get complacent. We can't just sit on our laurels. We have 2 years before another House election, and so there's got to be results.
Jeff, I want you to weigh in, if you could, on the historic nature of this day. Right now, we're taking a look here on the screen at St. John's Church, which is, I guess, geographically very close to the White House, separated by Lafayette Park. The Blair House is where the president stayed last night, where he's going to head back to. Talk to us about the historical nature of this process.
Well, this is it's the formality of the peaceful transfer of power. We have certain traditions and customs that we kind of go through. It doesn't matter who the players are, but the chairs always stay the same. And this is part of a tradition that America has bequeathed to the world, that a peaceful transfer of power is normal, it's expected. We didn't necessarily see the norm followed in 2021, but thankfully in 2025, we're going back to the norm. I noticed there was a significant number of kind of National Guardsmen and a significant police presence. But that aside, I mean, this is part of the legacy of the American Revolution. And what George Washington bequeathed is that you have an election, you shake hands. I mean, I think Joe Biden and Donald Trump have exemplified that in the weeks since the election. And what we're seeing is what, it was not normal in all of world history. And this is something that America has given to the world, that this is now normal and expected.
Kerry, of course, the church attending by each president is part of tradition. Does this one sort of feel a little bit different? And how might Trump's personal faith and reflections post-assassination attempts, I say that plural, shape his approach to governance in his second term?
So my personal experience of him is, since those attempts, I think he understands the gravitas and the weight of the office, and also the need for unity. As I mentioned earlier, I worked for Pastor Paula White, who has been his pastor for decades now. I worked for her at America First Policy Institute, and so I worked very closely with the faith leaders who have spent almost a decade now putting their hands on President Trump and praying for him. So that's almost a decade of prayer, and I think it's bearing fruit. I think that President Trump, and you've seen him say this, he views himself as someone who has been protected by God, that he has a purpose, that God preserved his life by just a fraction of milli-inches, or however you did the measurement. And so I think that you're going to continue to see a respect for life. You heard this in the Pam Bondi hearings, for example, when she was asked about her priorities and President Trump's priorities. And she said, we're not going to be targeting Catholic families. We're not going to be targeting pro-life religious activists anymore. We're going to go for the actual terrorists who are posing a threat to the American people. And so I think that this is good. I think that our country was founded on religious freedom, and we have a president who respects that now.
To Carrie's point, you mentioned that we need unity, and this is a sign of unity. Pam Bondi also said there won't be an enemies list when she takes helm at the DOJ. Josh, how important is unity going into the nation's future for the next 4 years?
Sure. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Lincoln said that in the middle of the 19th century. I think we need a reminder on just how divided we are as a country. And so I say this as a Democrat watching a Republican president get inaugurated, and I get angry and annoyed when I see my fellow Democrats saying he's not my president, or I didn't vote for him. I don't have to recognize him. You don't have to revere the member of the office, but you have to revere the office of the presidency. And so to those people who say he's not my president, I remind them that he is. And things are different today than they were in 2017, right? When 2017, Clinton won by 3 million votes, and it was a much more contested race. Trump won the popular vote. He won all 7 swing states, and there was not one county in the country where Kamala made gains from Joe Biden. I say that again, not one county in the 50 states where Kamala and the Democrats made progress over Joe Biden. And so when we talk about unity, it means that us Democrats are in the minority. It's our job to do 2 things: to hold the Trump administration accountable, right? At any opposition party in any democracy, your job is to have a list of grievances and make them known. But your job is not to resist. And so when I say in 2017 it was a mistake that many Democrats called ourselves the resistance, no, we are partners in government. And if we want to get anything done, perhaps it's time to drop that knowledge and drop that name once and for all.
Again, I think of the Gilded Age, where every national election was seen as the stakes were existential and almost dress rehearsals for civil war. You had some states that literally had 90 to 95% turnout. And so that gives me a lot of hope for the future, that politics was so much more divided in the late 19th century says to us, like, here's my cup of coffee, let me show you what partisan rancor really is. And I think if Democrats take that stance of not being the resistance and being, look, oppose Trump where they think he needs to be opposed, support him where they think he needs to be supported. I mean, that's the best of American politics. And I take heart. I think it's good that Trump won the popular vote, right? If whoever was going to win needed to win the popular vote, I think we're in a better place than we were in 2017. And the past tells me that we're going to come out of this partisan rancorous era, and there will be different political seas, and they will not always be this rough.
And right now, if you're taking a look at our screen here, that is a live look at Pennsylvania Avenue and the Capitol in the backdrop, where President Donald J. Trump will be taking the oath of office for the second time in just a few short hours. In the meantime, inauguration has moved indoors. For more on that move, we're now joined by NTD's White House correspondent, Iris Tao. Iris, it's a beautiful view of the Capitol that you have there behind you. What has the Trump team been saying about the change from outdoors, the traditional way? Of course, you had 1985, which was different, and a few others. Were any other reasons involved in addition to the weather?
Hi, good morning to all of you. So as sunny as it is right now, as you can see, it is actually quite cold, and it is likely one of the coldest inauguration days since 1985, when President Ronald Reagan also moved his inauguration ceremony indoors. I mean, well, Trump has said that he doesn't want to see anyone get injured or getting hurt, but there has been speculation over if security was part of the reason why they moved the whole thing pretty much indoors, including even the parade. And so that comes especially after 2 assassination attempts against Trump, and in addition to that, a terrorist attack on New Year's Day in New Orleans. I mean, well, Secret Service has been denying that, saying that there were no security threats as reason to why it moved indoors, adding that it was solemnly the decision of Trump alone due to the weather. And Caroline Leavitt, which is incoming White House press secretary for Trump, also has been denying any speculation on that front, saying that rumors that security concerns or crowd size worries were the real reason why inauguration was moved indoors are, quote, unequivocally false. And she asked that decision was all about safety for supporters as well as for law enforcement in the bitter cold. And as you can actually probably see, that whole Capitol ground behind us is all empty. You don't see any crowd or even any police really gathering there because it's just all blocked off and no one is able to access that front of the Capitol there, which was supposed actually to be the main area where Trump is sworn in and all of us, the reporters, gather to witness that moment. So all of it is now gone, moved inside the Capitol Rotunda with a more limited crowd size, including, for example, lawmakers and special VIPs. And yesterday at Trump's victory rally at Capital One Arena in downtown Washington, I talked to some Trump supporters who were supposed to come to the inauguration this morning to watch that moment. I asked them if they're disappointed at it. And most of them told us that while they are disappointed that they won't get to see the moment it happens, they are actually feeling better, thinking that Trump will be much safer within an indoors perimeter where everyone can, the police can control whoever gets in and whatever get to bring in. And for them, all they care about, a lot of them told us that, is that Trump is safe. And that's the most important thing on their mind.
Now,
happened to you that you do not deserve. They said, take a look at what happened. But you have to put your head down and fight, fight, fight. Never, ever, ever give up. America is beginning a new chapter. Our best days are yet to come.
So that was a video that Trump actually released this morning on his platform Truth Social right before his inauguration ceremony. And in that video, he pretty much recapped the journey that he has walked, of course, overcoming a lot of adversity and odds.
And Iris, we're gonna interrupt you just for a moment. We're going to interrupt you for just a moment here as we take a look at our screen. We have the Vice President Kamala Harris and the second gentleman Doug Emhoff greeting President Biden and the First Lady right now. This is also part of the tradition that goes along with the ceremonies and the peaceful transition of power. And as you can see them right there, lining up for a photo op. And what will come next, ultimately, is President Trump will be arriving at the White House shortly thereafter. We'll be keeping an eye on all of this. We're just going to go ahead and keep watching this for a moment as they make their way into the White House. Iris, apologize that we had to interrupt you there as the Vice President made her way to the White House to greet President Biden. Please continue.
Sure, so that leads exactly to what's next. So right now we are seeing the Bidens welcoming the Trumps to the White House, which is a tradition, and then they're going to actually be together at a tea and coffee reception. That's before heading to the Capitol building for the swearing-in ceremony. And notably, according to the White House guidance sent out, the Bidens will actually share the ride from the White House to the Capitol with the Trumps, and that is another symbol of the peaceful transfer of power that we were talking about. And after they got here to the Capitol Rotunda, Trump will be sworn in by Chief Justice John Roberts, and then he's going to deliver his inaugural address. And according to Trump himself, the theme will be unity, strength, and fairness. His top advisor, Jason Miller, told us yesterday that Trump will talk about America's golden age. And after the ceremony, we'll watch as former President Joe Biden then departs the Capitol forever after his one term of presidency. And at the same time, Trump will head to the president's room inside the Capitol building to sign his first executive orders, whom his advisors has told us that it will be about the border, the economy, as well as cutting red tape in the federal government. And Trump has also hinted that he's going to issue pardons for January 6 defendants, potentially later at the Capital One Arena, where he will join the crowd there as the presidential parade takes place. And that's what we are gathering right now. And of course, we are looking forward to what exactly will be in the executive orders, as well as the exact message in his speech to be delivered right there, actually, inside that Capitol Rotunda. And that will be the major things to look for today. Back to you.
NTD's Iris Tao overlooking the nation's capital. We'll be checking back in with Iris throughout the day. And there's a live look at the White House right here in Washington, D.C. And we will be back in just a moment when the Bidens will be welcoming President Trump when we come back.
don't know why you're so sad. You've got a roof over your head.
You gotta stop with that depressing stuff. That's what white people think. You alright?
It just feels like it's coming from everywhere.
Do you want to talk about it?
You can talk to me if you're feeling sad.
Whenever you need to talk, I'm here, okay?
بیست و سه سال
16 سال. عمري ما 7.
اما داعش کردیان برانبر خوشک و دایکان یزدی اما کاری که دور دور لهمو چمک دموکراسی و موافقانی مرو و انسانیت او بارودوخی که است های به تایبت لعراق و سوریه بشه که دگرت و با حالانه که اداره اوباما کرد
وریم بو او 7 روز بو و داعش از کرد
تامبوم كرا قوتينيز قريا بما متشكر بهار في ذا نبو باوان رحم نم
ودمنا سؤالنا من خادران نزر باوان نفستم بس نا مانا قوبس ناش بيجوش باش.
They would literally be auctioned in front of soldiers, and then the soldiers begin to bid.
زارود وان همو جيبرم تي حمري زارود الدم عواسي سيبان همو جيبرم
وحشیگریه که توا عیاره ظلمی که یک جار زور گوره لما افرطانه کرده و تعدایی که زور زوریان لیده کرده اما نه روزانه دست فروشیده کرده.
اليوم التوزيع كل الرصيد.
Imagine being a child, you know, having a child mentality, and these evil people come and wheel you away from the only safety you've ever known.
Once we do this hit.
And we are looking at a live shot of the nation's capital right here in the heart of Washington, D.C. That is where the inauguration and the swearing in will be taking place. However, it will not be taking place outdoors on the steps of the Capitol that you're looking at. It will be indoors for the first time since 1985 when there was a similar weather situation. And I am joined here in studio by Josh Lapizan, Carrie Sheffield, and our new guest, Carla Sands. She's the vice chair of the Center for Energy and Environment at the America First Policy Institute and a former U.S. ambassador to Denmark. Carla, it's great to have you with us.
Nice to be with you, Steve.
Let's get your thoughts on this historic day.
I'm so excited. I feel like America's back. The whole world is paying attention. It's a great day. The opportunity is tremendous for the people in our country, and I think it's a revolution of common sense.
You've obviously been here for the festivities, some of the balls leading up to the big day today. Talk to us about some of the administration, incoming administration officials that you get a sense is going to be some of the main priorities on policy as soon as they take office.
Well, I'm really excited to talk about the energy policy because the cost of energy is going to come down for all Americans. But it means as the energy costs come down, I think the prices will come down. It's sticky and hard to do, but I think President Trump is going to get that done. He's brought in Chris Wright to be the Secretary of Energy. He's brought Governor Doug Burgum to be Secretary of the Interior. Those two guys are going to be working together with Lee Zeldin at the EPA to really revolutionize and get our energy agenda, our energy policy back on track. It has gone way off track under President Biden, and it was going off track under Obama. But now we're going to have great energy policy, and they have to make it sticky so it works for the long term for Americans.
Carrie, I want to get your thoughts on some of the history of the day. You've written a very fascinating piece. You can tell us where you wrote it and where we can find it, on some of the contrast between Winston Churchill and President Trump. And I think it's really eye-opening.
Yes, I wrote it for the Daily Signal. It was published on Sunday, so folks can check it out if you want to see the full piece. But the headline said that Donald Trump is a modern-day Winston Churchill. There are numerous similarities. Very obviously, both of them had a first term. They had a break for a separation of a few years, and then they both came roaring back for a triumphal second term as the top leader of their respective countries. There is also, they both had a mother as an immigrant. They both came from very successful, wealthy families, but were able to expand on their father's legacy and grow it even bigger. They both had some stumbles that they had to, it taught them perseverance. In the case of Trump, he's talked about that he had 4 bankruptcies. In the case of Winston Churchill, he had massive failure with the Gallipoli campaign in World War I, which was very costly both in lives and treasure for the British people. But those experiences formed this steel of spine for them. And both men saw, I believe, the primary threat to the age. In the case of Winston Churchill, it was the Nazi threat, and also later the Soviet threat. He, with his famous Iron Curtain speech, he was right on the 2 biggest threats of his age. And with Donald Trump, he sees the biggest threats of China externally and internally, the domestic risk of socialism. And so both overcame opposition within their own conservative party. The quote-unquote establishment was very resistant to both Churchill and Trump, and they both overcame it, and they're both mavericks of their own way.
That's very interesting. We're going to get into that. We're going to unpack that in just a moment. Right now, we are taking a look at the armored vehicle that we're getting word that President Trump is inside right now, soon to be president in just a few hours once again. And so he is actually, from what we understand, he has left the church and is now going to be making his way back to the Blair House before heading into the White House. And he is in that car right now. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that vehicle as it moves, which it appears to be doing right now, making its way down the road. We'll circle back around, and as soon as he arrives to his next destination, whether it be the Blair House or the White House, we are going to take you there. Looks like he is going to be heading to the White House as we speak for that ceremonial tea with President Biden and the First Lady. Incoming First Lady Melania will be sitting down for tea with Jill Biden, which is fascinating when you think about it, Carla. Melania has sort of taken a little bit of a more reserved approach to this political life that she's been thrust into. What do you make of the fact that they're going to sit down for tea? They're totally different from 2020.
Yeah, well, I think they treated her so badly last time. The media, the fashion designers, the fashion press, but just in general, the blob mistreated her so badly. I don't think she's really all that all that excited about the pressure and the unkindness. But I feel a different feeling in our country, like there is, even on the left, they're like saying, okay, he won the popular vote. He's got a mandate. I feel like they were burning cars when I was here 8 years ago. Literally in front of me, they were burning cars. I don't see that this time. I'm appreciative of the Secret Service and all of the police in the area keeping us all safe. But it seems like there's a change in the air in Washington, D.C. But to Carrie's point, back in 2016, when I told a famous pollster, very famous Republican pollster, Donald Trump is our new Churchill, he almost passed out. He was so upset.
And Josh, you know, it's not just a change in the air in Washington, D.C. When you look at the numbers, President Trump didn't win every state, but he gained in every state, and in some cases, historic swings. We're going to talk to one of our guests in a little while about the swing in Miami that comes to mind, where you went -10 in 2020 to +10 in Miami-Dade County. It's really a historic shift. You're in New York. I've spent a lot of time there for work, back and forth. As a journalist, I talk to people. I've talked to a lot of immigrants, legal immigrants who are working there, who traditionally voted Democrat. And they said that this time, they didn't want to say it at the time, but they implied they were going to go for Trump. What are you sensing in your state of New York?
Sure, and the reason why I say today is different than it was in 2017 was because in 2017 there was a sense of shock among Democrats. How did this happen? Hillary, won by 3 million votes in the popular vote. How did this happen? My constituents and my friends on Long Island and in New York are not asking that question. We know how it happened, right? President Trump spoke to the majority of the country, and when you look at the fact that President Trump reigned with every minority group, when not one county moved to Harris that was from Biden, not one county in the country, when he gained with Jewish voters, with Latino voters, Asian voters, black voters, there was a coalition that was put together by President Trump that said, he's speaking to us, and we might not like his antics, we might not like his language, we might not like him, but at least somebody is speaking common sense to the issues we care about on the border, on inflation, on crime, on kids in schools. So it's a very different vibe today. No one is shocked by what happened today, certainly not me.
And right now we're taking a look at the screen, Carrie, where President-elect Trump is arriving at the Blair House right there. You can see his motorcade, which is just a few steps from the White House, where he will be heading in just moments, which we will take you to all of that. We just want to keep our viewers updated. Carrie, to Josh's point, really a historic shift right now. We're going to see some executive orders coming in. What do you anticipate to see with these?
Well, Josh is a very reasonable Democrat, and I wish we could clone him. But unfortunately, I don't think we'll have as many Democrats being quite so willing to, be a fair and robust opposition, but to actually want to get things done. Unfortunately, I wish there were more Democrats like that. I mean, just as an example, we had the Protect Women in Sports Act. I was on Capitol Hill with Speaker Johnson earlier this week because it was passed by the House. Only 2 Democrats came to support this bill to protect women's sports. And even Seth Moulton, who had spoken out against biological men in women's sports, he kowtowed to the far left because he got smacked down by his party in Massachusetts. This was very disappointing. And so I mean, as a Republican conservative, I'm like, you keep doing that, Democrats. You keep doing that. Same thing with Kamala Harris saying, I'm not going to go quietly into the night. The fact, to Josh's point, that she wasn't able to win a single county over what Biden won, if they want to choose to nominate her again, by all means, please do that. But I think on the executive orders, because Trump won with a mandate, when you look at his agenda on, as Carla mentioned, energy policy, on economic policy, on immigration policy, that's what the American people want. And so it's up to the Democrats if they want to deliver what we, the people, said in the ballot box. And it's also up to the Republicans to get that done.
Right now, we're still taking a live look here at the feed in front of the Blair House, where we just saw part of the Trump family exiting their vehicles. You saw Donald Trump Jr., his Trump's daughter Ivanka, as well as her husband Jared Kushner, all filing in there. And right now, this appears to be a look at the White House, where we have Vice President Kamala Harris and the second gentleman there, apparently waiting to greet what I would expect. Maybe somebody else could weigh in here. Perhaps the Vice President?
Elect.
Vice President-elect. Thank you. I know with the timing, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
A couple hours.
That's right. And so we'll see here who's going to come out.
Well, I'm glad to see that they've stepped up, because apparently they were not offering such kindness when it came to the official vice presidential residence that apparently J.D. Vance's wife, Usha Vance, had tried to baby-proof the house because they've got young children. And Kamala Harris was nowhere to be seen to assist with that transition, unfortunately. They did not allow them, as I understand it, an actual physical visit to the vice president's residence.
Wow, that is...
apparently reluctant.
And here we are right now. They are actually greeting each other.
What a beautiful coat she's wearing.
It is beautiful.
Very nice. Very elegant. Usha Vance, the second lady.
Well, and to Carla's point on fashion,
Elect.
and I think it was interesting on Instagram, Oscar de la Renta, which is one of the biggest brands, they've been featuring Usha and also Ivanka Trump on their pages with inauguration outfits. And I saw that and I was like, oh, is this a turning point where maybe the fashion industry will actually be, I mean, they're such elegant women. So for them to ignore, to not
should
have.
be lucky to have them, right?
Absolutely. And to put, are we going to see Melania Trump, who was a former supermodel, on the front page of a Vogue magazine. She deserves to be there.
They just had Jill Biden a few months ago.
Yes.
Well,
saying she would decide their future.
say what you want about Donald Trump. You know, a lot of things fly around in the media. One of his most, I guess, underlooked or you know, overlooked executive orders in his first term was one regarding bringing back classical architecture in government buildings. Yeah. You know, we see a lot of this brutalist style, the Department of Labor, and whatnot. Right now, this live look at your screen is inside of the Capitol, where they're rehearsing for their performance that they will have live in front of the president during his swearing-in ceremony. That is the Capitol Rotunda, where the swearing-in was moved to. We're going to have a listen for a moment. It's a nice look right now where you can see some of the seating arrangements that are taking place inside of the Capitol Rotunda, where the swearing-in ceremony and the taking of the oath of office has been moved. A much limited seating arrangement when you factor in all the members of Congress, senators, House of Representatives, cabinet members, family members. Really not much room in there at all. And this is a pretty good look right now where we're going to be able to take a look. Right now, we're going to cut back over to NTD's Chris Bobb, who is on the ground near Capital One Arena. This is where Trump is hosting a rally later today, same place he was hosting a rally last night. 20,000 people will be allowed into that arena, as opposed to that smaller venue there that you saw at the Capitol. Chris, what have you been hearing from the crowd?
Well, there's a lot of energy here in the crowd. Some people had been camped out since 2, 3 in the morning. I saw some people back here over on G Street who were in sleeping bags, you know, keeping warm. Some of them even from 1 o'clock in the morning. The line started moving around 7 a.m. Everyone jumped up, ready to spring into action and go usher into the Capitol Arena to see the president soon. If you take a look here, we have right over here is G Street. Stretches all the way out. That building in the back is the arena. All the way down here on 10th Street. It goes on and on and on and on. There's tens of thousands of people getting ready to see the president on those screens set up inside that arena. So a lot of people happy, a lot of energy. I spoke with people from France, from Korea, from Italy. I spoke with people from as far away as Virginia and Texas. So there's a lot of people out here coming to see. I said, why did you come here instead of watching it on TV? They said, I missed the first one. We have to be here for this.
Really amazing stuff, Chris. NTD's Chris Bobb, thank you. It's a really great reminder, too, that the United States, the presidency, and our nation impacts the entire world. Right now, we are going to take a break. Coming up, who's arriving at the Capitol to attend the ceremony? And what does it signify about Trump's priorities heading into his second term? Stay tuned for that just after the break.
According to ancient Chinese medicine, purslane is considered a medicinal herb and is used to help lower cholesterol, improve vascular functions, and prevent diabetes. Perilla seeds can nourish the lungs and spleen. It is used to treat asthma and improve pulmonary functions. Puritan green vegetable omega-3 is made from purslane and perilla seeds from Hwangmae Mountain in South Korea. It contains over 90% of omega-3, 6, 7, and 9. The highest concentration possible without chemical additives. The soft gel is made of natural seaweed. It is 100% organic and vegan. Both adults and children can take it with peace of mind. Ancient recipes were passed down from heaven to bring prosperity and longevity. Currytang green vegetable, omega-3.
Being a cowboy, I don't know anything different from when I was 3 or 4 years old. I did tough things. I thought everybody needed to do tough things, and if you didn't, I didn't have time for it. I had a very successful career at a very young age, and life was fast. I was preparing physically. I wasn't doing anything mentally on the inside. And then I got hurt. I wanted to be better as a person, and I really dug into mental health. I start my day with 20-minute workouts. I live life 8 seconds at a time. Horses are so therapeutic. They know what you're feeling. When you're nervous, they're nervous. You won't say it back, but we're pals. I take a lot of responsibility in taking care of my kids, my family, and being there for them. You're gonna have tough days. Everybody does. Find a place to stop and just breathe. Love your mind.
My name's Stacy, I'm 57, and I was adopted in 2020.
We were adopted in 2019.
And we were adopted in 2021.
We had a house, and it sounds crazy, but it wasn't a home. The one thing that Jake and Emma brought is it became a home.
When I met Dakota, he had just turned 14.
You weren't there for the first this and the first that. I missed the first words, but we got a lot of other firsts.
Watching her say, oh my God, I cannot believe I got my license. And she's like, I passed. And I'm like, girl.
See them grow. It is.
They chose to love us. They didn't have to. They chose us. Family.
You and you. Kids in the middle.
What I thought was a complete life was nowhere near complete, but it is now.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
And right there is a live look at the Capitol steps. That looks like it is the East Front with Marine One, one of the helicopters. Usually there's 3 that track the president, waiting there. We're expecting that particular helicopter to take President Biden away after the swearing in and after everything becomes official and President Trump becomes the 47th president. And you know, right now we are anticipating President Trump to leave the Blair House, which is what some might call the guest house of the White House. There's a live look right there at the area where the Blair House is. And it is a very short drive to the White House. So as soon as he departs, he will be at the White House in just a few short moments, where he will be greeted by President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. Carla, you know, there's been a sort of a tradition, Michelle Obama and Melania exchanging gifts in 2017. Do we expect to see something like that today, do you think?
I would think so, yes. I can see that Joe and Jill Biden seem to be relieved that President Trump won as opposed to his vice president. And he seemed happy. She wore a red suit on Election Day. He put on the MAGA cap. And so I think there was a lot of unhappiness about what happened within their party. And so I think that there will be gifts exchanged. And, you know, Melania Trump and Donald Trump, they always take the high road when it comes to formality and ceremonial efforts. And so I think that they will, yes, have a gift.
That's a really fascinating point that you make there as we continue to take a look at a live feed right here, waiting for President Trump to depart the Blair House. But this right now we're taking a look, I believe that appears to be the Capitol, where some visitors are filing in and getting ready for the swearing in after President Trump and President Biden have tea and a greeting at the White House. President Trump's motorcade, President-elect Trump at the moment still, will make his way through Pennsylvania Ave directly to the Capitol for his swearing in. And there you have on your screen Ivanka Trump and her family, Jared Kushner and their children. They are making their way in to the Capitol as well right now. We do have our NTD correspondent Luis Martinez who may be in the rotunda right now. If we could bring him up to give us an idea of what is taking place right now. Louise, who have you been seeing arriving right now at this ceremony, and what is the atmosphere there like?
Of course, well, I'm right now at the Senate Rotunda. That's a few hundred meters away from the Capitol Rotunda, where President-elect Donald Trump will be sworn into office in a few hours. Right now in the Senate Rotunda, it is very quiet. It's mostly military personnel and the media. It's later on today that it's going to be a very busy afternoon for the Senate, because one of the first things that we're expecting President-elect Donald Trump to do once he's sworn into office is actually send his official list of nominees for his cabinet positions to Congress, because as of right now, they're not officially nominees. The Senate has been holding hearings to confirm the people that Trump has announced that he will be selecting, but it's not been made official. So later today, it's going to be really busy here in the Senate Rotunda. Around 4:30 p.m., the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee will hold a hearing where they most likely will vote to advance the nomination of Senator Marco Rubio for Secretary of State. So actually today, Monday, we might see the first confirmations of nominees for President-elect Donald Trump's cabinet.
NTD's Luis Martinez there live at the Capitol, where he's watching some of the guests trickling in there. And there's another live look at the Blair House, still awaiting President Donald Trump's arrival or return, however you would like to think about it, to the White House. Carrie, Louise talked about Marco Rubio and some of the swearing in, some of the new appointees or nominees. How do you think the confirmation process is going to play out for some of these picks?
Well, we've already seen it, the start of it, and I think the nominees have done a phenomenal job. I think what's really interesting and telling from the Democrats, they're looking backward, and these nominees are looking forward. And that contrast couldn't have been sharper, from my opinion. And when you're talking about things, for example, so Pete Hegseth, he wants to, I mean, you're seeing recruitment in the military down, morale down. The military is upset. I've spoken to service members who say, we don't like the direction that under Biden and Mark Milley. Note that Biden today gave a pardon to Mark Milley because he knows, unfortunately, Trump was going to hold him accountable. I think he'll find some other ways to hold him accountable, as he should.
Hold him accountable for what?
Mark Milley accountable for the drift of the way that the military has become, in some ways, complacent, flabby. It's more focused on DEI and what people look like. Paying for gender surgeries with taxpayer money instead of being a lethal force. You should be more prepared to fight an army or an enemy than worrying and bickering about who's wearing the uniform. And that's where the focus should be. And that's what Pete Hegseth wants to restore. And so he didn't let the distractions around his personal life distract from that mission, which is what we want in the Pentagon. You saw the same thing when it came to Kristi Noem. The Democrats tried to distract her, again, pulling up the past. They tried to talk about family separation and the cages. And it's like, I'm sorry, but those policies began on, those were Obama policies, actually. And even the fake media had put images from Obama and had mislabeled them as Trump, and she called that out. And so I think you're going to see an unwavering, in a way that's different. It's a different cabinet this time. I think it's a cabinet that understands America first in a way that the first cabinet, a lot of them were coming more from the swamp.
And to Carrie's point, Jeff, when some of these picks were first announced, you kind of questioned whether some of those more moderate Republican senators would be getting on board. They seem to have galvanized around all of them. Do you see any particular pick that might have trouble?
I'm like you. I was surprised. I thought Pete Hegseth would encounter some real significant headwinds. I mean, on paper, he is one of the least qualified nominees to head the Pentagon in the 20th or 21st century. But, the Republican establishment has shown, after Matt Gaetz, has shown little appetite for opposing any of President Trump's nominees. So my understanding is I think most of them are going to be approved. And I will agree with Kerry. I think Democrats, if they had a chance to derail some of these nominees, they should have talked about qualifications rather than messy personal lives. I mean, the American people have spoken. They said it in the 90s with Bill Clinton. They said it with Trump, in both hands. They don't care about their marriages. They don't care about messy personal lives. And so Democrats, if they want to defeat some of these nominees, they need to talk about qualifications, because I think that's what voters really care about. And Republican senators understand that.
And I think, to your point, the American people are a forgiving people, and a big part of Pete Hegseth's testimony was talking about redemption and how people can change. And so I think that resonates with.
Yeah, I think another reason why there wasn't as much opposition also was because Trump for the last 4 years has been a leader within the party to remove, during the primary process, a lot of people who were obstructing his agenda during Congress in his first term. So I think that was a brilliant strategy on his part, which is part of why Republicans will be able to get so much more done more quickly, because right out of the gate, the Republicans don't want to stumble when it comes to things like nominees. We've got to get bills passed. And so it's a credit to Trump for realizing that he can't have Congress hamstring his agenda.
Carla, this is a rather historic inauguration. Every new election brings its own historic moments, but in the sense that President Trump has invited foreign dignitaries, heads of state of other nations. This is something never done before. What do you think the, strategy, if you will, behind it, or is it just as simple as a nice gesture to some of these world leaders?
I think it does bring unity to his agenda in the global sense. The United States is the leader in the world. We want to stay that way. We don't want to be supplanted by China, for instance, which does want to be the global hegemon. So one of the ways to do that is to draw our allies in and keep our enemies close. So you see that he invited Xi Jinping to come to his inaugural, and Xi is sending his vice president. So I think that's a good sign. I think there are concerns around, especially like the TikTok deal, but President Trump has the best advisor, so I know that something good will come out of that.
Speaking of the TikTok deal, anybody can weigh in on this. A lot of people, I think, are taking Trump's message that he's in support of TikTok as it is. But I think if you read the fine print, nothing has really changed, other than simply giving an extension for 90 days. And if the CCP isn't willing to give up that 50% share, and also what comes along with that is the algorithm
yes.
and the data storage, then we're back to square one again.
Yeah, well, I think President Trump respects the rule of law, and this was a law that was passed by Congress and signed into law by the president. So he will enforce the law, but to your point, he's willing to grant an extension in order to get this deal done. And you have some very prominent Americans who say they want to do that purchase and get that deal done. Well, Trump is the deal maker, so I have good faith that he'll be able to get this deal, shepherd it through. I think in terms of part of why he's supporting TikTok is that was a big reason why he won, especially had great inroads with young people, is he had a TikTok whisperer. He's from Utah, or he has connections to Utah where my family's from. I know he worked closely with Sean Reyes, who's the Attorney General of Utah. And so he was able to, through his TikTok magic, I think he's only like 20 or in his early 20s, he helped connect Trump with the next generation, and that's a big reason why Trump won.
Yeah, the TikTok situation is certainly complicated. Multiple things can be true at once. You can rest assured we'll be paying very close attention to that as it unfolds. In the meantime, up on our screen right now is the president's motorcade, President-elect Donald Trump's motorcade, filing in there to arrive at the White House. Jeff, what are we expecting to see unfold here?
We're going to see the usual formalities and niceties, and we're going to see what we all want is the outgoing president to graciously greet the incoming president, to model what is bipartisan behavior.
And there you have right now President Biden and the First Lady Jill Biden standing there. And to Carla's earlier point, she looks like she's in Democratic blue as opposed to conservative red on Election Day. So there she is. We're just going to let this roll here as President Donald Trump and the first President-elect Donald Trump and First Lady Melania are set to arrive.
said welcome home.
Yeah, he did. That's fascinating. Welcome home.
I'm thinking back to 8 years ago.
Well, there you have it, a rather amazing moment where President Trump arrived at the White House to be greeted by President Biden, welcoming him home audibly. I think we all heard it right here, and it was really fascinating, a nice gesture to President Trump, to President-elect Trump, from the sitting president, President Biden. It's something a little bit different. He doesn't really need a tour like he may have last time. Because he's quite familiar with the White House. What did you make of the First Lady's attire?
I loved it. It's a beautiful moment, but it does feel a little bit like armor, like she is girding herself for what's ahead. And you know, she, I think, takes her job very seriously as the First Lady, but she knows that she's not running the country. I think at times Jill Biden, I'm understanding, was sitting in cabinet meetings and trying to run them. And so Melania Trump knows she's First Lady. She's not the president. So that's a nice change. And she's a great role model, I think, for young women, as far as a great mother, great homemaker, and a great companion to her husband.
And we just did see President-elect Donald Trump making his way into the White House to meet with sitting President Joe Biden for just a few more hours. He will be the president, and they're going to have tea and a discussion, and we will be back with more of our special live coverage of the 47th President, Donald Trump's second inauguration.
You see certain things get reincarnated in your children. My daughter is very much inspired by my wife's artistic pursuits. So my daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. And if there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around, and I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanting to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
Hi friends, Richard Karn here. Now I'm known as the guy who can fix just about anything, but the technology in most appliances requires very special training to fix. My point is, even I know when I've met my match, and that's why my family has Choice Home Warranty. So we won't get stuck with high-priced repairs.
Choice Home Warranty covers over 25 major home systems and appliances. That's your AC, heating, plumbing, kitchen and laundry appliances, and so much more.
Imagine for less than a cup of coffee a day, Choice Home Warranty can help protect you from expensive major system and appliance breakdowns that your homeowner's insurance doesn't cover. But you have to call now before it's too late.
Every homeowner should have Choice Home Warranty. Your homeowner's insurance is not going to cover your appliances.
Washing machine, dryer, refrigerator, air condition. If I had any issues arise, they were able to take care of it immediately.
Now, homeowner's insurance won't protect you when your home's major systems and appliances break down due to normal wear and tear. But Choice Home Warranty will. They can help cover repairs and replacements.
Choice Home Warranty is the best warranty we've ever used. It would save you so much money in the long run.
Hey, I'm not the only one raving about Choice Home Warranty. They were named a Best Home Warranty Company and Best Claim Service by U.S. News 360 Reviews.
Call Choice Home Warranty now and get access to a nationwide network of over 15,000 technicians and the latest appointment setting technology so you'll know when they're on their way.
If I have an issue with an appliance or something around the house, I just call up Choice Home Warranty and I don't have to worry about that.
So, do what this old DIYer did and call Choice Home Warranty now before something breaks down. Tell them I sent you and get your first month free.
Call Choice Home Warranty before it's too late and get protection for your heating, AC, plumbing, kitchen and laundry appliances, and more. Call for your free quote today. Call in the next 5 minutes and get your first month free. 800-360-6782. 800-360-6782.
And you're looking right now at our live feed of the White House, where President-elect Donald Trump and President Joe Biden are inside meeting right now for that traditional meet. Right now, we are going to toss it over to the Capital One Arena, where we have our NTD correspondent Jack Bradley, who's there. Jack, thousands of spectators are waiting awaiting the inaugural parade. How are things shaping up?
Well, it's really packing up in here. You know, we have about 20,000 of capacity here, and we expect every seat to be full because the 20,000 is about 10% of the original 200,000 of the tickets sold to go onto the National Mall before the parade was moved indoors from normally down Pennsylvania Avenue to here, the Capital One Arena. I met a couple from Los Angeles who earlier told me that they had to wake up at 3 a.m. to ensure that they would get a spot here. Now, usually the parade, of course, runs down Pennsylvania Avenue. Here, space is a bit tight. Behind me, there's a stage where you can see that there's a table. So we're expected to see Trump sign some executive orders as well here. And we know that he wants to issue mass deportations. Attendees here will be able to watch the inaugural signing ceremony and over in the Capitol here on the Jumbotron. So we're expecting marching bands, and one group in particular are the Butler County first responders who lost former fire chief Corey Comparator to a fatal bullet shot during Trump's rally in Butler, and it was an attempted assassination on Trump. Now, after the parade, Trump will head to the White House to complete signing of executive orders. And last night over here, Trump held a victory rally here, where it was also very packed. And he keyed in on several policy proposals that he'll take on day one, including releasing the January 6th prisoners, mass deportations. And this comes after this morning when President Biden, in one of his last acts as president, issued preemptive pardons for General Mark Milley, Dr. Anthony Fauci, and the January 6th committee members. And so as things are shaping up here, people are very excited to get a new president. Steve, back to you.
NTD's Jack Bradley live there in the Capital One Arena, where the president will be speaking after his official swearing in. Jack talked to us about some executive orders, expecting perhaps some seismic shifts in policy in our country. President Trump, he will have some big plans at the start of his second presidency. And some recent polls are telling us how Americans think he'll do. Let's head to our inaugural data hub now. Kevin Hogan. Kevin, what are some of the first things on Trump's to-do list?
Yes, Trump has a lot on his agenda right here, right off the bat. And Dave here has a data-driven segment on American sentiment heading into the second Trump administration. Is that right, Dave?
Yeah, I've got some confidence polls for Trump as far as what issues people think he can tackle. But you know what, Kevin? Let me start us off first here.
All right, come with me for the beginning of our dual inaugural hub segment, in which we're going to talk about President Trump's to-do list. This is 100 executive orders that he's planning to sign starting on day one. That's according to the Associated Press. There are reports from Fox News that Trump is planning to sign up to 200 executive orders, so it could be a lot that we're seeing. It's unclear if he will sign them all on day one, which will be today, or if he'll sign them in his first 100 days. But again, that is a big number right there. And what could those executive orders be? Well, that could be reversing some of Biden's energy policies. For example, revoking Biden's offshore drilling ban, for example. He might need Congress's help to enact a lot of these policies, but it could go as far as cutting off support for electric vehicles, even barring some of their components from coming in from China. The list goes on, but border security is really a big one. Trump has made a point of reining in illegal immigration. He could be reinstating his travel ban on Muslim-majority countries that he says are infested with terrorists, and that could include a ban on resettling refugees from Gaza. And also within these 100 or more executive orders could be commutations or pardons for individuals arrested in connection with the January 6th Capitol breach. We could see that happening very soon. So now, how do these proposed 100 or more executive orders off the bat compare to the usage of executive orders within the first 100 days? That's what you're looking at right here of the past 4 presidents. Well, as you can see, George W. Bush signed 12 executive orders in his first 100 days. President Obama signed 19. President Trump in his first term, in his first 100 days, 24, and President Biden, 42. So as you can see, the number of executive orders in their first 100 days has been going up in recent history. Now, what did they focus on? Well, President George W. Bush, he focused primarily on labor relations with these initial executive orders, also creating a tech advisory committee and things like that. President Obama focused on equality. He was the first sitting president to visit a federal prison. He worked on things like lawful interrogations, policies towards detention, and legal detentions and things like that. And then President Trump, in his first 100 days of his first term, he was working to lessen the economic impact, he says, of Obama healthcare, Obamacare, that's the Affordable Care Act, as well as border security and cutting red tape for some of these high priority infrastructure projects. President Biden was grappling with the COVID pandemic, so he was signing executive orders to try to get that under control and to protect Americans, as well as reversing some of Trump's policies. So again, in the first 100 days, you can see that the executive order usage has been going up in recent history, but how does that compare to the history of the entire nation? And that's what you're looking at right now. This is the executive order use throughout history, from the first president, George Washington, all the way up to the present day. You see that timeline on the x-axis, and on the y-axis, you see the average number of executive orders signed per year, going from 0 to 300 or more. So what are you seeing right here? Well, George Washington, he signed 1 per year, so a total of 8 in his 8 years in office. And that trend, you could see that it wasn't used quite that much for this first portion of the country's history, just very, very low usage. But then, right at the turn of the 20th century, you have Howard Taft signing 181 per year, and that number continues to rise up to 307 for Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who was in office for 12 years. So not only does he have the record of the average per year, but he also has the highest number of executive orders signed at about 3,700. What was the nation going through at that time? That was World War II. His 12 years spanned the Great Depression. He also enacted a lot of his New Deal policies through executive orders. And then what happens right after about 1948, after President Truman used executive order to desegregate the military, bringing civil rights to Black Americans? Well, the executive order usage tapered off quite a bit, that you can see here from that peak that it had in the mid-20th century down to about 38 on average under Biden's tenure. So contrary to that political narrative that executive order usage is becoming more common nowadays, it's actually on a decline off its peak from Franklin Delano Roosevelt's time. So now we talked about American sentiment, and Dave here, he has a lot of information now on what the Americans are viewing as Trump takes office the second time. So where does the public stand on what Trump will be able to tackle or not as he takes office?
Yeah, having already been in office, I think there's plenty of confidence in what Trump's strengths already are. But let's take a look at a recent Gallup poll here, taken just last month, where people were asked, what issues they thought Trump could handle best. In other words, public confidence in Trump. Let's take a look at the top 5 issues, most confidence in Trump here. Number 1 here, 68% said he could control illegal immigration. That was the most confident issue they had in Trump. That was followed here by reducing unemployment. 60% said he could reduce unemployment. 60% also said he could keep us safe from terrorism. That was followed by improving the economy at 58%. And finally, 55% said he could keep the nation out of war. Now, no big surprises here, although what I would have thought actually improving the economy would be a little bit higher here, although it kind of goes hand in hand here with reducing unemployment. But these things Trump has been talking about in his campaign for quite some time. Now, we showed you the top 5. Let's take a look at the bottom 5, the least confident issues people have in Trump. Number 1 here, healing the country's political divisions. This was the least confident issue they had for Trump. Just 33% thought he could heal the country's political divisions.
We're just going to interrupt for a moment here as we take a look at the screen where a bus has just arrived where it appears to be dropping off members of the president's cabinet. We saw Doug Burgum there. We saw Kristi Noem, Marco Rubio, quite a few folks filing in. And right now the feed has taken us to inside of the Capitol where we see some military officials, other dignitaries, and maybe members of Congress. Still unclear exactly who all will be attending and who is allowed to attend given the shortage of seats, really. As you can see, it is, if you've ever been into the nation's Capitol Rotunda, it is a beautiful space. As you can see, all of those historic paintings from our revolution, from our founding, different parts, significant parts of our nation's history. Right now, as we continue to watch this feed, we are going to go back to NTD's Dave Martin to continue to hear from him at the Data Hub. Dave?
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, we were talking about the public confidence in Trump. Let's actually go looking at the bottom 5 issues here. I was just mentioning the healing the country's political divisions. Just 33% thought he could heal the country's political divisions. That was the lowest here on the list. Meanwhile, 35% thought he could improve the environment quality. That was the second lowest. 40% said he could improve the healthcare system, followed by 41% saying he could improve race relations, and then 43% said he can improve education. Now, no big surprises on this list either, really. Now, Trump has talked about possibly the need to do something with the healthcare system and the education. So, Kevin, I guess we'll have to see what he has in store for his second term there.
Not a lot of surprises, like you said. I mean, the mantra for Trump was peace through strength, so keeping the country out of war, it makes sense, as well as Trump's border wall. But now, when you look at that list, how does that compare to 8 years ago when former President Trump first took office?
Yeah, Gallup actually did the same poll in November 2016, just after he won the election. Let's take a look at the biggest changes from that as far as the confidence poll. Let's go with the negative changes here first. The drops in confidence, if you will. The biggest drop in confidence was actually improving the healthcare system, as I just mentioned, down a 12-point drop here from 8 years ago. I think it went from 52 down to 40%. Similarly, improving education, a 10-point drop here with this issue, 53% down to 43%, and a 6-point drop in the issue of healing the country's political divisions. Kind of surprisingly here, a 2-point drop then in improving the economy. That's probably maybe the biggest surprise on the list, although it's only a 2-point drop. Now, we've taken a look at the drops in confidence, if you will. Let's take a look at the biggest bumps in confidence since that time, since November of 2016. Keeping the nation out of the war, that was the biggest bump in confidence people had in Trump, from 38 to 55%, a 17-point bump in confidence. The second biggest, controlling illegal immigration, a 9-point bump that Trump can handle this issue, following an 8-point bump in that he can reduce the crime rate. And this one, somewhat surprising on the surface, improving race relations, a 6-point bump. As we saw earlier, it's still only up to 41%. But as we saw in the November election, with the exit polls especially, Trump did a lot better among minorities, especially, Kevin, with the Latino votes in particular.
Yes, that's exactly right. It could partly be part of the reason why he won the election, and also keep the nation out of war. I mean, he brokered the Abraham Peace Accords, so that's definitely a major step there. Dave, thank you for that, and we're going to head back to you all at the desk.
And thank you both for that as we continue to look at the live feed inside of the nation's capital, where the swearing in will be taking place. We saw some footage there of some of the cabinet appointees filing in. We're going to have a listen right now.
The Honorable Mitch McConnell, accompanied by the Honorable Elaine Chao.
Speaking of cabinet members, there's a former cabinet official right there who was one of many who departed early because of the January 6th riots. Elaine Chao with her husband, former Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, recently stepping down from that position. Currently, John Thune believe he's North Dakota senator taking that post. So as we continue to watch this feed here, we'll fade out of the sound a little bit. And Carla, I'd like to get your thoughts. I thought it was interesting to see, it's not just Elaine Chao, former cabinet members. 2017, that presidency was tumultuous. Would you say that January 6th and all of the unfortunate events that sort of took place in the aftermath has sort of been a crucible to find out who some of Donald Trump's most loyal appointees will be in this?
Yeah, I think so, because we know who ran away, right, after that happened. We had a president who said peacefully and patriotically protest. Big Tech took that video down that he posted soon after he posted it. We saw him ask for 10,000 National Guard troops to keep the Capitol safe. But Nancy Pelosi and the leader of the Senate did not ask for them. And the mayor said, no, we don't need them. So he was doing all the right things, but clearly all the right things weren't being done by others. When I was posted in Denmark, I was démarched by the foreign minister. That's like the Secretary of State. Démarche is a fancy word for called on the carpet. And he said, I demand you denounce President Trump because he incited an armed insurrection on the Capitol. And I said, Mr. Foreign Minister, you never called me in all of 2020 when our cities were burning down, when people were rioting and looting, Antifa, Black Lives Matter. I said, why did you never call me then and you call me now? He said peacefully and patriotically protest. No, he incited a riot and 5 police officers were killed, he said. I said, no, I only saw one person killed, and that was Ashley Babbitt by a Capitol police officer, and she was unarmed. And he demanded over and over that I denounce President Trump. I did not do that because I watched with my own eyes.
Carl, I'm just going to interrupt you. It's an interesting contingent that we see filing in right here. You see Mark Zuckerberg, looks like his wife there, Priscilla Chan, filing in, and Jeff Bezos as well. Some of
and his fiance.
The tech giants. It's really remarkable. A lot of these people, to the point that you were just making, taking different positions after January 6th.
It's a new day.
It's a new day. It is certainly a new day. We're going to continue to watch this feed as it comes in. Prior to watching Mark Zuckerberg filing in, there was a shot there of former Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich.
And his wife, Callista.
Different from the previous group that we were talking about, who, Callista was ambassador to the Holy See, and she will be the incoming ambassador to Switzerland. And right now you see former President Bill Clinton and his wife Hillary, Trump's challenger in 2016.
He's uniting everyone.
As they continue to file in, I'm sure there'll be more.
Is that Boris Johnson?
Yep, Boris Johnson, former British Prime Minister. Looks like there might actually be more seats in there than we anticipated. Some members of Congress. These are some Democratic members of Congress, Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
I was told they're not allowed to bring their spouses in most cases.
Seats are certainly very limited now that everything has been moved indoors. Former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy.
In 1985, when Ronald Reagan was sworn in inside, there were only 95 people in the room. This is, yes, I know, yeah, this is much more robust. They separate. There was a Sunday swearing in and Monday inaugural, but still much smaller.
And from what I understand, they were all standing.
Yes.
Oh
yes.
My.
Very informal. Not nearly as robust and almost august.
And there you have Vivek Ramaswamy, one of the co-chairs of the Department of Government Efficiency.
I hear he's running for as governor of Ohio.
Yes, Vivek. He's floated it. I don't know if it's official yet, but to challenge. Trump did truth something out, I think,
Did
in
he?
that regard to challenge Mike DeWine. Trump not a big fan of the current governor of Ohio. There's Chairman of the Oversight Committee, James Comer, making his way in there. More members of Congress. House Democratic Leader Steny Hoyer. And to your point, Carla, it does not look like the members of Congress are with their spouses due to that limited seating. Looks like a lot of them are arriving solo here. Vivek Ramaswamy, Marjorie Taylor Greene,
Lots of red.
lots of red. Diana Harshbarger of Tennessee right there on your screen. One significant member of Congress that we are not going to be seeing here is former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
She's not coming.
From what I understand, yeah, she will not be attending. She's declined to come. Darrell Issa, California. Right there you can see Newt Gingrich, former Speaker of the House. It's a very good seat. Another significant no-show will be Michelle Obama, the former First Lady, not expected to attend, and former President Barack Obama will be in attendance. We haven't seen him arrive yet. There's Mike Turner, Congressman Mike Turner, recently removed from the House Intelligence Committee. That was a very interesting move that kind of got swept away in the news cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Foreign dignitaries will certainly be here, as we were talking earlier with Carla. This is a historic moment in this presidency or early presidency to have foreign dignitaries invited. We saw Javier Milei, the Argentinian president, in attendance, and we'll be keeping an eye out for others as well. This is a shot outdoors as people continue to file in. That looks like Tucker Carlson making his way in there.
Is that Rudy Giuliani?
It is Rudy.
Giuliani.
Going in. Oh, wow, fantastic. Well, look, I mean, we're seeing a parade of both left and right coming together. Big tech, which were the enemies of Donald Trump just a few short months ago. So hopefully this is, a united front, a healing moment. Donald Trump being inclusive. I think we're starting to see that, and hopefully leaving that behind when he starts his new term.
And that's joining us right now. That voice you're hearing is Angie Wong, a Miami GOP committee woman who's just joined our panel. Angie, it's great to have you on and to get your perspective. We're going to be talking to you a little bit later. We mentioned it earlier before you joined us about the big swings in different districts. And Miami was one of the biggest, most historic. And from what I understand, you had a pretty big part to play in that. So we'd like to
Wow.
get the notes out of your playbook on that.
Love to share.
In the meantime, we are still waiting President-elect Trump and President Biden to depart the White House after their meet and greet and tea ceremony, as well as the First Lady and First Lady-elect, and the VPs as well, the Vice Presidents also in their meeting. Right there on your left-hand side is the shot of the White House, where we'll be seeing those departures. We'll be keeping a close eye on those as we watch the feed there in the Capitol. And it does appear to be filling in, more and more people filling those seats. Sure, it will be a standing room only event.
It's very impressive how fast they changed everything, where they went from the outdoor to the indoor. Literally, as soon as he said it, they began taking down the scaffolding around the city.
Oh,
it was
yeah.
extraordinary how quickly they pivoted, and what a beautiful job they've done.
Yes, indeed. Right now, for as cold as it is here in Washington, we all experienced it coming in. It does look like it is a pretty sunny day, and so there's a silver lining in that. Folks are not having to dodge the rain. Jeff, you could weigh in here. What are we going to see? That looks like the White House with the beast. Who's going to be in that vehicle? Will that be President Trump, or I'm assuming it will be?
President Trump and President Biden as they ride together.
They're going to be riding together.
That is the tradition, is to ride together. Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan famously rode together in 1980. Didn't say a word to one another. I think Joe Biden has set a tone, right, when he said welcome home to Donald Trump.
Indeed.
That this will be much more convivial than 1980, and trying to set a tone, to turn a page and not let this be 2017. Donald Trump's the legitimately elected president, govern, and then Democrats can oppose when they see fit.
It is rather ironic, to your point, that Trump was not in attendance for Biden's.
Yes. Yeah, and it turning the page.
And yep, we're looking here at this live feed. When you look back at 2020 as well, we have to remember that was a historic time. COVID, the lockdowns. We were in the midst of lockdowns at that time. So if you go back and look at those photos, there weren't many people.
Unnecessary lockdowns, too.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think a lot of people might agree with that.
Fauci was just pardoned today. I don't even know if that's a thing before you've been charged with a crime.
And we will certainly be talking about that as the day continues to unfold. Right now, you can see some more members of Congress in your screen. It looks like Michael Whatley, RNC co-chair, along with, not in the feed, but the other co-chair, President-elect Donald Trump's daughter-in-law, Lara, who he has given much praise to for his election and sorting out a lot of the election irregularities that he often mentions. Top right of the screen there, you have one of your home state of Pennsylvania Congressman, Dan Muser.
There's Dan Muser and Chip Roy next to him.
Chip Roy,
Texas.
yep.
Folks at the
Capital One Arena. It is a live look at the Capital One Arena. Certainly not the rotunda. We went from the rotunda to the. They will be watching the inauguration from the jumbotron inside of the Capital One Arena, and it was all first come first serve. From some of the reports, people were filing outside since 8 p.m. last night, maybe even before that, to get in. People of all ages, young and old. It did not matter if you had a ticket for inauguration. This was all first come, first serve, so people were out there early. A lot of people came in from around the country, and the world really, for that matter, to watch the inauguration. And unfortunately, for weather reasons, perhaps security reasons, and they are still looking pretty excited. There's some energy in there.
celebrating.
It's celebrating.
New era of peace and prosperity.
Yes, indeed.
Well, they've been waiting 4 long years for this very moment. This is the very end of a very, very long election season. So, look, all of these guys, brought Donald Trump into office again. So it's their, victory as well.
Indeed, indeed.
I mean, this is not your father or grandfather's Republican Party, and I think Democrats were really surprised by Donald Trump's coalition and that it was so many non-white.
Sorry, Jeff. We're gonna cut to the feed here and watch the First Lady coming out here.
Do they ride separately from their husbands?
This might be a question for Jeff. What do you think they'll be talking about in that car ride?
I'm not sure if Jill Biden is verbose as Joe Biden is. One would hope that they're going to be talking about plans for redecorating the White House. Who I would love to be, a fly in that limousine wall.
I mean, according to reports, Melania Trump was not pleased about the raid that took place at Mar-a-Lago for those documents.
Can you imagine?
An invasion of privacy and
it was unprecedented.
Yes.
It had never happened in the history of our country. They went through her personal drawers, her closet, her son's closet. Yeah, it was really, I'm sorry to say, it was shameful.
Well, there's Anna Paulina wearing a tie. Good for her. That's her signature look these days.
Anna Paulina Luna, the Florida Congresswoman.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's
Susie
Wiles, Trump's incoming chief of staff.
Mm-hmm.
Is also in charge of his campaign, really.
I think talking to Miriam Adelson.
Miriam Adelson.
Sheldon's widow. She was very generous to President Trump during the campaign.
Any moment we will see the two presidents, President Joe Biden and President-elect Donald Trump, coming out and entering the beast, as they call it, the armored vehicle, to make their way to the Capitol. Looks like the door's opening now. And there you have the Vice President. Kamala Harris, Vice President-elect, J.D. Vance, making their way in.
Very well, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So, I guess, how difficult is it for Vice President Harris to have to, I guess, go through the motions of this day when she just had a hard-fought, hard-lost campaign of her own? Mike Johnson on the screen there as well, Speaker of the House.
To come up, 200,000 votes short of what would have been an electoral college victory just has to be extraordinarily painful. I mean, at the Jimmy Carter's funeral, I believe she and Donald Trump didn't speak. I think there's some hard feelings. One can only imagine, the gut punch she's feeling today. Yeah, I wonder what she and J.D. Vance had to say. Maybe some advice on being vice president to being overshadowed.
Vice President's certainly an interesting role, especially somebody who's played a leadership role in most of their lives in business. J.D. Vance, being the principal, being the senator, all the attention on him. Now you do have to sort of take a step back, especially when you're Vice President to Donald Trump.
It seems like the office of the vice presidency has returned to what it used to be. starting with Walter Mondale or even a George H.W. Bush, vice presidents had a more prominent role in the last 50 years. But I think what we've seen with both Kamala Harris and Mike Pence is that the vice presidents are very much in the background in a way that they really haven't been in the past 40 or 50 years. I suspect we're not going to hear a lot from Vice President Vance. I mean, he'll be busy behind the scenes, but President Trump kind of takes the limelight.
And interesting to note that 15 vice presidents went on to become president, 8 of which took office when the sitting president died. 6 were elected. So we'll see what the future holds for J.D. Vance.
And he's very young. It's like more like a fatherly, President Trump's like a father age to him. So I think that also is interesting in the dynamic, right?
An Eisenhower-Nixon kind of relationship. I mean, at this point, and he has 4 decades in the national limelight. And again, he ran for office in the Senate. He was it was rough because he's not a natural politician who's run for office his entire life. And so give him 4 years to kind of grow into the role. I mean, being not in the limelight is good for J.D. Vance. I mean, I think we saw that with Kamala Harris. She ran a really bad campaign in 2020. And in 24, she ran a surprisingly strong campaign compared to the candidate she was in 20.
It's true.
Yeah, and Vance, I think, can do the same thing, perhaps. You can really grow as vice president. Not all vice presidents do, but if you're a quick study, and I suspect no one doubts J.D. Vance's smarts.
He's very bright.
Yes.
Yeah, look at how he's grown just since he was announced to now. When he was on the campaign trail, he got stronger and stronger. I saw the growth.
Even much better than when he ran for the Ohio Senate. That was,
certainly.
You could tell it was his first run for public office.
Yeah. Do you think he will be like a Mike Pence?
It looks like the two presidents are coming out right now. President-elect, looks like Senator Amy Klobuchar there taking center stage, at least for a moment.
With all that wind, it seems Melania had a good idea to put her hair up and put a hat on.
What did he say there? He said something to the press.
Joe Biden?
No, Donald Trump mentioned something. I think the press was shouting some questions, last-minute questions to him.
Really interesting. Senator Klobuchar there is taking the ride along with him. We didn't see that with the other 2 motorcades.
Maybe that was at Joe Biden's request?
Perhaps. And one thing, I mean, it is cold. Who knows what was talked about, but nobody seemed too jovial on the walk back in there. So we'll wonder if there's a microphone that we could tap into.
That would be incredible to hear what's being talked about in this very, very short ride from the White House to the Capitol. But it's still probably the longest ride for these 2 gentlemen, right?
25 years from now, we're all going to be reading Amy Klobuchar's memoir. I was turning to that page.
Is she a chaperone or a witness?
Yes.
That's incredible.
Keeping the peace.
Yes. She'll get a Peace Prize for that car ride. Oh, fantastic. Well, is that John Fetterman wearing a hoodie?
Oh my goodness gracious. Staying true to form. Carhartt.
Oh no. I wonder if he gets sponsored.
I was just going to say. Some product placement.
He was wearing those as lieutenant governor in Pennsylvania as well, where he showed up 1/3 of the time to work. He's my senator, yes.
And this is the president's motorcade right here. President Trump and President Biden making their way down Pennsylvania Avenue in this historic moment, watching it unfold. We're just less than an hour and a half away of President Trump taking office.
What an incredible moment.
Incredible.
Even with all the pomp and pageantry, I don't think we'll ever get sick of watching this.
No.
And look at the crowds forming on the streets. When I was coming to the studio today, they had crowds outside, ready to go.
To your point, it sounds like you can hear them here from the feed, from the street.
And seeing the motorcade go by at night is also extraordinary because there are so many these special motorcycles that run ahead of the actual motorcade. It takes minutes to go by. There's so many vehicles.
Yeah, security is just been heightened.
Yes. But it does show the power of the United States government.
In 1945, Harry Truman was living in Blair House because they were refurbishing the White House. And just to give you a sense of the difference, he was nearly assassinated by Puerto Rican nationalists. He had almost literally no Secret Service protection. Just by happenstance, they missed. It is just the amount of necessary security in the past 75 years. But as recently as World War II, presidents would walk almost unguarded at particular times.
It's incredible. Yeah, we were just hearing, I think it was on this show, that they were staying at the Blair House only because of security, right? Normally, President Trump would, I would imagine, stay at his own golf club where he's comfortable, but because of security and everything that's been heightened, he had to stay at the Blair House, as is tradition as well.
And reading the memoirs of the early presidents, people could just walk into the White House and say, I want to see the president. Can you imagine? No appointment, you just walk in. And they would open the house for certain parties and just anyone could come in. It was extraordinary, the openness before the security threats.
Yeah, Harry Truman talked about the White House as the world's most expensive prison. Because, in a lot of presidents, they very much blanch at being kind of disconnected. And that's really Donald Trump's kind of political gift, is that he's wealthy and powerful, but somehow he's able to keep his pulse on the American public in a way that other political elites just aren't able to do.
I think there's a common man within him that lives within him that makes him very feel in tune with the people and at home with the people that say build buildings and his construction teams and things. I think he feels a real affinity for those people. But when I was ambassador to Denmark, they told me that my predecessors before, say, the 80s, you could just walk into the embassy and say, I want to see the ambassador, and anyone could have access. It wasn't hardened. It was really only after 9/11 that it hardened, and then you had to go through, security like you would to see a president. Yeah. So it's been a gradual hardening of all of these access points. It's a shame to lose that openness.
Indeed.
Yeah, the American embassies in any large city in the world, they're gated. It is necessary, but it's just not the best public diplomacy that we can offer.
And that's every country's embassy. They all are hardened now. Yeah.
That looks like the motorcade passing the J. Edgar Hoover FBI building, the Department of Justice. On the left side of your screen, out of picture.
Well, that's quite telling, because that's probably one of the first departments that's going to get it completely revamped as of, 12:01 today.
I'm sure that is on the high priority list.
Yes.
Or when Kash Patel gets in there
yes,
to
that's right.
Reorganize. I don't think he's had his hearings yet.
No.
They've been delayed, right, for a little bit.
So many people that were in town for the actual inauguration ceremonies on the National Mall, unable to attend, obviously, because of the shift indoors. You can see many people lining up in the streets trying to get a view, and you can hear them cheering on the president and just trying to make something of the day.
Mm-hmm. And they're not leaving. They just want to be close to what's happening, and they're so excited.
Yeah, there was supposed to be over 200,000 people flown in, and as soon as they landed, we're a little bit disappointed that they're not going to be on the mall today, but I'm sure they're going to have plenty of President Trump moments over the next few hours.
And I would think that this whole event is very good for the Washington, D.C. economy and the surrounding town's economy because of so many visitors coming from outside. Now they'll be in restaurants rather than on the mall.
This image right here that was just on the screen gives you an idea of the security that has gone into this. Walking into our building here, which is just across from the Capitol today, Couldn't even walk down Pennsylvania Ave where you can see all of the fences, multiple layers of fencing, different checkpoints and the magnets that search for weapons and different things like that. So, yeah, it's quite a perimeter that's been expanded. And there's one gate right there as they pass through.
Now, in previous inaugurations, has security been this tight, or do you think it's been more heightened because of President Trump?
I would have to say, just based on this inauguration, the security checkpoint that we got initially, it expanded 2 days ago. So with that said, I would surely say with the 2 assassination attempts, the political discourse in the country and different forms of threats, other adversaries becoming more advanced in their technology with drones and whatnot, that this is probably the most secure inauguration in American history.
Although there were, 8 years ago, many fences that are up today were up at that time in the first inauguration, and there were people burning cars nearby me as I was going to events. So there were, kind of black bloc Antifa type people that were out and about trying to make trouble, but it was a similar difficult path to get around town as now with the gates and things, the access.
One suspects this is the new normal.
Yes.
The National Guard,
Yeah.
closing off roads the last couple of days. We're not going to have, this is what inaugurations are going to look like. I imagine if I were Washingtonian, I might flee the district every
agree.
inauguration. Rent your place out on Verbo.
Right?
In Mar-a-Lago, as the press has been descending upon Palm Beach, because it's what's been dubbed the Winter White House, security there has certainly been upgraded from previous years as well, where they shut down the road. I did read a report that they may have just opened that up, the road that goes right across the front. I believe it's A1A, but that was shut down for a couple of months since the election took place.
You had to go across a bridge and around
And
to West Palm Beach to get there. That's correct.
Yep.
I noticed how professional all the National Guard, the police officers, and the sheriffs were as I was coming here. They were all helpful, but there was a robust presence. There are so many military and, peace officers in town. I don't know that they're all local. I would think that some of them come from outside.
Yeah.
So many.
Miami had sent over 200 officers up here, and I suspect other cities had as well.
How
all
exciting.
volunteer.
Yeah.
Well, they're
wow.
excited as well. I
Yeah.
mean, Donald Trump is the pro-police president, so they were very excited to receive that trip, and they're manning our streets today.
And so, from what I understand, there will be some ceremonies as the president makes his way inside of the Capitol. He will not be coming out right away. There will be the president's own played by the United States Marine Band. We will see that. And the call to order, this might now make a little bit more sense why we saw Senator Klobuchar. She will be doing the call to order once we get inside there. And then Trump will arrive in the rotunda. Vance will be introduced. The vice president will actually be sweared in before the president, and we will see that. And as you can see right now, they are getting ready. There's President Biden in the background on the small box to the left, now making his way in. The two presidents.
He is this close to becoming the 47th president of the United States. He's taking his final steps in. He must be so excited. He's been waiting for this a very, very long time.
8 years.
Same with his fans. We're all excited for him.
4 years, I should say, 4 years.
The mic was able to pick up President Trump just a bit there, saying good morning to some of the law enforcement officials there. Elon Musk and the CEO of Google.
Wow.
Exchanging what appears to be pleasantries.
President Trump's even brought Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos together. I saw them shake each other's hands last night. So he is absolutely a peacemaker, and he loves to bring people together. He is not a divider, he is a uniter.
It's interesting as they're rivals in space as well.
They are
and
indeed.
business.
Right.
Good morning, Mr. Vice President. How do you feel?
And space will be on the agenda for this new president. That is one of, I think that's going to be one of his pillars of the next presidency. He's already been making big moves in Florida, opening another spaceport. So we're excited to see the next generation of space and exploration.
And President Trump created Space Force.
That's correct.
And because we understand that the war is also being fought in space right now.
Right. And I'm so happy to have that new blood in that they understand what that means and to advance it. Because that's certainly my children's language, right? So we definitely need to have more investments in that area.
For those of you space lovers, Trump has perhaps alluded to in different interviews and in different settings that he may release some files about UFOs.
Oh.
So we'll stay tuned for that.
Do you think that's within the first 200 executive orders that comes out?
He will be releasing, I think he mentioned it in his speech yesterday at Capitol One, the files related to the assassinations of JFK, RFK, and JFK, RFK, and there was another one there as well, Martin Luther King Jr. Yeah, yep. So that will be fascinating to watch.
There's the cabinet entering.
There's the cabinet here. Pam Bondi, Doug Burgum.
Brooke Rollins.
Brooke Rollins, yeah. Agriculture.
Commerce, right?
Donald Trump very much knows how to
RFK
maintain the
Jr.
public interest
Yes.
and appeal to the things that people are still interested in John Kennedy's assassination.
Sean Duffy, transportation.
Saw RFK Jr. in there. Speaking of RFK's files.
Governor Kristi Noem,
Yeah.
Homeland.
Homeland Security Secretary.
There's SBA.
Yep. Kelly Loeffler.
And Lee Zeldin.
Yep.
EPA. John Ratcliffe, CIA. Kash Patel, FBI.
Now, do you think Vivek will stay in Doge now that he's going to be running for...
No, it was announced he's stepping back.
Oh, he is going to step back, yeah. I was wondering if he was... Got to multitask there. Which he can. That man's a genius.
Sure, he'll still have input in one way or another.
So that's Kevin Hassett with the light tie there, the bright tie. He was the former economic advisor. Now he's still working in the economy for President Trump in this administration. There's Marco Rubio.
Sundar Pichai of Google looks like in the lineup there with all the cabinet officials.
Stands out a little bit, doesn't it? Maybe he'll be appointed to something. Maybe
Perhaps
this is a preview. That'll be stunning.
Or we need him to run Google too, right?
Well, you know, Google has a lot of government contracts, right? So it wouldn't surprise me if he was offered something, or at least a partnership.
Dana White right there, good longtime friend of President-elect Trump. The Italian Prime Minister, President there, as
Giorgia
well as
Meloni.
Yep, as well as the Argentinian, Javier Milei. So, Carla, before we have to cut to the next big
Yes.
thing. Talk to us about the appointment, the confirmation process.
Right. So when you're nominated, which he's done for his cabinet officials, you begin to be briefed in preparation for your Senate testimony. And you have a Sherpa, someone that takes you, gets you educated on your area that you're going to be focused on, if you don't have a security clearance, at the non-security clearance level, and then they take you to meet the senators you need to see to get confirmed, because they're going to be voting up or down, and then you have your hearing, and then you have to be voted out of committee, and then you're voted.
Former Vice President Mike Pence on
And
the
I'm
screen.
glad he's there. That's a good sign.
Yep.
We want unity in our country, and certainly in the Republican Party.
That's a pretty strong message that he's attending.
I agree. And I was happy to see them shake hands at the cathedral about a week ago, at the funeral for Jimmy Carter.
Jimmy Carter, yep.
The former ambassador to the UK for President Trump right there, Woody Johnson.
So, Jeff, talk to us about the history of inauguration addresses.
If we go back, most inaugural addresses are forgettable. We think about, William Henry Harrison, who gave his inaugural address in the driving rain and cold and then died a month later. So we remember the culmination of that. We think about John Kennedy, probably the most famous inaugural address. I mean, the whole point is to set the tone of the next 4 years. Generally, presidents don't rise to that task, or at least their speechwriters don't. Ronald Reagan did. 2017, I think, Donald Trump's speech, I think, set a tone of, combativeness for his administration. So we'll see if he can reach some rhetorical heights that others have reached in the past.
And then there was also the official photo that is part of the new president taking office that we'll be seeing in various places, including on subway tickets here in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, it's interesting how there's all kinds of kind of very contemporary ways in which we kind of make emblematic this inauguration. We're going to be seeing that photo on social media and in government offices quite a bit over the next few weeks.
And there is the official portrait of J.D. Vance and former President Trump prior to, side by side. That is a interesting look on his face, somewhat reminiscent of another famous photo that he took. He's going to be looking over every single agency, it looks like, with a very intent, and keen, watchful eye.
It sets a tone. It certainly stands out from predecessors.
Former President Bill Clinton and Hillary walking in. Certainly have their poker faces on. Joining us now back at the table is Carrie Sheffield and Josh Lafazan. We also are seeing right now former President George W. Bush and his wife, Laura. Really fascinating to see George W. Bush. You didn't see him much involved during the Obama, his successor's administration. He really took that, I guess, taking a step back from his role, which, and President Biden did say that he will be out of sight, out of mind, but we'll see what actually happens. President Barack Obama, no Michelle. That's pretty significant that he's walking in there solo. Yeah, certainly different feel when they walk in solo without the First Lady with them, former First Lady.
Mr. Steve Whitcomb.
The world still wants to know what they said to each other at the funeral with Barack Obama and Trump. They seemed like they were quite jovial with each other.
Indeed. And there was really no interaction. Interesting, as somebody pointed that out earlier, between Vice President Kamala Harris and Trump. Yet Barack Obama and Trump seem to be quite communicative. There's Tim Cook of Apple.
I mean, arguably, Barack Obama helped to create Donald Trump when he had that famous White House Correspondents' Dinner where he mocked Trump, and Trump just sat there glowering, and he said, "This is a man who will never be president." And Trump obviously has gotten the last laugh here.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, without Obama, I don't think there is a Trump. I mean, being a celebrity candidate is something that Obama, I think, kind of took to a new height. And I don't think you would have a Donald Trump as president without Barack Obama beforehand.
Yeah, I remember John McCain cut an ad attacking Obama as the biggest celebrity in the world. It was Obama with a big crowd size, and McCain was trying to say that, oh, he can talk well, but he's just a little fluffy, rhetorician. He doesn't have substance, and he's the biggest celebrity in the world. And I remember Donald Trump said about that McCain ad, he said, I thought it was a compliment. I thought he was saying this is a man who can clearly touch the hearts of people, and so he clearly was inspired by it to some degree as a celebrity candidate.
And I'll tell you, if you watch the screen now and you see Tim Cook, you see Jeff Bezos, you see Sundar Pichai, you see Sam Altman, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, you see all of these captains of industry. This would not have been possible in 2017. So Trump's raised the most money in his inaugural committee in presidential history. Clearly there's been a reckoning from corporate America that President Trump is not only here to stay, but that because he won a majority of the popular vote, that the American people won't have such vehement pushback from these companies if they support him. So many of these CEOs don't want their companies to get left behind. They don't want to get left out of government contracts. They don't want to get on the bad side of Donald Trump, who keeps a list in his mind of who's naughty and who's nice. But the seismic shift in the vibe of these CEOs coming to participate in the inauguration, 8 years has felt like 800.
Indeed. And right now you're getting a live look right there inside of the Capitol, where the feed was pointing at the cabinet picks there. Right now, Entity's Iris Tao is on top of the rooftop here, overlooking the Capitol. Iris, tell us, what are you making of all of this? You've been on the campaign trail following both President Trump in this long endeavor and previously at the White House following President Biden.
Right, so this is definitely a very historic moment, as we just saw that Biden's rode in the same car with Trump's all the way from the White House to the Capitol, which is a symbol of the peaceful transfer of power. We have heard Biden talking about how he wants to ensure a smooth transition, while Trump later complaining that it was not smooth, as the legal battles that he was still going through actually did not stop after he won the election. So this is a moment where we see the power transfers to Trump, and now he takes control over not only, of course, the White House, but also the DOJ potentially will have more influence over the prosecutions against now whoever he would have to want to investigate as well. And right now, as we are waiting for Trump's inaugural ceremony to start, we do have more information about what he said to talk about
Right now,
and
Iris,
get
we
done
just saw the
today.
Supreme
Well,
Court
according to
justices
excerpts-
filing in. Right there, the Chief Justice John
Right, according
Roberts,
to
followed by
experts
Brett
of
Kavanaugh.
Trump- And according to excerpts of Trump's speech that we saw earlier, actually Trump's main theme today, that he will call for a revolution of common sense in his inaugural address. He will say, quote, "A tide of change is sweeping the country," adding that his message to Americans today is that it is time for us to, quote, "once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization." And his advisor, Jason Miller, told me yesterday that another theme of his speech today will be about America's new golden age. And we will expect to see his executive orders rolling out today on the border, the energy, as well as cutting red tape in the federal government. And just earlier today, actually, Trump's aides held a press call with reporters detailing his actions to come when it comes to the border. And those include, for example, that he's going to propose to end birthright citizenship for illegal immigrants, which will be a controversial move to some. He's also going to declare a national emergency on the border situation, as well as end the catch and release policy and restore the stay in Mexico policy that he had during his first term. So a lot of actions coming up today on the border. But another thing that he's already hinted at is that he will issue major pardons for January 6th defendants, potentially right at the Capital One Arena, where he's set to go after his stay here at the Capitol to attend the alternative version of the inaugural parade inside the arena. So a lot of things happening both inside the Capitol right there and inside the arena, where Trump will join the big crowd waiting for him right now, potentially watching from the big TV screens right there, waiting for Trump to give his speech and get sworn in and, of course, become the 47th president of the United States in just a few moments. Back to you.
A lot of really good information there coming from NTD's Iris Tao. One point she was making about that, the January 6th pardons or potential pardons, there's still a question as to whether or not it will be all of the folks that were involved in that or just the so-called non-violent offenders. There are some violent ones that the question remains as to why they were violent. Were they provoked by agent provocateurs? Were there other things that caused them to be violent? So we did see that some people close to the Trump team saying that it will be done on a case-by-case basis. So we are certainly going to watch and see how that plays out. Right now on your screen, you're seeing the Trump family filing in here: Don Jr., Ivanka, Tiffany, and Eric, and then of course the young Baron. He's probably the tallest out of all of them.
He's got the tallest mother, so.
Yeah. And interesting, if you see the Supreme Court as they came out sequentially, it was not based on seniority. It was Chief Justice Roberts and then it was Brett Kavanaugh, who I believe they specifically chose to swear in J.D. Vance as part of the symbolism. They looked at the Kavanaugh hearings as over the top and the attempt by many on the left to smear him. And I feel that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump felt the same way about their campaign. So the symbolism of having Brett Kavanaugh swear in J.D. Vance, I think, is important, and it's why you see the newest justice, or one of the newest justices, at the front of the line.
It is a very interesting point. Usha Vance, J.D.'s wife, actually clerked for Brett Kavanaugh as well. And as we see the Supreme Court justices filing in, it reminds you that 3 out of those 9 were actually appointed by former President Trump, and with another 4 years in office, he has a chance to leave another serious mark on the nation's highest court.
What's your read as a historian from what Iris was mentioning in the reports we've heard about the birthright citizenship question? Is this something, I haven't read the language, so I don't know exactly what Trump is wanting to do in the executive order, but obviously he's swearing to uphold the Constitution, which has language about this.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think this is very typical Donald Trump in that, look, he made campaign promises, and he promises to be very vigorous and aggressive. I think that the 14th Amendment of the Constitution is quite clear that, those who were born on American soil are citizens. But this is going to go to the courts, right? So he's going to sign this executive action. It will be immediately challenged in the courts, and then the Supreme Court's ultimately going to be the ultimate kind of decider on that. But this is going to cause significant controversy, and it might be one of those things politically smart for Donald Trump. You'll have Democrats kind of looking at the birdie on the side, right, arguing about this, which is going to be decided in the courts. Meanwhile, Trump will be moving on to more substantive issues.
Do you think it's a tactic for him to draw attention to this issue? Because a lot of maybe people aren't aware that this is part of the Constitution, and to say that he wants to bring pressure to bear to say, let's put a constitutional amendment to repeal that?
It could very well be. I mean, that's a great point. I think there's a lot of people who don't understand the vagaries of the 14th Amendment, right? And what birthright citizenship means, or have they even heard the term? And perhaps there is a popular groundswell for a constitutional amendment. It's so difficult to pass one. I doubt it, but I think it's going to satisfy his base. It'll give Democrats and kind of left-leaning media something to kind of argue about, and he's going to move on to other issues that are more substantive. I mean, this is his tried and true, quite effective kind of tactic. I wonder if Democrats are going to fall for it again. Sometimes I feel like I'm watching a Bugs Bunny cartoon or the Roadrunner and Coyote. Do you get that feeling?
I do. He's able to goad Democrats into these fights that are politically unpopular. And what Trump understands is that in the modern era of politics, sometimes the fight is more important than the end result. Sometimes the fight is more important than actually whether you win or lose the fight. And so when I look at Trump, if you look at the Capital One Arena, there's a desk set up at the Capital One Arena. So I cannot remember, and I'm 30, so I haven't been around that long, but I can't remember a president in my lifetime signing an executive order on the day he takes office at a rally, because Trump understands the optics of that executive order. And whether or not they go to the courts in their past, the optics, nobody has mastered optics like Donald Trump, I think, in political memory.
P.T. Barnum. And I don't mean that derisively. Mm-hmm. People remember that, yes, and they think that's bold action, what they voted for. And I think a lot of highly educated liberals kind of scoff at that. But how people feel about their president acting matters as much, not as much as the substance, but it also matters.
Oh, especially in the age of television. I mean, that's what with the advent of TV, the legendary debate between JFK, people who saw the debate between Richard Nixon and JFK, who watched it on TV, said that JFK won, but people listening on the radio said that Nixon won because of the visual, that Nixon looked pale and sweaty and angry and nervous, and JFK looked youthful, rested, energetic. And ever since that era, you're the historian here, the power of TV is incredible, and Trump understands that, which is something interesting because people have attacked Trump's nominees for cabinet. Some of them are coming over from Fox News from a TV career, but that's where Trump made a lot of his money, was in TV. And that's where Ronald Reagan came out of as an actor. And so understanding, in some ways Trump is channeling Ronald Reagan, that the most effective communicators, the people who have mastered the art of TV, are the ones who will get the people behind them. And so you have the swamp creatures who maybe they know the inner workings of bureaucracy better, but if you have a better communicator, then that is who the leader. And I think that's he's trusting his instincts more by choosing people who are actually more like him in that respect.
We're actually going to bring our attention now to the screen here and tap into the feed where the pre-ceremonies have been truncated a bit so that the president can be sworn in on time. We've just seen Vice President Mike Pence and former President Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton.
The United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush.
Steve, let's not overlook the importance of this visual. Democrat and Bill Clinton, Republican and George W. Bush, Democrat and Barack Obama. The idea that the peaceful transfer of power is something we take for granted, it was an invention of this country and this country alone. And so for people watching at home, to see Democrats and Republicans, to see Hillary Clinton, who lost to Donald Trump, and so did Kamala Harris, standing there And to see Joe Biden, who, beat Donald Trump and now is this visual, the peaceful transfer of power. Politics is cyclical, but what must stay forever is the honor and the fidelity that we have to our institutions. So it might look small, but this is an enormous moment that the world is watching.
Well, what pains me is I wish George W. Bush was more sympathetic to Trump and advised him better and was, this is his party. If you are a former Republican president, this is an incoming and former Republican president. To me, it's like, I like chocolate ice cream, I like vanilla ice cream. I can like George W. Bush, I can like Trump, and I wish that George W. Bush would be more willing to work with Trump instead of just dismiss him.
He stayed consistently in the background since he's left the White House. I mean,
but he's not. He does say things against Trump.
Yes,
and he makes actions that are overtly anti-Trump. So I agree, it's not often, but it's enough that we all know that he doesn't want to work with Trump.
Yes.
And that's Dana White behind Laura Bush, the president and CEO of the UFC, which I think is so not an accident. And I think that as you see the Chief Justice and the Supreme Court walk in, the amount of influencers that are present I saw Jake and Logan Paul in the audience. You see Dana White. You see Conor McGregor, the UFC fighter. The fact that there are influences here, probably for the first time in an inauguration where you have influencers, we may think it's silly, but it speaks to the fact that Donald Trump has found vehicles to reach the American people. How many voters voted for the first time who listened to Trump on Joe Rogan, or heard him on Theo Von, or Busted with the Boys from Barstool Sports? This is a completely new alternative media ecosystem, and Trump is saying, I heard you, you helped me get elected, thank you, and let me put you on display.
The vibe on college campuses as a professor in 1620 versus 24, Donald Trump was not popular with young people until the 24 election, and it was almost unrecognizable. And it's through UFC and streaming
TikTok.
on Twitch. And he is popular with not a small number of the 20 to 30 sets in a way that it just wouldn't have guessed.
I think especially young men, because you're seeing a divergence even more pronounced among young men becoming even more conservative than young women. Although working for the nation's largest conservative women's group, we are seeing positive trends for us as well. And I think to your point, though, on the UFC presence, that's one thing I tell my friends who are very liberal and they can't stand Trump and they get triggered by him. I actually tell them, I say, go watch WWE. Go watch some of these shows, because they never watch them. They think it's a very lowbrow. They don't understand the entertainment value of it. They don't understand the narrative of the man in the arena, because that's who Trump is. Trump is, he spent a lot of time as a WWE, I mean, he's very close with Linda McMahon, who was the co-founder of it. Yeah. She's now in his cabinet. I used to work for her at American First Policy Institute. She built this multi-billion-dollar empire with her husband from the ground up on this entertainment with Trump as a central figure of it. And so for the liberal elite, so-called, who do not consume these products, I tell them to go watch it and they'll understand Trump more, because so much of what Trump does, the theatrics and the arena, all of it, it's almost a direct playbook out of WWE.
That's right. And you see Barron Trump there, who might be an NBA player at the rate he's growing in terms of his height. But it's interesting, if you listen to Trump's insider group, Barron, being a young person, Trump is going to be the oldest president ever. How did Trump figure out how to reach the youngest Americans? Barron was instrumental in a way that many of his other kids weren't in helping him reach these young groups of voters. And so I think it's interesting, as you see Ivanka take a step back, I think over the next 4 years, you're going to see Barron take a step in.
When Barack Obama won, Democrats seemed to think that they had a hammerlock on how to appeal to young voters and elections of the future. And a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump cleaned the Democrats' clock when it came to running what was a very modern campaign. And I wonder if Democrats have fully come to terms with that and are willing to kind of adopt some of these strategies. because the highly educated liberals who kind of are the guts of the Democratic Party, you're totally correct. I mean, do they watch professional wrestling? I mean, I've never seen an episode of The Apprentice, but I understand that I am an outlier in that regard. And I think there's a large part of the liberal intelligentsia that doesn't understand. They don't know what they don't know.
Well, yeah, because the Hollywood bubble is so detached from the entertainment of the WWE world, of these alternative blogs and podcasts that you're talking about. It's like almost two cultural Americas that are so different. And in Kamala Harris's case, didn't look good. She had to buy their influence. She had to pay Beyonce. She had to write a big fat check to Oprah to support them, and it didn't really do much because it wasn't authentic. And I think that's what the difference, like Donald Trump's supporters, like as NTD's reporting, they'll sleep in a sleeping bag in 12-degree weather at 1 a.m. because they adore him. I don't think anybody would do that for Kamala Harris.
Well, can I make the point, and it's revisionist history and hindsight is 2020, but the confluence of Biden deciding to step down too late, of there being no primary for Kamala. I was on your program, Steve, this was over the summer, and I said, and I got some flack for it, I said, if we anoint Kamala without an open convention, it's going to come back to haunt us. Because as I spoke to voters, Republicans, Democrats, they said, well, she got no votes. Right, this is somebody who ran in the Democratic primary for president, had to drop out before the Iowa caucus, didn't get an electoral vote. You've just anointed her, and all the criticisms you've had of the vice president over the last years are now gone, and now she is the, the beacon of the Democratic Party. It hurt us.
And Mr. Emhoff, the Republican staff director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner, the Senate Secretary for the Minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick, the House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jill Biden and Mr. Douglas Emhoff. Ladies and gentlemen, performing "Oh America," please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio.
Right now you see the opera singer singing as President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, for just a few more short moments in those roles, are making their way inside.
Imagine being in the
This
rotunda.
is Chris Macchio singing "Oh America."
He sang for President Trump when he was the elected but not sworn in yet president, and Elon Musk down at Mar-a-Lago for a group of us with AFPI just a few months ago.
Remarkable voice.
Yes.
Really.
Fellow Long Islander.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Is he well known? I'm sure.
Oh yeah. We're having a strong showing.
J.D. Vance there. The Vice President-elect. His Vice President-elect J.D. Vance's swearing in will be prior to President President-elect Trump's.
Can I say, as we listen to Chris's beautiful voice, any singer or performer who was attacked by the left for performing, those people need to go outside and touch some grass, right? Carrie Underwood got backlash for performing. No one gave backlash to Stevie Wonder or John Legend or Mary J. Blige or the cacophony of performers in 2009.
And to your point, Carrie Underwood will be opening for the president before he takes the oath of
Correct.
office.
This is a ceremony. You see Republicans and Democrats there. Yes, it's a Republican presidential candidate who won. It's an American tradition, and so any American who doesn't understand that, just take a walk.
The acoustics in that room must be incredible.
Right? Tough. Very tough.
Can you imagine
the echo.
Yes.
Right now here you see the Senate Minority Leader, Chuck Schumer, making his way in.
And Steve Scalise.
And Steve Scalise, and the Speaker.
Who just survived his re-election, so he's looking happier than he was 2 weeks ago.
Much stronger.
Looks relieved.
Yeah, that smile, I didn't see that smile 2 weeks ago.
No, you didn't.
Jackie Barber, the clerk
Not
of
that
the
building,
House
at
of
least.
Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinshaw Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise.
There he is, Mr. 47.
President Trump, President-elect Donald J. Trump, stepping in, walking down the hall right here.
He's got his fight
Yeah,
face
I was
on.
going to say,
that's going to be his look for all of the inauguration ceremonies.
He'll whip out the dance moves at the Capital One Arena.
You think he's going to do the Trump dance?
The Village people are not going to be here. They may be there again.
Certainly all business.
Yes, he's coming back as a conquering hero.
Yes.
They tried to take him out by any legal and illegal means possible, tried to kill him twice, and here he is, about to save the country and in the same way save the world from the chaos and war. He's going to be uniting us, bringing peace and prosperity, leading as the shining city on the hill in the United States of America, bringing us back into our North Star, where we lead on freedom in the world.
Melania just making her way in. She'll be holding the Bible for her husband, Donald Trump. 2 Bibles, actually, one of them being the Lincoln and the childhood Bible of Donald Trump.
Beautiful.
The same Bible that Donald Trump's mother gave him upon his graduation in Queens, New York, when he graduated high school. He's a Queens boy, we forget that. But he did come from interesting beginnings to be here today.
Right there on the right-hand side, you see a live feed into the Capital One Arena, where President Trump will be making his way after being sworn in.
Ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural
And they could have filled it 10 times.
Indeed.
House Democratic leader.
They'll be watching it on the Jumbotron there, the big screen.
That's good. Good experience.
Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan.
20,000 lucky people,
yes,
as you said. Still can't get over those paintings inside of the Capitol. Really beautiful. Originals, too.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland. Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway. Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune. And the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries. House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise. Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson. Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer. Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer. And Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th Presidential Inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the inaugural ceremony committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders, elevated by the will of the people, promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit, despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years
There are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance to the same.
And allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the presidential oath of office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural. And very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states. And the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We're going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. and we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation. And right now, our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We're going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again. including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
We're looking into the Capitol Rotunda where President Trump, now making our lives a lot easier, he's no longer former president or president-elect, he is now the president, has taken office. And we are just waiting here for Carrie Underwood. We're going to listen in.
For amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, We believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring from the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire. Let freedom ring from the mighty mountains of New York. Let freedom ring from the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania. Let freedom ring from the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado. Let freedom ring from the curvaceous hilltops of California. But God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead, and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, o'er the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose blood stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight of the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets had gleamed, the bombs bursting in earth gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sailors that sang us the
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
There you have it, folks. The 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump, just taking the oath of office. And right now, the presidential party is filing out. And they're going to be making their way back up Pennsylvania Avenue, perhaps to the Capital One Arena shortly. You're also going to see President Biden departing. We're going to bring you that. Marine One, the chopper, will be taking him away, and now it's a new term. President Trump and J.D. Vance. Carla, a lot of things were talked about in his speech. Many things to note. He talked about the opening line, "The golden age of America starts now." He talked about the weaponization of the Department of Justice stopping now, and the balance of the judicial system coming back to the center. A few other things. He acknowledged Martin Luther King Day, which is today. as well. He talked about energy, unleashing American energy, law and order, that there will only be 2 genders when he talked about some of the executive orders. What do you make of this speech? It wasn't one of his longest, but it was certainly packed with policy.
Packed with policy. I think it says America's back. We're reverting to our mean of good policy, common sense policy that most Americans have been really pining for. Our country's been going in a bad direction for quite a while, so I think it's a relief to most of us. Unless you're a social justice warrior, this is a great day for America. And even if you are, you're going to have more money in your pocket, so it's a great day for you too. He's a uniter, not a divider. The golden age is really starting today.
And we are getting reports that he will be signing executive orders in a signing room at the Capitol before he goes to the arena, where, Josh, you were telling us that the desk is already set up for him to sign even more at the arena.
Yet nobody understands optics like President Trump, 45th and now 47th president, no longer president-elect. The optics of him signing an executive order where he says, promises made, promises kept. I think he'll be the first president maybe ever to do a live signing on the day of the inauguration in front of a group. But again, what matters to President Trump is the optics that his supporters and the people who voted for him will see that he is following through on his campaign promise. And when you look at the 200 plus executive orders that are coming down, whether it's executive orders on energy, on gender, on the military, on inflation and the economy, promises made, promises kept will be the motif of today. But nobody does optics like President Trump.
As well as the transparency. I mean, he's doing this with all the crowds watching him, right? For the first time, we're going to actually see how the sausage is made. We're going to see all the nuts and bolts of government, and he really is including everybody in doing so. And
so, Angie, one thing I wanted to get your thoughts on, one of the things that he talked about was border policy and how Remain in Mexico will be reinstated.
That's right.
And designating cartels as foreign terrorists.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to us about what you think this restructuring of border policy is going to mean.
Right. President Trump is now, he is the border czar, along with Tom Homan. That was his #1 promise to Americans and why he got elected. He made sure to make sure that Americans knew this was our #1 issue, our #1 crisis of the day, are these open borders. And notably missing here was Tom Homan. He's at work right now. Some reports say that he is in Chicago looking to start busting open doors and rescuing the children, the 300,000 children that have crossed over here illegally, and saving them. Because, look, the children and the illegal migrants have crossed over. We just haven't kept track of the kids because they have no digital footprint, right? They don't have cell phones and credit cards the same way the adults do. So it's going to take every American to go find these missing kids and bringing them back to their families.
Yep, Tom Homan's certainly been chomping at the bit to get to work. He's been talking about that leading up to today. Carla, there was only one other country outside of Panama, but in relation to Panama, that was mentioned, and that was China. And the president's concerned that China is, flexing their influence in Central and South America, specifically with the Panama Canal. How big of an issue is this in your mind?
It's a huge issue. There's a giant port that just opened in South America, and Xi himself went down there, I think it was in November. So we have not been taking care of our neighborhood. I'll just say that. There's a Wilson doctrine. We're supposed to be controlling what's going on in our hemisphere. There's been a lack of attention. So I'm excited that President Trump is turning his attention. Anywhere the United States is neglecting, bad actors will go in because they abhor a vacuum, right? But I'm also excited about the fact that he declared a national emergency on energy. And what that does is it gives him extraordinary powers to make things happen as the U.S. president.
And right now, if you see on your screen here on the left-hand side, that is the departure that is going to be taking place. President Biden, former President Biden now. It's going to take a little moment to get used to. He'll be making his way to Joint Base Andrews, and from that point, we're hearing that he may be making his final address and heading off to some sort of vacation on the West Coast in California, where, ironically enough, that will be the first stop outside of D.C. that the President, Trump, will be making out in California to inspect the fires, the devastating fires that took place out there. Josh, you know, one thing that was notable in this speech is the president mentioned faith quite a bit. He mentioned God 4 times, faith a few times, and religion as well. Talk to us about how you processed his talking about his faith in God.
Sure. So, from a couple different standpoints. First, America is more secular than it's ever been. And while I champion freedom of religion, and freedom of religion means to worship any God of your choosing or no God at all, I don't think it's a great thing. I think religion is grounding for our country. It's the values that our country is grounded in. It is a set of values and standards that people have to live up to. But the second piece is there are so many faith leaders in the minority communities which help catapult Trump to victory. Specifically called out the Black community, the Hispanic community, the Asian community. So I think faith is a unifier that he's using to reach out to all members of his coalition. Because regardless of your politics, faith is something that binds us. And so I think that it was not an accident that faith was center stage today.
Angie, you're based in Florida, Miami area, where there's a huge Cuban population, many of which escaped communism, and also the Hispanic population, very faith-based. Being boots on the ground there, leading up to the election, huge swing in Miami area. How big was faith to the people in southern Florida?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it was really the Cuban Americans that swung Miami from blue to red this time. And it's going to do it again further north in Broward County and Palm Beach County, where the president lives, or was living. So it certainly were the religion and the family values that carried forward, and we really saw that as a mandate this time around in this election. And I believe that is something that you can never take away from Americans. This is not a campaign issue. This is something that is ingrained in us, and we're going to make sure that every leader going forward carries those values.
Carla, the President Trump, we heard him in his speech say that he was saved by God to make America great again. What do you make of that line?
Well, I'm a woman of faith. I'm a Christian, and I believe that God's hand protected President Trump that day in Butler, Pennsylvania, that was God's will, that he turned his head. I think that, and I mean, I have to think that because it's so unlikely that he would have lived with that guy taking off so many shots. And the fact that he was able to get up and say, fight, 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 it showed what a heroic man figure he is. I mean, in the history of our country, I don't know anyone else that's ever done anything like that. It puts him in the status of a George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. So he is a figure that will go down in all the history of America as a great leader. And a survivor and a man who I believe was saved by God.
Yeah. We heard Josh, the pastor there, refer to it as the millimeter miracle.
Yes. It's truly stunning, and for those of us who watched it live on television, it was surreal. It was like watching The West Wing or some, drama on television to see the president, with the attempt of the assassination and his response, as Carla mentioned, of the fight, the optics. I think President Trump probably won the election that moment. And the point I want to make here is Joe Biden, who we'll see leaving in a little bit, is the oldest sitting president ever. Donald Trump will become the oldest president ever. But age was an issue when Biden was in the race. Age was not an issue when Trump was in the race. And so much of it is because of how Donald Trump portrays himself. And in that moment, to see a 78-year-old man pop up and scream fight with blood streaming down his ear, it is remarkable that somebody who is now going to become the oldest president ever gives off signs of vigor and youth that Biden never did.
And right now there on the screen, President Trump leading the way as they file out of the Capitol with the First Lady, Melania Trump, and Joe Biden, former President Joe Biden, and his First Lady, former First Lady Jill Biden, doing what looks like to be a family photo there with the vice presidents before they depart. And there you can see in the background the Marine One chopper that will take President Biden to Joint Base Andrews in just a moment. After they take this photograph in this very historic moment. And following the departure, you will see President Trump getting into his motorcade, staying in Washington, D.C., where he'll make his way to the White House at some point today.
Can I tell you, as we watch this, so we're watching something figuratively and literally. Literally, Joe Biden is stepping out of the shot, but politically, this is something that we're going to look at and say, 4 years ago, Trump was going to run again. Kamala, Biden. We're entering a phase of a political unknown. Trump is term limited. Biden is now out for good. So as Joe Biden exits stage left, as you may say, it also is a figuratively, Joe Biden is now gone out of the political picture. So who in the background today did we see might be a candidate for president? Will it be somebody like Elon Musk? Will it be somebody who's in the establishment?
He can't run. He's not in the U.S.
Of course.
Just so we can let our viewers know, a very historic moment there where the Vice President, Kamala Harris, just spoke a few words to President Trump as they go down the line.
Yeah. She got a hug from Jill, too.
And there's a hug here from...
Wow.
Yep.
They have been very frosty with each other since Kamala, staged the coup.
Yes, indeed. It's an end of a chapter. Perhaps everybody is moving on and hoping for a happy ending to this past 4 years.
Now, how do they leave? Do they just fly on
it looks
Air
like
Force Two, or do they just fly commercial home?
That's a very good question.
So I know now after, and it wasn't always the case, that vice presidents have security details when they leave office. Decades ago,
they keep security.
It was not the case, and so it's new that we now have, obviously presidents have a Secret Service detail, but we honor our vice presidents for their service with security going forward as well. So Kamala will be the former vice president now. Will she make a political comeback, and is this the last we've seen of her? Maybe we'll see in 4 years back at this desk.
Fascinating.
Or less in the governor's race. There is talk of that as well in California.
And they're still lining up.
Yep. There are their goodbyes.
Vice President J.D. Vance in the back of the screen there with his wife Usha.
And her beautiful pink outfit with the matching boots. It reminds me a little bit of Mrs. Trump's clothing last time, all in blue from head to toe, and she went with pink. It's so youthful and pretty.
Absolutely. It's a beautiful family, modern family. This is modern. This is the look of the new Republicans. That's what they embody. I think Joe Biden's quite happy to leave the stage. He looks pretty giddy.
Well, can I say the irony of, as we watched Joe Biden leaving, he came in at 29, he's the youngest senator in the Congress from Delaware. He leaves at 81 as the oldest president ever. And so just a remarkable 50-year career in public service coming to an end right in front of our eyes.
He certainly has had quite a life and has experienced a lot of tragedy. Overcome that with his first marriage and his first wife and children being killed in a car accident.
Yes.
And his boys being severely injured. And I believe he actually took the oath of office to senator in the hospital while one of the boys was recovering.
But within an hour or two before he left office today, he pardoned his entire family.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And that is something that will be unpacked for the weeks to come. That is for sure. Many significant pardons today, all sort of getting put in the back burner because of this historic and significant moment here of the swearing in. President Trump will be watching him as he makes his way perhaps back into the Capitol to put some of those executive actions into effect before he makes his way down Pennsylvania Avenue. There he is right now approaching the Capitol steps with the First Lady Melania Trump.
Here's the new dawn, as we were promised.
And they're gonna
fantastic.
And they're gonna give a wave as soon as they take off. And that helicopter that Biden is in is no longer called Marine One. Obviously, the helicopter that President Trump stands into will now be known as Marine One.
And they are going to send off the former president right now as the doors close.
Hold on to that hat.
Now, it's interesting. I think you had mentioned, Angie, the stoicism of President Trump. Right, J.D. Vance a lot more relaxed, goofing, laughing. Trump as a returning figure in his redemption arc. And I will say, as we watch him head back into the Capitol, the most remarkable political comeback in the history of the Republic. I say that as a Democrat.
Yes.
2021, post-January 6th, his approvals were in the 30s. He was the most politically toxic member of the Republican Party. He now comes into office having won the popular vote. So it speaks to politics being cyclical, and that if you're down in politics, you're never out.
Just like in business, he's a businessman.
Yes.
You never
Never
give up. Yes, and he's battle hardened now.
Businessman, and J.D. Vance being a Yale guy, he's always going to keep his cool and his composure. He embodies the Yaley right there. Look, he was very relaxed. He was smiling. He was joking with his wife and people around him. I mean, this was his moment, and he was
And right now, the blades of that chopper are spinning. We are, as Biden is taking off in that helicopter, we're going to go to NTD's Melina Wisecup, who's got a bird's eye view of that situation. Melina, can you see Biden's helicopter right now from where you're standing?
Yeah, actually, I think so. It's right over there near the Supreme Court, at least the one I'm seeing. I'm not sure if that's the exact one that just departed the East Steps on the Capitol side, but that's the one we're seeing. We're definitely hearing those blades of the chopper up there. Steve, you know, the departure is traditionally a swift endeavor, as we just saw. I mean, of course, today is all about the incoming president and the new administration, the future of the country. But this departure is significant, you guys, because it does mark a moment of gratitude and respect to show to the former president of, in Biden's case, his past 4 years of service that he provided to our country. Now, we know that Biden, he says to the American people, he wants to be remembered as the president that was able to pull the nation out of that COVID-19 pandemic. He said this just on Wednesday during his farewell address. He also mentioned that newly created ceasefire deal that was created between Israel and Hamas. We know that started playing out over the weekend on Sunday with those hostages being released in exchange. Biden also mentioned he wants to be remembered for his infrastructure law that, of course, included many key priorities for the Democrats, like lowering prescription drug prices, as well as, investing in clean energy products and to fight climate change. Now, Biden also, when he was asked multiple times his next steps, here, he says he's not going to disappear, not by a long shot. He still plans to work on foreign policy and domestic policy, mainly through his Biden Institutes. He's also planning to build a presidential library. We don't know where that's going to be. It could possibly be in his home state of Delaware. So Biden says he's not leaving the political arena, although today does mark the day of his the end to his 50 years long in political service and political office, which is significant for him. That's a pretty long career in political office. So it's definitely a big moment for him today, just leaving, on this final note, finishing out the 4 years of the presidency, and of course now heading with his wife to go share their life, post-presidential life.
And Melina, as you're talking right now, we are seeing the helicopter take off. Usually there are multiple when a president is flying, making his way. And so it's pretty much official. Celebrations and the activities are concluding.
Definitely. It's very loud over here at this point. It sounds like he's actually right above us right now. So, yeah, now there's some people on the ground cheering. This whole rooftop right here, there's a layer below me where there's spectators here watching the former president depart, and they all just started to break out in a cheer down there. So that's what we're seeing over here.
Excellent reporting. Thank you, Melina. And right now on your screen, you can see an image of the Capitol where now the flag has been lifted from half-staff to its position with, it was in the half-staff position, ordered for 30 days after Jimmy Carter, former President Jimmy Carter, passed away. But for the inauguration of President Trump, we will see that flag flying high for the remainder of the day, to which point it will be brought back down tomorrow at half-staff.
And you could see on your screen the overflow room. It was interesting that Jeff Bezos and Zuckerberg had a seat, but Ron DeSantis and other governors were in the overflow room. So I believe Trump will make greetings to the many dignitaries that are there right now. So I think he'll have a full day of speeches.
Yeah, that's a very fascinating point. As we noted, the rotunda was not equipped for such a large crowd.
Jake Paul and Logan Paul got seats, but DeSantis and Governor Ricketts had to sit in the overflow room. It is a changing dynamic here on day one.
And to your point, Josh, Trump is making his way into Emancipation Hall at the Capitol. It's another room not too far down the hall from the rotunda where the swearing-in took place, to make some unscripted remarks. should be arriving any moment.
He really is the people's president, and after this he's going to go to the arena, Capital One Arena, to make his speeches to all the MAGA fans that got him into office.
It looks like he may be making his way down the steps. Somehow we're back to the feed over at the Capitol to take a look there. Excuse me, not the Capitol, Capital One Arena.
Capital One Arena, a lot of capitals.
There's the Capitol.
Lots of capitals.
Yeah, it's funny if you look as President Trump begins to make his remarks in the audience, you'll see many notable dignitaries, whether they're high-profile donors, mayors, and elected officials from across the country, foreign leaders. So it's just interesting how the overpouring of support. You can see the faces here, Republicans and Democrats coming to pay respects.
And just a correction, that does look like the Capitol Visitor Center, not Emancipation Hall.
Yeah, we just saw the statue of Johnny Cash there when you enter. I just visited the Capitol very recently and got a great tour, thanks to Rep. Mike Herodopoulos from Florida, to give him a quick shout out, our freshman.
Speaker Mike Johnson there, getting ready to perhaps greet President Trump when he comes in.
Yeah. This may be, obviously Schumer and and other Democrats, Hakeem Jeffries on this stage. This may be a one-sided delegation on the stage behind him. We'll see, but it looks as though right now.
So Josh, as we heard the speech, you being a Democrat from the state of New York, if you're a Democrat in that room taking in that speech, obviously not everybody thinks the same, but what is the feeling like?
It's interesting because I speak to Democrats on the ground in New York, conservative Democrats, liberal Democrats, and this is not 2017. The feeling in 2017 was a feeling of shock, a feeling of organization. I hated the term, but a feeling of resistance. That it was the Democrats' opportunity to save democracy, as they said. The rhetoric over the past couple of months from Democrats that Trump was a threat to democracy, and to see Democrats standing and cheering for him, I think is almost gaslighting of the American people. So Democrats who I look up to and I revere are saying that, this was the will of the people, this was the president the people elected, our job is not to resist, our job is to work with him. That's the mood I'm getting.
Speaker of the House right now giving remarks. Carla, how significant? Oh, we're gonna go in and we're going to go in. We're going to go in and listen to the speaker in just a moment. In the meantime, we're going to turn it over to Tiffany Meyer and from everybody here at our panel and myself. We appreciate everybody watching, and right now we're going to go into Speaker Johnson.
For the future that we feel today, we have the chance to make the next 4 years the most consequential period in our nation's history. And as Speaker of the House, it is my great pleasure, my great honor, to introduce to you the man who will lead us to this new golden age, the decisive winner of the Electoral College and the popular vote, the 45th and the 47th, and the greatest president of our lifetimes, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I looked, I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record. Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, you know, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least, you know? So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero because, you know, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between JD and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of I'll bring it up right now. This little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. When you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad, because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed, and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. They say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. It's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago, he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment. You know where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff. And there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the rest.
I came to thank you. You know, I don't think we could have done anything. I know we couldn't have done anything we did without you. Kamala and Doug and members of the cabinet, all the staff that's here, from all across all the agencies, and friends, supporters. Jill and I are forever grateful to you. I mean that. We're genuinely grateful. As you heard me say before, no president gets to choose the moment they enter history, but they get to choose the team they enter history with. And we chose the best damn team in the world. You are. You know, it's because of you. I mean this sincere from the bottom of my heart. Because of you, we got so much done for all of America. Down there, my Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, exceeded only by his wife who worked in reverse. But look, I only hope to look back on these years. I hope you look back on them. The same pride I have of all you've done. You know, I'm proud of is that you did it upholding the core values of honesty, decency, and integrity. I mean, no scandal. I mean, it's incredible what you did. And you represent the best of who we are as Americans. That's not a joke. That's real. And while we relied on your ideas and resolve and counsel, we also relied on your families. To all your families, thank you, thank you, thank you for the sacrifices you made. I mean it. For being part of this journey. Every day, I'm deeply moved by all we all did for this country. I really mean it. History's going to mark down just what you did. You know, but the point I want to make today is to make clear in my farewell address, as we all do have more to do. We have a lot more to do. If you heard the inaugural address today, you know, we got a lot more to do. I know from many years of experience, there are up and downs, but we have to stay with it. My dad taught me the measure of a person, you heard me say this before, is how quickly they get back up when they get knocked down. That's what we have to do right now. And we've always done our best as Americans. We never, never, never give up. Never. We're leaving office, but we're not leaving the fight. You're smart, you're skilled, you're passionate. The country needs you again. So all of you can, stay engaged in all the ways you can. Whether it's in public service, or the private sector, or philanthropy, academia, running for office yourself, or anything else you choose to do. I give you my word, we believe in you. We, Jill and I, our family, believe in you. Just as I've said, how the laws we enacted, our seasons are going to grow and bloom for decades to come. I say that to you as well. I have no doubt you'll make this experience and take the friendships you made to continue to do amazing things in decades to come. That's why I see a future, all of it leading the way by you all. You know, so take some time to decompress, reconnect with your friends, spend more time with your family, but most of all, take care of yourselves and each other. I mean it. Let me close where I began, with my sincere gratitude. And I really mean it from the bottom of my heart. I've been doing this for 50 years to the best group of people. Hard to say. It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president.
We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau, and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed. It passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't, oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, is not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down very thankfully. The chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, have got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, you know, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, it doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have to wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we can just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it, now they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought, and they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my #1 issue. They all said inflation was the #1 issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my #1. I talked about inflation too, but you know, how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States. And that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott is he's a great man, great leader. And, but it did make him did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation, that's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it. And other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it, they were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less. And they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make they'd have it down in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, let's stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done, and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have. The bad thing about it is some bad things happened, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So, you know, that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten, and they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02, they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, yes. You know, I don't know if you saw Mr. Speaker in Washington. They had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win. But they really thought, they couldn't believe. The one man said, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. Now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me, and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to get, right? Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it, because you've been a great First Lady. A beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady, we love, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
There is newly sworn in 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. He just wrapped up remarks in the Visitors Center of the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. As everyone is probably aware, the inauguration ceremony moved indoors because of the cold weather here in DC, though it is a bright sunny day. The sun kind of opened up on the Capitol right before the swearing-in ceremony, actually. 220,000 people have come here to the Capitol to see the swearing-in ceremony, to see this event, this historic day. And like I'm saying, so many of them are inside and they couldn't all fit in the rotunda, so that's why you see distinguished guests like Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Trump was joking with there in the visitor center, and you know, he had to sort of split his speech up into two separate speeches to make sure he gets to everybody. The first speech was much more formal and presidential in one sense, in a traditional classical sort of sense. And then the second speech was much more Trumpian, unscripted, just talking with his supporters and his guests. And covering all this, here with me at the desk in Washington, D.C., is Democratic strategist Haley Lickstein and President of the Conservative Caucus, Jim Pfaff. Thank you both so much for joining us today.
Glad to be with you. Thanks for having us.
It's so great to see you guys. I mean, it's such a historic day. It's so exciting. Right before the swearing-in ceremony was happening, I almost got chills down my spine because there was just this beautiful traditional music playing, really honoring this moment in American history, the peaceful transfer of power between two, in one sense, arch rivals who've exchanged really harsh rebukes against one another over the past couple of years. And there's just so much to talk about, so much going on today. We'll definitely be keeping everyone in line, in focus here. There's a luncheon coming up, so we'll definitely be coming back to that. But I want to just begin our conversation with you, Haley. You're a Democratic strategist. From your point of view, how are you seeing Trump's inaugural address today?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's really important to note that we were only able to witness the address because of former President Biden's willingness to lead us through a peaceful transition of power, one of the most fundamental elements of our democracy. We saw his farewell address, and that is something that President Trump wasn't able to do 4 years ago. So looking at today and the stage that was set, I think we have to acknowledge that we're able to have this conversation because of President Biden's leadership in this moment, and that will be part of his legacy.
Yeah, it's just remarkable to see this power transfer from one president to another. I mean, just such a massive amount of power. I mean, really, in one sense, it's almost palpable. He's being here, watching this unfold before our eyes. All this power going from the hands of one person or one part of the government to a new person in charge of that part of the government. So, Jim, I'm wondering, how are you, as the president of the Conservative Caucus, viewing and everything that you saw here today, especially the inaugural address?
Well, listen, we had a peaceful transfer of power in 2020 as well, too. So there's no change in the construct. Donald Trump did not attend the inaugural, obviously, but that's not a lack of peace because he obviously got on Air Force One and headed straight down to Mar-a-Lago. What we are witnessing, I think, today is a really positive look at where America's future is going after having just endured 4 years where statements of moving positive turned into really rancor and attacks of political enemies. We see it through the lawfare that took place against Donald Trump. We see it through some of the various things that Joe Biden said along the way against people, the MAGA, whatever he would put next to it. And yet I think we see a refreshing change to something much more positive. Donald Trump's providing, at least in his initial speech and these initial things, and leading up to this, a really unifying force that I think a lot of Americans are very excited about.
I want to, before we continue our conversation, just point out that what we're seeing right before us is footage, live footage of the congressional luncheon there in the Capitol building. This is a tradition going back decades now. Looks like that looks like CEO of Meta, Mark Zuckerberg. And we know that multiple tech CEOs are there. And if I'm not mistaken, you worked at Meta, Haley.
I did previously, many years ago, yes.
And so how are you seeing some of the transition that's happening right now. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg essentially saying he wants to work with Donald Trump on restoring freedom of expression to Meta platforms.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really taken aback by the changes that we're seeing in social media platforms across the board when we talk about content moderation changes, and them kind of leaning towards trying to appeal to the president. I think there's a really significant difference between advocating for the promotion of diverse perspectives and ideology, which I think both sides of the political aisle are requesting, and then allowing completely unchecked, untruthful information to spread rampant from political leaders. So I find the changes concerning. I think it will have really negative impacts and effects, especially since we know that Gen Z gets most of their media and news consumption online. So there's a responsibility to having a platform like that. And we're going to see it unfold over the next weeks and months ahead of us. I'm very interested to continue to follow it.
And there's Baron Trump and the Trump family, really just some historic moments here. You know, when I'm thinking about the social media debate, you know, there really is some genuinely harmful information that circulates online. You know, there's a lot of children with depression because of some of the treatment they receive online. We know that there's been sex trafficking conducted via social media platforms, drug trafficking. So that debate between, you know, how much, like, should we allow drug traffickers to traffic information online? Probably not. But you know, how far do we go in stopping that and monitoring that? And there's this kind of back and forth. What I understand is that they will be using some kind of automated system to cut out the more harmful information, but not for information that's more questionable or debatable that people debate. And then they'll be using the X's community notes type of content moderation system.
Well, I just want to add in here. Listen, we're having a discussion.
Yeah.
About concerns about the need for content moderation. Listen, if you read pamphlets leading up to the American Revolution, you would have wanted content moderation too, because the vitriol, the sniping at Great Britain at the time, the Boston Tea Party, which I think should be a revered moment in American history in a way, but quite frankly was a bunch of guys dressing up like Indians throwing out someone else's property into the harbor in protest to massive taxes. So I have no concerns, major concerns at all, really any concerns about the lack of content moderation. I think it's actually putting us back into a golden age of communication. The concern about lies amongst just the normal populace on social media pales in comparison to the barrage of lies that have been coming through mainstream media and media sources of all sorts. I mean, it's so funny, there are memes out there about the conspiracy theories that have actually come true that were called conspiracy theories over and over again by media outlets that were actually, they were lying about. So I think the American public has benefited much more greatly by having free, open discussion on Facebook, X, Instagram, anywhere else. They're far better off with whatever risks come with that than the risks that we have been suffering over the last 10 or 15 years through a lying mainstream media that has only been able to lie the way they have because the populace was shut down. So this is actually a new golden age of American freedom that we're embarking upon.
If I could, I think
please.
there's a significant difference between freedom of expression and being able to revolutionize ideas on social media platform. I mean, that's the beauty of it, the democratization of voice and allowing regular people to organize and reach masses without the type of economic backing that you might need to do so. And allowing political leaders to blatantly lie to the American public without any fact-checking system in place, which we have seen President Trump and the administration repeatedly do throughout the course of his time formally in office and running during office now. That is authoritarianism and allowing we're seeing the owners of these social media companies kind of align to him and say, we're going to let you say whatever you want. The news is, there's a responsibility to holding facts and making sure that people feel informed. And we know statistically, despite the intention, community notes don't work on X. They don't limit the engagement, the amount of people who view the original form of content, and the amount of people who view the community note is 10% of the people who view the actual post. So we know it's not working, and it's not a valid way to inform people that this post is filled with misinformation.
Well, it is working. It actually is working because Democrats are benefited by people not being able to speak. And you still want engagement. See, the First Amendment is about protecting misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Why is that? Because speech that is not of that sort, everyone accepts. It's when you have speech that's not of that sort, when certain people say, well, you know, that's misinformation, so we need to shut you down. What turns out is that Donald Trump was not a liar in the last administration. The Russia hoax was the lie. It was that propagation that was a real problem then.
And I'm thrilled that we're able to have this conversation, these two different perspectives on this really important issue. You know, we are in this absolutely uncharted territory with social media, I mean, really, frankly, very new in the history of the world. And it just got juiced up with artificial intelligence. And we really do not know what that will mean in the future. And this kind of conversation, this open, you know, debate where, yeah, we express ourselves and we get along at the same time is so critical to democracy and the furtherance of the values that we cherish as Americans. As I'm watching our feed here, I'm just seeing so many incredible shots. I mean, every single shot we're picking up here on our live feed is historic in one sense. These are all the people we follow every single minute of every day in the news industry. And just to get some perspective on all of this, we go now to our Washington correspondent, Luis Martinez, who's right there at the Capitol Hill. Luis, what happened at Congress? Talk to us.
Well, yes, of course, because all eyes were on the inauguration of President Trump being sworn in, his speech. But right after President Trump was sworn in, Congress got really busy. On the House side, we have Congressman Mike Waltz, representative from Florida, who resigned from his seat in order to take the position of National Security Advisor under the Trump administration. This is a position that does not need confirmation by the Senate. But right now, that means that House Republicans no longer have a 220-seat majority. So one down, that's Matt Gaetz, who resigned in the 118th Congress and did not take his position in the 119th Congress, and then a second seat being left empty by Congressman Mike Waltz. So right now, House Republicans have 218 seats. That's precisely the majority. Only one seat more than Democrats, who have 215 with some special elections that are still left remaining. Now, on the Senate side, also very busy today, 4:30 p.m., Senate Foreign Affairs Committee is holding a hearing to advance the vote or not of Senator Marco Rubio for Secretary of State. We might see a vote on the Senate floor later tonight to confirm Senator Marco Rubio. If that happens, it will be the first Senate confirmation of a Trump cabinet selection. We will also see internal committee votes for Peter Hegseth of Armed Services Committee and John Ratcliffe, the Senate Intelligence Committee. And lastly, because it's a lot in the schedule for both the House and the Senate is trying to vote on the Laken-Riley Act tonight to send that bill, if it passes, to the president's desk for signing on Monday. Back to you guys.
A lot to get to, Luis. Just incredible. Such a big day for America, for Trump's nominees, for incoming legislation, and we're expecting a lot of executive orders. Honestly, Trump mentioning yesterday there's going to be a lot of executive orders, quote and unquote, coming today. And here's the We're still looking here at the live feed of the congressional luncheon. Pretty soon we'll be going into the president's room. We'll be looking into the president's room of the Senate, of the Capitol Hill building, where Donald Trump will conduct his first signing ceremony of the day.
You might note here, this is in Statuary Hall.
Yep.
Something that is a very remarkable part of the Capitol complex.
Yep.
And right near the Speaker's office, in fact, as well.
Yep, and the original chamber for the House of Representatives.
In fact, you'll see plates on the floor there in Statuary Hall of famous members of Congress that were there. John Quincy Adams' seat is marked, Thomas Jefferson's seat. It's a very historic area, and anyone that goes to the Capitol should definitely get a tour so they can check it out. You have a statue from every different state there, also along some of the hallways nearby.
Yep, and you spent significant time there, Jim, as a staffer on Capitol Hill, Chief of Staff.
Yes, and I mean, it was surreal the first time that I went there. I went with Congressman Tim Hillscamp, and I remember we just got in. The votes were just starting. He was a state legislator. I hadn't worked on the Hill either, and we're running over because the votes only got 4 minutes left, and we're hoofing it because it's like we're not going to get there in time. We're coming from the office, and a congressman walks by us and says, "Don't worry, you got plenty of time." Because they do always hold that vote over once it gets to zero for those who watch C-SPAN or whatever the feed is. But yeah, it was an honor to work there and a unique experience.
And here's President Trump stepping into the president's room at Capitol Hill, about to sign his first official documents as president. Typically during this signing ceremony in Capitol Hill, the president is officiating his nominations for his cabinet and high-level positions in his administration.
So what would you like us to do?
And in 2017, he used, well, traditionally, right, Jim, presidents will use a different pen for every document so they can give out pens. And it's kind of a jovial, happy experience. You'll see everyone kind of joking here, smiling.
In fact, certain presidents on bills, they'll do one pen per letter, so they can give out a lot of pens to people commemorating.
Let's see if we can hear something.
Okay. The next one will be, excuse me. Next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir.
But you don't have to sign 47 times.
Thank you, sir. Now 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively take control of the government. Let's do that. That's important.
That's important, isn't it?
Thank you. And we have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments.
Send here.
Commission chairman and acting chairman.
He was number one at Harvard also. Do you know that?
Good counsel.
They have something in common.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast.
Very important.
That was a beautiful place to have an inauguration tonight. The sound was so good. The temperature was 72 degrees, but the sound was so good on it. So maybe something to think about. I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good acoustics. Yes.
All right. Now we go to lunch.
Great. Very
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. There you go. Take that. All right. See you.
Thank you, sir.
Did you have a good meeting with former President Biden?
Very nice. Very nice. It's a beautiful custom.
Mr. President,
He goes back as long as helicopters. Before that, it was a stagecoach. But I thought it was beautiful. Thank you. Great job. Great job.
Thank you. Mr. President, do you have any reactions to the pardons President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you very much, guys.
Should we go to lunch?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Head to lunch.
Ready for lunch? Okay. Thank you. All right. Okay.
That was 3 times the number of appointments you did in 2017, sir. On day one. Plenty of time. Just getting started.
A lot of good work to do.
So where are we going to stop there? Let's do council.
Trying to look through your documents.
That's what they get green.
Thank you. That was great. That was great. That was great. Standing ovation.
I liked it.
All right, President Donald Trump leaving the president's room in the Capitol building at the first signing ceremony of the day. He will have another signing ceremony later in the day where he should be signing some executive orders, a lot more. I did hear someone in the room say that he signed a proclamation in ordering the flags to be flown at full staff. That's after former President Biden ordered them to be flown at half staff in commemoration of former President Jimmy Carter. Okay, so we're going now to Kevin Hogan back in New York at the Data Hub. He has a special word cloud presentation for us, basically demonstrating what words showed up most frequently in Trump's inaugural address. Kevin, over to you.
That's right, Chris. So we have a snapshot right here of President Trump's second inaugural address. Like you mentioned, a word cloud. You may have seen these in school. Basically, it just highlights the words that were spoken most frequently. So look at this. Right in the top, country. This word was said the country was 15 times, and nation was 19 times by President Trump. And then, of course, America coming in at 17 times, and then American 13. So that is a clear indication that President Trump is making it very clear that his America First agenda is what he is planning to do while advancing American interests while keeping good relations with other countries as well. Now, there are a couple other takeaways from this. Again, another big story here is this word government. So President Trump has made a big focus on good governance, making it efficient, as well as making sure that it is not used as a weapon against any political opponents. And what stands out to me the most about that big word government right there is Andrew Jackson's first inaugural address, and that was back in 1829. And Andrew Jackson talked about tariffs, but he also talked about making sure that the spending of the government is done with a really sharp pencil, making sure there's no waste there. And in this speech, we heard President Trump talk about his new Department of Government Efficiency, as well as his new external revenue service to bring in money from duties and tariffs on imported goods. So that is a really big takeaway here. Now, there's another word that's a little bit smaller, but still very significant on this list of the top 20 or so words, a bit more that we compiled together, and that is Panama. Look at this. He said that word 5 times. Now, Trump likes to repeat some things for emphasis, but that was a big focus of his speech in one part because, again, the Panama Canal was constructed under the leadership of President Teddy Roosevelt. And then in 1999, the United States gave control of the Panama Canal back to Panama, but Trump says that this word China right here, it came up 2 times in his speech, hasn't come up in the last 2 inaugural addresses in Biden's and Trump's first. China is apparently taking control of this canal, according to Trump. So Trump wants to make sure that America takes back control of it because he says American ships are being treated unfairly, and that includes military vessels as well. So those are some big takeaways. Now, as you look at this, he talked about bringing power back to the people, and this word back shows up in his 2017 speech as well from these Washington bureaucrats. So he's attempting to do that as well. And then there's a couple other things to note really quick that we can talk about just in passing here. So prices, and these are on the economy, energy as well, and the border. This is another really important one that he talked about in his speech. So we're going to look at how Trump's second inaugural address compares to those from previous presidents in recent history, as well as going further back to Civil War era with Abraham Lincoln. So look at this. In President Trump's first inaugural address, America, and then in Biden's America, even going back to 2013, Obama's second, America. So in that modern age, the American interests are definitely put in the front and center. Trump had a different way of going about it than Biden. Trump wanted to put American interests first, understanding that countries have the right to put their own interests first while also working alongside and coexisting with other nations of this earth as well. And then Biden said that, you know, we need to put America first, but in a different way. He kind of had a different spin on it, in that there needs to be this unity, there needs to be this partnership among these nations in order to get along, in order to advance Americans' interests as well as all other people of this world. So now you look back at Obama's, equal was a word that showed up in his. Obama, he did a lot for, you know, creating the, he was the first sitting president to visit a federal prison. So he did a lot for equality there, even signing executive orders, getting people with disabilities to get government jobs. And then again, this word cloud really dates the country, and it tells you what challenges the country was facing. Back in 1865, Lincoln's second inaugural address, which some historians argue may have been among the best, talking about ending the war, freeing the slaves, and then God featured prominently. That was a word that he said a lot there. And also union, trying to unify the country both politically and ideologically, but also geographically, physically uniting the Union as well as the Confederate States to come together to make the United States. So that's a little bit about how these speeches compare to this second inaugural address that we just heard Trump say, again, with America First principles being featured very, very prominently. And we're going to go back to you, Chris, after that wrap up.
Kevin Hogan there at the Data Hub in New York City. Thank you so much for your time today. Next, soon, of course, the President of the United States and the First Lady will be en route to the Capital One Arena, where Trump will be giving a speech. Our Washington correspondent, Jack Bradley, is on site in the arena. Jack, what's it like over there? I can hear the crowd cheering. It sounds exciting.
Yeah, the energy here is palpable. A lot of people are listening to Congressman Byron Donalds speaking behind me, who just started. We've heard from several speakers already. Just before him was RNC Chair Michael Whatley. We heard from Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the former White House spokesperson, and as well as several others. And we have more to look forward to. But before that, we were watching in here on the Jumbotron Trump's remarks he gave at the Capitol, both on and off script, and swearing in. And there were lots of applause for when the screen showed Trump allies, and lots of strong boos as well with what they perceived as his adversaries. Now, there were a lot of applause when Trump mentioned during his speech regarding enshrining only 2 genders in U.S. policy, as well as increasing domestic oil production and many other things. Now, the pre-program here is going to feature many other speakers tonight. We have to look forward to our Elon Musk, who was shown on Jumbotron here during Trump's speech as well. And he looked very happy when Trump mentioned that they'll be sending people to Mars. We also have border czar Tom Homan is expected to speak here tonight, who has his work cut out for him. As Trump mentioned, many policy proposals, executive orders regarding the border, which has been his #1 issue for his entire campaign. You know, Trump mentioned that he'll declare a national emergency at the southern border, send troops down there, designate cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, among many other actions. Now, also speaking tonight will be Charlie Kirk. We have FBI Director Kash Patel and Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin, among many others. Now, President Trump is expected to speak here and sign executive orders. On the stage behind me is a desk set up, which looks to be where Trump will be signing his executive orders. Now, we didn't see clearly the handoff of what's called the nuclear football, which has the nuclear activation codes, which is given from Biden's military staff to Trump's staff very discreetly, and it gives the president the ability to activate a nuclear missile launch without authorization by Congress. Also, what's going on currently is the current White House staff is moving all of Biden's things out of the White House and Trump's things inside, and they only have hours to do this, and especially it becomes very onerous if the incoming president makes a large request, as many presidents in the past have. One example is President Nixon, who wanted a bowling alley, a single-lane bowling alley built in the basement of the White House, which is still there today. Chris?
Jack Bradley, thank you so much there in Washington, D.C. I know you'll be reporting back to us. I'd like now to introduce our distinguished panel. We have J.W. Richards, PhD Director at the Richard and Helen DeVos Center for Life, Religion, and Family. And we also have Horace Cooper, Senior Fellow with the National Center for Public Policy Research. Thank you both so much for joining us today. It's great to see you.
Great to be with you, Chris.
It's just an incredible day, Inauguration Day. No matter which president you like, no matter which candidate you're for, the peaceful transfer of power has been conducted once again continuously since the first transfer of power between George Washington and John Adams. Such a momentous day.
It really is. I mean, the mood in D.C., despite the warnings of the weather, actually are just jubilant on the streets. There's no protesters that I can see. I think people are really happy. President Trump clearly decided to stick with, I think, the script of his speech, which is probably not his favorite thing to do, but everything has just been spectacular so far.
Yeah, and Jay and Horace, before we come to you, I'm hearing that J.D. Vance is being introduced there at the luncheon. From what I saw in the coverage from 2017, we're not expecting the vice president to give a speech or the president to give a speech at this, but, you know, anything's on the table. Trump has given 2 speeches so far today, and he's expecting to have a rally later today, of course, at the Capital One Arena. So there's the vice president, newly sworn in. All right, and Horace, how are you feeling? How's the day going for you? What are you seeing? What are you thinking on this day?
Well, you can see the difference between the remarkably confident and comfortable side of the incoming president. President Trump, at this time in 2017, was still able to read the day before the Washington Post talking about impeachment. Hours after having gone through his inauguration, the whisper campaign about something unfair, unjust, and inappropriate about his presidency had already started in Washington. We're not having any of that now.
And as you're saying that, here comes the president entering the congressional luncheon, again in Statuary Hall there in Capitol Hill, the first chamber of the House of Representatives. States from all the states offered statues to the Statuary Hall, hence the name Statuary Hall, with figures of the different key people from the state's history. Just watch the president enter there, shaking hands. It does feel a little funny going from former president to president within a 4-hour span here. Took me a little while to get used to that for a bit.
It's a really beautiful area. From 1995 to 2001, I worked for the House Majority Leader, and our offices, the door was right behind one of the statues, and so you got to see that every morning.
Wow, incredible. You know, I'm in the New York office usually. I'm here in Washington, D.C. today. This is my first time down at this office. Of course, I've been in D.C. before, but haven't had the good fortune of touring the Capitol Hill yet, but I'm sure I'll be there at some point. And here's Amy Klobuchar giving an address.
Vice President and Madam Second Lady, my colleague Senator Fisher, distinguished guests including the Speaker, Leader Jeffries, and Senate Leaders Thune and Schumer. On behalf of the United States Congress, welcome to the 60th inaugural lunch. Big surprise, we are featuring Nebraska beef and Minnesota apples for dessert. We are here in Statuary Hall where these luncheons have taken place since President Reagan's first inauguration in 1981, and where the House of Representatives once met over 150 years ago. That would be before you were born, Mr. Speaker. In 1864, after the new House wing of the Capitol was built, and in the midst of the Civil War, Congress dedicated this chamber to host statues chosen by every state. Walking into the hall, we all passed under the arch, holding the marble car of history clock. The statue shows Cleo, the Greek muse of history, holding a book to record events as they happen. And as you can see, she's heard a lot of stuff. And as she rides her chariot forward into the future, she looks behind her to remember the past. She remains here as she has for hundreds of years, a reminder that history will remember the events of the present, and it is on us to write that history right now. Speaking of art, the painting right here before you, I chose this painting for this lunch this summer, and it's titled American Horizon. It's by Jane Wilson, who grew up on her family farm in Seymour, Iowa. Coming from the middle of our country, Senator Fisher and I both like the painting because the artist is from America's heartland, but the horizon could easily be Florida, Mr. President. I will also note that this is the first time in history we are featuring the work of a woman artist at this lunch, and we thank the Art Institute of Chicago for their assistance. Looking at the vast open landscape of this painting, we're drawn to the bottom of the frame where the land or the water, depending on where you're from, meets the sky, and the horizon endures. The enduring horizon is especially meaningful for us today as we mark our enduring democracy as we approach its 250th anniversary. It's a reminder that what's over the horizon is our next chapter. And it is my prayer that the people in this room can write that chapter together. I'd now like to ask U.S. Senate Chaplain Dr. Barry Black, and we thank God he is back with us and in good health, to deliver the invocation, after which lunch will be served. Thank you.
Let us pray. King of kings and Lord of lords, whose kingdom is above all earthly kingdoms, and who judges all lesser sovereignties, look with favor upon President Donald John Trump and Vice President James David Vance. Empower them with the wisdom and courage needed for our times. Protect them from the vicissitudes and challenges that obstruct the making of a world of justice, peace, and righteousness. Lord, give them a deep desire to do their best for our country and world, and a determination to act in ways pleasing to you. Preserve their families in health and strength by your grace and power. Bless now this luncheon as each of us finds your grace sufficient for every need. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
So that was the beginning of the congressional luncheon. They don't offer a live feed of what's going on inside the statuary hall for the congressional luncheon because I guess it would be kind of a little weird to watch people just eat.
Yeah, for sure.
A little voyeuristic. I mean, we like to watch all kinds of things on TV now, and I'm sure people would get a kick out of that. But I don't know how I would feel being taped while I'm eating a lunch, enjoying with my family and whatnot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what we're seeing is the kind of the parts of the political liturgy that have been developed over the last 250 or so years, and then all of us, that have been around for a few decades, have gotten used to. And I think that's what we're seeing. A meal together is sort of off-site, but it's nice, especially for young people, maybe young voters that have not paid attention, to watch how this is done, how our republic does it, and what the peaceful transfer of power actually looks like.
Yeah, and it's remarkable. Yeah, it's just there's you see these people who are almost like arch enemies on TV, hollering at each other, calling each other names, sitting together eating lunch.
So I'm still struck by the contrast. I mentioned the difference between 2017 and 2025, but you have an exiting administration and an entering administration, and we talk about some of the norms that we've come to accept. We've not seen an outgoing administration issue pardons for family members before.
Yeah.
We've not seen the kind of protections that were given for folks who had never even been identified for criminal action. It's remarkable, and I think our young people, for them, it's instructive. When I used to teach constitutional law, this is the kind of thing that we would talk about under the session in the legislative process. Normally, we wait until we identify specific problems, crimes, or issues before a pardon will ensue. So here's a real contrast. But instead of defying norms, which is often the accusation of Donald Trump, it looks like it's the outgoing administration that's defying the norms.
Yeah, it's so interesting to think about how that will play out. I mean, when I first heard about this, I thought, can you actually even do that?
That's right. This is a question actually for the law professor. But I mean, just this morning, if people are complaining about Trump's speech, which I think was a speech not for the room, but for his voters, he really didn't pull any punches. It was kind of solemn. But the outgoing president this morning signed a pardon for Anthony Fauci, the architect of the COVID disaster. Yeah. He hasn't been charged with a crime, but I think it's quite telling that President Biden, basically as one of his last acts, decides maybe almost extra constitutionally to declare a pardon for activities that have yet to be charged.
And who knows how newly sworn in President Trump will handle this. He's talking about lots of action, lots of executive orders, day one, first week. It should be really interesting, but I want to just switch our focus to Trump's inaugural address, really the main focus of the inaugural proceedings. The first thing he said was, the golden age of America begins right now. So what does that mean?
Well, he gave a presentation that explained what he'd been campaigning on. So if you were a supporter across America, this was something that you were familiar with. But there are a lot of folks here in Washington, D.C. that said, that's just rhetoric, we don't really understand. And when he repeated it, it began to have a little bit more substance to it. Here's the issue. He has argued for 25 years that America does not make public policy to benefit Americans. It benefits elites, and often it benefits non-Americans. And he says we're reshifting, we're going to reorient things. So his new executive order freezing all foreign aid from this day forward unless the specific aid goes to promote the strategic interests of the U.S., that shocks the conscience of many here in Washington, D.C. But out in America, there are large swaths of people who say, well, why are we paying for that? What do we get out of it? He now says the whole purpose of his administration is to shift that dynamic.
And I want to hear from you on that, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting is that almost everything that President Trump said would be uncontroversial to any of his voters outside Washington, D.C., which shows you what a strange bubble Washington, D.C. is, that it's considered, well, that's kind of rude to say this. But he won the election because millions of voters resonated with what he said about immigration, with what he said about putting America first. At the same time, there were Reagan-esque elements. I mean, even the quote about the golden age is Reagan-esque, delivered in their own kind of Trump style. But if you know anything about Donald Trump, we know, he heard sermons when he was young from Norman Vincent Peale. There's a lot of power of positive thinking that came through, I think, on this speech. And so I think it will be considered partisan by the partisans inside the Beltway. I think for most Americans, it was mostly common sense.
So yeah, I want to hear about that though, because Trump was seen as partisan and divisive when he first took office in 2017, in the 2016 election leading up to that. So much of his conduct and the way he spoke was unprecedented then, but now we're used to it after 8 years. Who's been on TV more than Donald Trump? But I'm curious, he was criticized in the beginning, in his first inaugural address for people were saying that he's alienated former presidents, basically calling all of them out, all of the living former presidents out in one sentence. And he didn't do the same exact thing here, but he didn't exactly include, by saying the golden age of America begins now means that the past wasn't golden. So he's saying something.
Well, arguably, you could say that we've had at least a generation where a lot of Americans have felt left behind. Now let me give a contrast. Today's inaugural address clearly was the result of someone sitting down with the president, understanding what he wanted to convey, and refining it in a way so that it did so without being as disruptive. The news reports of the time in 2017 was that perhaps the day before inauguration, he came with what it is that he wanted to say. When Ronald Reagan said that government isn't the solution, that is the problem, heads exploded in Washington, D.C., but he had tested the style and the presentation. And so while people weren't excited about it, they didn't do as former President George W. Bush said, "Oh, wow, what is this?" But the result is the same. Today, all that Donald Trump has done is expressed to an audience that probably hadn't heard this. They should have been, as Jay's been explaining, they should have been hearing this for a long time.
He's been talking a lot.
He's been saying this. He just said it again. And I watched, and there were faces where they were hearing this for the first time.
Yeah, we're talking about where Donald Trump is and just people's reactions to him. I'm sure a lot of people, like you're saying, Jay, have been following this a lot. For a lot of people, it was anticipated. I think that he's been on the public stage so much in the past, especially with the election, that maybe people have been paying attention to him a little bit more, people who don't exactly support him. So we're talking about this, but I want to get into what we're really in for here with Trump's new presidency. He's talking about so many things that are unprecedented, and I was conducting a lot of interviews this past week in preparation for today, and in one of them I was looking at the different policy points. And I'm looking at Panama, right? Reclaiming Panama, potentially annexing Greenland, demanding the release of hostages on day one, which has been achieved, reversing his stance on TikTok, shutting down the border. And if you really look at it, it's almost like every policy issue Trump is getting involved in, he's completely flipping the script on what's happening. So, what are we in for here?
I think we're in for a very substantive presidency. I mean, everybody knows, it was surprised when Donald Trump won in 2016. I think he came to the White House thinking like a businessman, sort of imagining, okay, I'll just appoint all these secretaries and the government works for me. He found out otherwise, that in fact the permanent government was mostly working against him for 4 years. He knows that now. The executive orders that have been announced that he's going to sign today, all very substantive. Talk about flipping the script. Joe Biden, on his first day, issued an order that all the federal agencies should develop essentially a gender ideology playbook that they would implement. This is literally what it was about. This new executive order that's announced, it's going to define what a male and a female is. It's going to say sex is binary, which, again, common sense. It's going to say, look, men in federal settings, they shouldn't be in women's bathrooms. Men shouldn't be getting put in women's prisons, at least at the federal level. That's powerful stuff, and it's exactly a repudiation of what the previous president did on the first day of his presidency.
Yeah, so
one thing I would observe, consider America and its policies like a surfboard sitting near the beach edge. The water naturally brings that surfboard to the edge. What Joe Biden did as president was to try to push the surfboard further and further out. And it took more and more work. When the president stands up and says, there's a man, there's a woman, there are only two genders, all he's doing is letting the natural course of the world work. There are Americans that have been saying for 30 years, we send too much of our hard-earned money out to foreign governments, and we don't know what it is that we're getting. He's issued an executive order saying, as I said, unless it meets our strategic interest, you can't send another dollar. Again, that just is riding the surfboard closer and letting the natural course take its place. When you look at the policies that this president is pursuing, they're well within the natural order of where Americans are, and they're likely to be very successful precisely because of that.
So I want to get into this. We're talking about this executive order declaring that officially, according to the U.S. government, there are only two genders, male and female.
Two sexes.
Yeah.
It's that specific, two sexes, and actually some details about how the word gender has unfortunately been manipulated. But the federal government, and until recently no state government, had ever defined what a male and a female is. That's not ever defined in Title IX, right, which established prohibited sex discrimination. So we could say that, but never defined it. So the Biden administration actually tried to redefine the term. So sex would include gender identity and sexual orientation. So this is very substantive. And the fact that it's narrowed in on what is precisely the issue when you're talking about gender ideology. Is sex real? Are there males and females? Or is this kind of subjective feeling called a gender identity? Is that the real thing? So this is both legally and politically, but honestly, philosophically and metaphysically significant that we'd have an executive order like this.
So, but what do you think about the fact that it's being implemented via executive order, right? So what if the next president says, no, there are 60 genders, right? Or there are not two sexes, or we're not going to use the word sex.
So the Biden administration tried that through a back door. They didn't want to stand up in front of God and everybody and make this statement. They tried to do it more subtly. Here's what I would suggest to you, that once this executive order goes into effect, you're very, very likely to see Congress use its statutory authority to incorporate that concept into laws as we go forward.
How about we tune into, looks like Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin there. Just for a moment, hear what he had to say.
And the dawn of a world that sees
at the rally at Capital One Arena.
We have a strong America.
In lieu of the parade. Because of that cold.
That's right. Should be going right by here otherwise.
Right. But how suiting, though, because Trump is almost known for the rally.
Yes.
Conducting hundreds of rallies.
Absolutely.
In the past 8 years.
Exactly. I can tell you the people in the arena are probably very happy to be inside right now. It's sunny, but it's actually really cold.
We're likely to see a lot more rallies in the next 4 years, by the way.
Yeah. I think Trump gets his energy from these.
Let's tune into Glenn. Mr. Youngkin.
And as we stand here on this dawn of the next golden age in America, we all have a responsibility. It is our responsibility to stand every day in support of this administration, to do everything that we possibly can do for America's success. President Trump deeply believes this, and both he and J.D. Vance have already gone to work. He is signing executive orders. He is closing the border. He is bringing down inflation. He is stepping into the breach. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for America to be prosperous again. It is time for America to be safe again. It is time for America to be strong again. And it is time for America to be great again. I hail from the great Commonwealth of Virginia, and we know a few great Americans in our history. From George Washington to Thomas Jefferson, to James Madison, to Patrick Henry, who echoed, "Give me liberty," or "Give me death." My friends, those words that Thomas Jefferson penned, which are the greatest words, at least in this hemisphere, ever written, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, and among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we stand here on the dawn of a new age where life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are available to every American. And we must stand together as we collectively say, God bless America, and God bless Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance. Thank you all very much. God bless you.
Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin there giving remarks at Capital One Arena, where Donald Trump is set to speak in just a couple hours, I believe. The schedule is a little bit delayed from the schedule that I was given, but these things happen with live events, and Donald Trump events can be unpredictable as well.
Absolutely.
And there's the Megatron there with a radiating ring of stars emanating from Capitol Hill.
Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Elon Musk.
Elon Musk taking the stage. He came out at the rally yesterday with his son.
Yes.
Who was so pumped to be there. Let's watch.
This is what victory feels like. Yeah! And this was no ordinary victory. This was a fork in the road of human civilization. Okay. You know, there are elections that come and go. Some elections are, you know, important, some are not. But this one this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you. We're going to have safe cities, finally, safe cities. Secure borders, sensible spending, basic stuff. And we're going to take Doge to Mars. I mean, can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time? How inspiring would that be? You know, there's always problems in life. You know, there's this problem, solve that problem. But you know, there need to be things that inspire you. There need to be things that make you glad to wake up in the morning and say, I'm looking forward to the future. Yeah. And I love you guys. So, and let me tell you, I'm gonna work my ass off for you guys. So, I really will. I really will. So, and yeah, but I'm super fired up for the future. It's going to be very exciting. As the president said, we're going to have a golden age. It's going to be fantastic. And one of the fundamental things, one of the most American values that I love is optimism, and this feeling like we're gonna make the future good. We're gonna make it good. So, man, I can't wait. This is gonna be fantastic. So thank you again, and yeah, I'm just so excited about the future. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Kash Patel.
So Elon Musk there giving, we have, and now we have Kash Patel coming onto the stage here. So before Kash gets going here, I want to thank the two of you, Horace Cooper and Jay Richards. Thank you so much for your time today. We're going to wrap it up here.
Thanks so much. Good to be with you.
Absolutely. And we're going to, when we come back, you'll be listening to Tiffany Meyer.
He tells you you're going to take you to
Stay
Mars.
tuned.
I'll tell you how. He and I share something deeply. We love the American dream. And we have been given a gift by God today to usher in a new dynasty, because we just inaugurated Donald J. Trump as our 47th president. And we just inaugurated J.D. Vance as our Vice President of the United States. And we did that because the American dream is alive and well, because you chose that our dream can be the dream for our children and the dream for our world. And we are at a crossroads here in America, but our future is bright because you had the courage to stand for your convictions. So I'm humbled here to talk to you about why I love the American dream. My story's pretty simple, it's unique, and some of you share in it. My parents were born and raised in East Africa. My father in the 1970s fled a genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where he saw 300,000 of his countrymen murdered, where he saw what lawlessness would do if it was allowed to break through the system of constitutional justice. He fled, like so many others. He married my mother. They moved here. They waited in line. They stood in line because the American dream was worth standing in line for. That dream is woven into the fabric of this nation, and our immigration policy is the greatest policy in the world. And now that we have Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, it will become the greatest policy in the world again. But dreams and hopes aren't enough, my friends. We got to get to work. And we got to accept the realities that too many of you know from your communities. President Trump launched in his first term priorities of national security, law enforcement, economy, and global diplomacy. But now we have to retread some of that. And I'd just like to go over a few of the things that our community has been living under these last few years. In the last calendar year alone, we had 100,000 drug overdoses. In the last calendar year alone, we had over 100,000 rapes. In the last calendar year alone, we had 17,000 homicides. That is unacceptable in 2025 in the United States of America. That is why we need constitutional law and order. When I read the statistic that for the age group of 18 to 45, the #1 cause of death is CCP fentanyl. We are not prioritized to go after the threats that face this country and most of all, that face our future generations. But thank God, we will be starting right now. President Trump and J.D. Vance's leadership and administration will usher in the priorities that I cherished during my 16 years in government service. That we will always, always honor the men and women who wear the cloth of our nation and stand on that wall and tell you nothing's getting by them tonight. And so to them, thank you. To our teachers and our frontline workers and our first responders, y'all choose to show up every single day for our children, for our communities, and we will now show up for you. Thank you for keeping us safe. To the men and women in law enforcement, and maybe I'm biased on this one. Our police officers, our sheriffs, our federal agents are some of the greatest warriors that God has ever created. And we will put them first because they have our backs, and now we will have your backs. I am standing here because of the American dream. I am not standing here because of the color of my skin. I'm standing here because I earned my right on this stage, and you earned your right to be here with me. And I promise you this, with every fiber of my being, that our law enforcement, that our teachers, that our first responders, that our veterans, that our men and women in uniform who dare to serve this country and put themselves below the rest of our needs will be reprioritized to the top of the heap because they are standing on that wall, and we will not let that light go dark on them. Whether I was a national security prosecutor, a public defender, President Trump's deputy director of national intelligence, his chief of staff at the Department of Defense, or so many other roles that I was humbled and privileged to serve when I swore an oath to that Constitution, which I hope to do so again one day soon. You have my word that you have ushered in a dynasty of change. You have ushered in a dynasty that will allow our children to live this American dream. My American dream. I am living the world's American dream. I am the son of lawful immigrants. We worked our tails off just like you all do, and I'm gonna make you a deal. I promise you I will never quit on your children. I will never quit on their children, because this American dream does not belong to me. It does not belong to them. This American dream belongs to the world. So in closing, I just want to tell you this. It's pretty cool to be speaking in Capital One Arena right before the boss. You've inspired me beyond words. Your love, your devotion, your commitment to our country, everywhere I go, shows us that we are not only the beacon of hope, but we are the land of constitutional justice. We are the land under Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, where we are going to end the two-tier system of justice. We are going to remove the weaponization of the intelligence community for political purposes. And we are going to put the men and women of America first. So listen, there's just one thing left to do. We all got work to do. We've got the greatest president and the greatest vice president in the history of the world. And so I just need you all to do a little bit more. Every time you see a law enforcement officer, every time you see a veteran, every time you see a teacher, shake their hand. Give them a little bit of your time, because they're giving us all of our time. And don't forget to enjoy the ride, ladies and gentlemen. God bless America. God bless these United States of America. God bless every one of you. I'm living the American dream. My name is Kash Patel, and I ain't going anywhere. Let's go to work.
There's a whirlwind of emotion and activity going on in this painting. And there's chaos all around and threat from below. The walls surrounding her, and they're anything but unmoved. They're moving all the time, and we sense that. But this little girl remains unmoved.
She's in quite a perilous situation, but she's completely strong and serene, and she's actually meditating. It was very, very well liked because no matter what culture or what sort of walk of life you're from, I think people, they see it and they immediately understand what that energy, what that message is, and they're drawn to it because everybody kind of needs a little bit of that in their own life, of, you know, the steadfast calmness and something to hold on to. It's definitely an inner peace in the midst of something very chaotic, and for a lot of people right now, the whole world is very, very chaotic. So I guess that's another reason why so many people are very drawn to this.
Every day, thousands of kids start vaping. And I can't let this happen to my kid. So if you want to talk to your kids, you have to get it trending.
No, you're doing it wrong.
Let's go.
Can we talk?
Yeah, what's up?
Visit talkaboutvaping.org for tips on when and how to have the vape talk.
Kids love it. Parents trust it. Obviously. Explore GJW Plus Kids Series and Ganjian Campus courses led by expert educators. This is spectacular. Children will learn values like respect, responsibility, and knowledge in language, science, and more. Wow. All while having fun. Perfect. Subscribe today at GJW Plus Kids, where learning meets fun.
Discover the ancient secret to vitality and longevity with Puretang Black Ginseng. Crafted from premium 6-year-old Korean ginseng, each root is carefully nurtured for over 2,260 days, undergoing a traditional 9-round handcrafted process of steaming and drying to unlock full potency and absorption. Experience pure, natural energy with Puretang Black Ginseng. Order now at puretang.com.
And you're looking live at an inside of Capital One Arena right now, where thousands of President Trump supporters are waiting eagerly for his arrival. The 47th president is currently at his inaugural luncheon at the U.S. Capitol, where he was sworn in just hours ago. And welcome back to our special coverage of the second inauguration of Donald J. Trump on NTD. I'm Tiffany Meyer. A historic day here in Washington, D.C. The president took his oath of office and delivered his inaugural speech earlier today inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. That's after freezing temperatures prompted the ceremony to be moved indoors. And what would traditionally be a parade down Pennsylvania Avenue has been moved inside the Capital One Arena that we just saw there. The president is expected to head toward that venue at any moment now after that luncheon. And in studio here, we have Jason Palmer, former Democratic presidential candidate and co-founder of Together, a youth empowerment platform. Dave Bratt, former Virginia congressman and dean of the Liberty University School of Business, and Jane Hampton Cook, presidential historian and author. Great to have all of you here with us on this historic day.
Yeah, great.
Actually, speaking of historic days, I think this is only the second time that we've had this event indoors. I want to start with you, Jane. From that historical perspective, how do you see this day going down in history?
Well, you know, I think it is unique that we had it indoors after so many years having it outdoors. But what I liked about that was that you could see this painting of George Washington giving up power. And that's what we did today. We have this peaceful transfer of power. And you have the triad. You have the Chief Justice, the incoming president, and the House and the Senate. And in one moment, we tell the world that we are not based on royalty. We are based on representation. And that's what I think is exciting about every inauguration, and especially this one.
And Jason, as a Democrat, you actually won American Samoa over President Biden in the primary. So from a Democratic perspective, how are you viewing today watching Donald J. Trump become president again?
Yeah, I think all Democrats, if they're watching, are watching with kind of a mixed set of emotions because there's a number of policies that are going to be coming like a blitzkrieg. I've heard 100 different executive orders will be in the next few days, even today. You know, many of those will be very anti-immigrant. Some of them could be racist, you know, genderist. I did hear some of the last conversation that was happening on NTD. And, you know, but we do need to work with President Trump on areas where we agree, reducing the deficit, improving our economy, a lot of things that Elon Musk was just talking about in terms of like looking to the future, embracing innovation. That's part of the reason that Donald Trump won, is that Americans do fundamentally believe that capitalism can make our country great, but it needs to be for the people. And the question is, will it be for the people or will it be for the oligarchs? And, you know, we'll see coming up.
Sounds like we're going to Mars based on that speech. But Dave, how are you watching the events so far that we saw today?
Yeah, no, it's great. I've got friends back home. Everyone's texting, best speech I ever seen, great inauguration, great energy. On the oligarchs, that's in the news. It's huge. I'm a free market person. I dream of free market. I got free market libertarians saying you can do free trade with China, a communist totalitarian surveillance state. This is shocking to me. I don't think they know what the free market system is. It's the price. You use the price system, right? Mm-hmm. China doesn't even know what the price system is. It's top down 100%. Yeah. And so the oligarchs have all been on the left. Elon's the only exception, but all of them. And now they're kind of coming as supplicants before Trump. Oh, I didn't mean any of that stuff. You know, the censorship, that was just, you know, I don't know how that happened. And the government was putting its thumb on a thing. So it's exciting, but Trump, I agree that the test is going to be, can he overwhelm the swamp? Can he, the immigration piece, it's the illegal immigration piece that's the problem, right? And so it's not the legal. And we were just talking before the show, the true test for the H-1B visas, it's kind of curious, they're always at the top, they're the cream of the crop. There's no discussion of 12% literacy rate for poor kids in Chicago. So we had black, brown, Hispanic, blue-collar workers coming our way in this election. And now the burden's on us to make sure it's the American citizens first, and we mean it.
Speaking of, you know, free trade with China, it's
yes.
quite fascinating that foreign heads of state were invited this time, and Xi Jinping, Chinese Communist regime leader, was invited. He didn't come, but he did send his second in command. So we'll talk about what we think of trade, you know, or tariffs in that regards. But first, let's actually go to our New York studio, to the inaugural hub, with Dave Martin standing by, and Kevin Hogan, supposedly. What do you guys have for us?
Thank you, Tiff. Yeah, I'm going to be looking at what Americans say they want Trump to address as soon as possible. But first, you know, Kevin here had a whole segment planned on the car that Trump was going to be in during the parade. Obviously, the parade got canceled. But, you know, he's still got to take that car over to Capital One Arena. A lot of details with it. Kevin, why don't you start us off talking about the Beast?
Yeah, well, Dave, this is something right out of a Tom Clancy novel. Check this out. This is the state car, and like Dave mentioned, this is called the Beast. Why is that? Well, this thing weighs 10 tons, and it gets from 0 to 60 in 15 seconds, 4 miles to the gallon, and it's got tank-like armor on it. So they're really trying to protect the president. Look at this thing, $15 million R&D that GM did to develop this. It looks like a Cadillac, but really it is not. Look at some of the features on this thing. Oh, sorry, we'll go back. We're gonna look at this. This is night vision cameras on this thing, right in the front there. So then you got, all right, what else? Okay, like I said, tank-like armor. This is a steel, aluminum, and composite. This is so that if anyone throws a grenade under the undercarriage, it doesn't blow up and hurt the president. And also, it's in the body that you can see there too, right? And then it even has vials of the president's blood type on hand in case anything should happen. Remember, this is a president who survived two assassination attempts on his life. So they're just doing everything they can to protect what they call the secure package. That's the president. The car drives in the middle of the motorcade usually. Again, you got a satellite phone, direct link to the vice president and the Pentagon just in case any communications need to happen there. And look at this. You might have seen this. This is Kevlar. That's reinforcement on the wheels. These are run flat tires. This thing can still get around even if it has a flat. And again, it's not that quick, but the driver knows how to do J-turns. They're trained in evasion maneuvers and everything. So this really, they pulled out all the stops on this. Again, look at this door. It's probably hard to see right here, but that's an 8-inch thick door. It's got 5-inch thick glass. I mean, this thing weighs as much as a door on a 757 jet. So again, this is just an enormous amount of security, and if ever they should need it, again, hopefully you don't have to use any of these safety security features here, but it can deploy tear gas, look at that, and it has pump action shotguns right in there in the door, so just in case they need any of it. But again, this is just something that is just right out of a sci-fi. You know, you could think about all the other things that may be in it. This is what we know from Spyscape, NBC, and the War Zone, but there are other reports that, and NTD can independently verify this, that this car can deploy a smoke screen, even set out an oil slick to divert anyone trying to trace it and track it, and then even electric door handles in case an intruder tries to come up and get into the car with the president sitting in there. All right, so that's how the president gets to work. But Dave, once he gets there, what do Americans want him to do right off the bat?
It's a good question, Kevin. That was the question given according to a Suffolk poll taken earlier this month, actually, where they simply asked, what should Trump address as soon as possible? Here's the top 3 issues. Number 1 here, 47% said the economy. Nearly 1 in 2 had that as their first choice. A distant second here, kind of mass deportation at 21%. And then finally in third here, 9% said cut spending. That's federal spending, of course, that is. Now, no surprise with the economy being number 1. This has been the number 1 issue for several years now. Obviously, we had the major inflation in 2021. 2022, we've seen the prices rise for gas and food there. So no surprise that the economy number 1. Now, mass deportation, this one actually has more bipartisan support now. You know, the Lake and Riley Act was recently passed in the House through bipartisan lines. Now, this would actually detain illegal immigrants who were arrested for certain crimes. And finally, cutting federal spending. You know, Trump has Elon Musk in charge of the Doge now to take care of this issue. Now, the same poll actually asked the second question, what shouldn't Trump address as soon as possible? In other words, kind of the non-popular items here. So a mixed bag here. Number 1, though, 24% said they do not want Trump to investigate Biden and Democrat officials, at least as soon as possible. That was very closely followed by 23% issuing pardons for January 6 prisoners. And then finally, 16%, just what we talked about here, mass deportation. They do not want him to address that as soon as possible. Now, this first one, investigating Biden and Democrat reporters, nearly 1 in 4 said that. Now, obviously, Trump had been investigated most of the last 4 years. Some people just don't think that's a very good look for a country, don't want to see the same thing happening to Biden. This January 6 pardons, this one actually surprised me how much bipartisan support here. There are plenty of Republicans that do not want to see Trump issuing pardons for these January 6 prisoners, as well as Democrats. This mass deportation, there may be a very strong push for it. As you can see here, there's also a very strong pull against it. So some very interesting numbers here, I would say. Stay tuned, obviously, for NTD News, because we will surely cover all the issues that Trump covers and addresses first here. But right now, let's go back to you in D.C.
All right, Dave and Kevin, thank you for those breakdowns. And let's bring it back in studio here. You know, we have Dave Bratt, you're the Dean of a Liberty University School of Business. So I want to get your thoughts on the economic aspect, right? A lot of people, from the sounds of it, looking at the polls, voted for Trump because they remember the economy under the first Trump administration. Yeah. But given what the economy looks like now, can Trump deliver on those promises to the public? What's your thought on that?
Well, it's going to be very hard. People get confused the difference between the economy and the stock market. The economy, if you look at the head of productivity in the country at Northwestern, probably a Democrat, productivity has been going down for 70 years, and CBO has it going down for the next 30 years. So that's a real challenge. That's capital. We've shipped all of our jobs abroad. We've shipped our capital. China has now 100 trillion capital, and we only have 70 trillion in capital for our workers to work with. So the real economy, that's a problem. Why is the stock market going up? Why do they say the economy's good? Because you're borrowing $2 trillion a year from your kids. That's shoved into government spending, and they're counting that as economic growth and productivity. You're borrowing from your rich uncle, shoving it into G, right? C plus I plus G plus net export. You remember that lecture? And they're counting that as economic growth. So good luck. And then they printed $9 trillion through the Fed, still $8 trillion on the Fed balance sheet. And so that in a nutshell, can President Trump solve some of this? Yes, inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. That's Milton Friedman. Quit printing money, right? And you will not have inflation. We had 25% inflation roughly over the past 5 years. And the American people still don't know what that means. It's not just your grocery store. It's your retirement account. You've lost 25% of your purchasing power. So that's starting to kick in now. And on the tariffs and returning capital to the U.S., we'll see. I hope they don't back off on that. We need to have real fair, right? The Chinese firms, for example, they don't even have to be audited to be on our New York Stock Exchange. I mean, no one in America knows any of that, right? And so we're just saying we just want fair, golden rule, right? Reciprocity across countries. And if China can meet us that way and we get to go into their Hollywood and their universities and their stock markets, fine, but highly doubtful.
And Jason, when you're running on conscious capitalism, talent economy, and modernizing the government, looking at this incoming administration, there's the DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency. There's also talks of the External Revenue Service, maybe sending our taxes abroad, not just our jobs. What do you make of all of that? And, if this administration can actually tackle those economic woes that Dave was just laying out?
Yeah, well, actually, I agree with a lot of what Dave just said, and I want to show all of you. I brought my MAGA hat, so I'm going to put my MAGA hat on here, but I want you to notice it says, make accounting great again, because one place where I really disagreed with Joe Biden and a lot of Democrats is we've been running up $2 trillion a year in deficit, which is $8 trillion of debt under President Trump, and then about $6 or $7 trillion under President Biden. And this is a serious problem for America. At this point, I don't think most Americans know that each man, woman, and child in the country has $110,000 of debt that you owe as a taxpayer. That is so much money, it's almost incomprehensible for people to think about. These are people that might have $2,000, $4,000 in credit card debt that they're languishing under. Imagine your government has spent more than $100,000 on behalf of you on things that you don't agree with. So we actually need to, in a bipartisan way, get together, and I'm hopeful that DOGE will do this, although I have to admit, when Elon's jumping around on stage, I really wonder how serious he actually is, but I hope he's serious. And Elon, I hope you're watching, because there is a lot of things that we can cut that Americans don't believe in, and that includes both domestic and defense programs, and we need to reform entitlements. Social Security and Medicare are great programs, two of the most popular programs in America. But if we don't reform them, we have a massive cliff coming up on both of those programs in the 2030s that need to be addressed in a bipartisan way, and I think I could probably work with Republican colleagues on that, and I hope that there is some work on that. But in terms of the productivity that Dave was talking about, this is where I disagree with a lot of economists, is America does not have to continue declining. Our productivity is caused by the over-regulation that we have across all of our industries right now. And that's also something where we can, in a bipartisan way, look to reduce regulations that are cramping entrepreneurs and cramping growth. Conscious capitalism is a belief that capitalism can be harnessed for working class Americans, for all of us. And those regulations are keeping people from making more money as much as they're keeping businesses from growing faster.
And Jane, I want to get you kind of two questions here. First, in terms of DOGE, right, we're hearing, this basic new department being born. Has that ever happened before in terms of, our history? But then also from that historical perspective, how important is the economy to whether or not the president sinks or falls? We saw recently Jimmy Carter. We just saw his state funeral, all of that. Died at 100 years old. He became more famous and popular after being president, mostly because of the economy. But talk to us about how you're viewing all of this in terms of the economy and the president.
So what struck me about today's speech was that President Trump said, "I will win for you." And you have 47% of people who want to see improvement in the economy. And he talked about reducing inflation, bringing down the prices of the things everyday Americans have to buy: gas, food, clothing. And so that is where I think the zeitgeist is. I think that's where the American people are hurting, and they're looking for help. They want someone to win for them. And when you look at, say, Jimmy Carter, he wasn't able to fully bring down inflation. Inflation was high. And you had Ronald Reagan come in, and it took him a little while. It was hard work, but he got those tax rates down. And went a long way to building prosperity, which is what President Trump said he wanted to do today.
Well, we are going to continue this discussion, but first, let's go now to NTD's congressional correspondent, Melina Weisskopf, who is standing by. Melina, what is President Trump inheriting from his predecessor?
So several things today I'm going to go through, Tiff. So aside from that letter to his successor that Biden's left for Trump, he's also handed over several last-minute policies, we remember, through executive orders over this past month, several that Trump says he plans to undo on day one, although that could get tricky, Tiff. One example is the executive order that Biden signed just this month to ban new offshore oil and gas drilling in most U.S. coastal waters. Now, why I say that could get tricky is because experts are saying that when Trump tries to repeal that specific executive order, that could end up in the courts. Now, Biden's also leaving Trump with several of pieces of landmark legislation that he enacted under his presidency. Of course, we're talking about things like the Inflation Reduction Act, which included tax cuts for green energy. And then you also have the infrastructure law, which had several pieces in there to also address green energy, tax cuts, etc. And then Trump and Republicans say that they're trying to repeal a lot of these provisions within these two pieces of landmark legislation. We've heard this repeatedly over the past 2 to 4 years, actually, from Republicans. Now more so that Republicans are in the majority. They're really going to try to dig into those two laws, the infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act, to try to peel back several federal dollars. Of course, we know that's going to also be a key part of Trump's agenda, is that DOGE effort with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy trying to slash the federal budget. Their goal is to slash $2 trillion from the federal budget. We'll see whether or not that's feasible. As for where the economy stands at this point, Tiff, well, Biden is actually leaving Trump with inflation sitting at around 2.9%. Remember, the Federal Reserve wanted to get that inflation number down to 2%, so just a little bit over that goal there. And unemployment right now is sitting at 4.1%. That's where it's hovered over the past 7 months. Now, Trump is planning also to extend his 2017 tax cuts. This is Trump's goal to try to, his plan rather, to try to revive the economy and try to spur some economic growth. But several of what Republicans and Trump are going to have to try to do, they're going to have to do through reconciliation. That's a Senate process that allows them to get around the 60 votes they would originally need to pass legislation, because Republicans in the Senate, remember, only have 53 Republicans. So they're really going to have to take this reconciliation path to do things with regards to energy policy, the border they're talking about, tax cuts, etc., you name it, to be able to enact those Republican priorities, because they're not going to get the Democrats they need to do that. Now, also on foreign policy, we know right now there's an ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. It's coming up on its 3rd year anniversary next month. We know with regards to the Israel-Hamas war, of course, Trump is inheriting that ceasefire deal, which he's tried to take credit for, between Israel and Hamas. We know that's playing out, but that's a very fragile deal. Experts were telling me this past week that we're really going to have to wait and see if that ceasefire deal holds up, because it is such a fragile situation when you're dealing with a terrorist group like Hamas. And then, of course, right now, Trump is having to inherit a really thin ice with relations to China, a really frigid relationship between the U.S. and China that he's having to inherit now. Of course, Biden imposed those export controls on technology to China. There's just several things on the China front that he's going to have to deal with. Now, we know one of the major issues, which we'll see just a little bit later when Trump signs those executive orders, will be related to the border. So he'll issue 10 executive orders, Tiff, just on the border alone. Now, that's going to set the stage for some mass deportation and to crack down on illegal immigration and crime. So this is just some of what Trump is inheriting. Of course, a lot that I went through there, but this is what Trump's coming into right now, and this is his priorities for the next 4 years.
All right, Melina, braving the cold there for us. Thank you. And we are going to take a very short break, but we have a lot more for you. You're looking now, or you were looking at a live look at the Capital One Arena in D.C., where President Trump, now the 47th president, is expected to be there later today. His supporters are waiting eagerly, some, as early as 2 a.m. Spirits are very high. NTD's Jack Bradley is there as well. We'll be checking in with him in just a moment, so stay with us. We have a lot more for you.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move. So I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Supermodel Cindy Crawford doesn't just walk the red carpet, she rocks it. At 58, she steals the show and wows the press. Hollywood Life exclaims, Cindy Crawford has never lost her stunning glow. While Page 6 raves, she's still as gorgeous as ever. What is Cindy's secret? It's meaningful beauty. And now with new advanced formulas, it's better than ever. Watch as the appearance of lines and wrinkles are diminished in just weeks. It's no wonder everyone's talking about meaningful beauty.
My makeup artist said, your skin has been looking great lately. What products are you using? And I said, I'm using Meaningful Beauty. And she said, really? I've tried Meaningful Beauty before. I love those products. And then the other lady down in the trailer said, I use Meaningful Beauty. I love it.
Our new and improved formulas deliver age-defying ingredients even deeper into the skin where wrinkles begin. And this brand new offer is Cindy's most exciting ever. Because when you order, you'll get Cindy's exclusive Super Brightening Duo, a $120 value absolutely free. First, you'll get 60 of our Revive and Brighten eye masks, the celebrity secret that visibly smooths, awakens, and restores the area around your eyes. Next, discover the power of our Vitamin C Biphase Brightening Oil for an immediate boost of glamour and glow.
I'm not ashamed to say I am 53 years old. Thank you, Cindy.
The total effect of this free gift package? A red carpet ready complexion. Get all this, a $300 value for just $49.95. But you must act quickly. Results guaranteed or your money back.
So make the call or go online now and put yourself on the path to the most beautiful skin of your life. Trust me, it's worth it.
This special offer is not available anywhere else, so don't delay. Scan the code, go to meaningfulbeauty.com, or call the number on your screen now.
Discover the ancient secret to vitality and longevity with Puretang Black Ginseng. Crafted from premium 6-year-old Korean ginseng, each root is carefully nurtured for over 2,260 days, undergoing a traditional 9-round handcrafted process of steaming and drying to unlock full potency and absorption. Experience pure natural energy with Puretang Black Ginseng. Order now at puretang.com.
And you're looking at a live feed of inside the Capital One Arena in D.C. President Trump is expected to be there later this afternoon. Let's check in with NTD's Jack Bradley, who is at the Capital One Arena. Jack, what's the atmosphere like in there?
A lot of excitement and warm energy here in the arena. There's a packed crowd in here. It's kind of hard to find some empty seats as this holds about 20,000 people in total, and just a fraction of the amount that would have been held at the National Mall had things not gone inside due to the inclement weather. There was about over 200,000 tickets sold to go onto the National Mall, which is far exceeding the 20,000 here today. And the crowd is very excited, getting up really early this morning, lining up 8 hours or so before Trump even is coming in, which he's expected to later today to give a speech here to this really crowd that's fired up and braving the cold from outside and waking up early so they could get here. I met one couple from Los Angeles who said that they woke up at 3 a.m. this morning to ensure that they could be one of the 20,000 people to get a spot in here. And they ended up sitting on the floor right behind me. And now on that stage behind me is a desk where President Trump is expected to sign executive orders in front of the audience here. And of course, we heard from Charlie Kirk earlier where he said that the president could sign up to 200 executive orders on day one. And many of those include enshrining two genders in policy, in federal government policy, as well as issuing mass deportations, among many other proposals. We're still expected to hear from more speakers here as well. So as the night goes on, Trump will be here soon to give a speech. We're very much looking forward to that. But we did also hear from Elon Musk, a very short but energetic speech, probably the most energetic speaker of the night so far, as he was raising his hands in the air and being a little bit silly, but very excited, of course, to send people to Mars. And immediately following him was FBI Director Kash Patel, who is saying that he wants to reform the FBI, and particularly what he calls the weaponization of the intelligence community. Now, usually this parade runs down Pennsylvania Avenue, but it was moved indoors, of course, and having a rally instead of a parade here is kind of emblematic of Trump's campaign, where he held dozens of rallies across the country for months and months. And leading up to the election, 3 a day for the last couple of weeks leading up to the election. Very energetic to be able to do that. Now, this tradition of holding a parade during the inauguration dates all the way back, actually, according to the inaugural committee, to President Washington, when he was making his way from Mount Vernon to be inaugurated all the way to New York City, where crowds cheered him on. And this occurred following him with President Adams, and then President Jefferson, and then finally with James Madison in 1809. It was just made part of the inauguration celebration to have a parade following. Tiffany.
All right, Jack, thanks for that. And we'll be checking back in with you soon, as I'm sure the spirits are even higher when the 47th president will be showing up. But let's bring it back in studio here. We have our lovely guest. Jamin, I want to start with you. Jack was mentioning there the history of the inaugural parade going back to the very first president, George Washington. It's a bit different, though. The inauguration happened in New York. Took a long time, probably on horseback. Talk to us about the tradition of the parades and how special it is that we are having this rally instead today indoors due to the cold.
Well, he was correct that Washington left his home and throngs of people greeted him. They decorated bridges. They had people singing for him. It really was amazing. And when he came into New York to Federal Hall, he had 500 military escorts with him. And then when they watched fireworks that night, it was so crowded on the streets, Washington had to walk home because his carriage couldn't get through the crowd. And so I think what you're seeing, the enthusiasm of the crowd that's waiting for President Trump to come over at Capitol One, you know, that's the sentiment that Americans have felt from the beginning of our country over this transfer of power.
And we are seeing a live feed right now where you see the 47th president and First Lady again, Melania Trump, there at the luncheon that I think is wrapping up. Of course, you have Vice President J.D. Vance and his wife, Usha Vance. A lot of historic firsts, it seems. I think Usha herself, you know, what she brings to the role as Second Lady, a lot of in her very impressive background. There'll be a lot there. But another historic first I want to pivot to is the invitation of foreign leaders. Trump actually invited Chinese Communist regime leader Xi Jinping. He did not come, but he did send his second in command. Not invited was Putin and Zelensky, although apparently Zelensky was waiting for his letter and was willing to come. That would have been, you know, trilateral summit right there. Could have ended the war perhaps. But Dave, on that note, right, we're hearing Trump signal he wants to put 60% tariffs on Chinese goods, but then also going around the circumvention, the ones that come through Canada or Mexico is another 25%. We have TikTok in the news, but then also this invitation to Xi Jinping, our relations thawing between the U.S. and China. How are you viewing this?
No, I think still in the deep freezer, but you know, Trump's a deal maker, right? So he's going to meet with him and see what's possible. China has been very aggressive. They're building a huge blue water navy. They're building up nukes, carriers, etc. And they're pinging the Philippines and a lot of our friends, and they're building up. I mean, they're doing everything, and they're aggressive, much more aggressive than we are. And we've been no angel in the past 2 decades either. And so that's notable. He's going to try to make a deal there. On Putin, and by the way, the messaging on the tariffs also today came out, some messaging on MAGA Light. And they said, well, you know, we're going to do a study on tariffs. In this city, whenever you do a study, it means somebody's trying to kill it. Right? On the Ukraine war, I think it's a total disaster. I think the U.S. has been hypocrites. We did a coup d'etat on Ukraine in 2014. Go watch John Mearsheimer on numerous, he's the top guy in the political economy and geopolitics at Chicago. Or there's a 10-minute clip of RFK Jr. going over all the details. We knocked out their president in 14, and then we're preaching about pro-democracy. I mean, it's just breathtaking. And then Lindsey Graham came out and told the truth, I don't know, a few months ago. They got $3 trillion worth of rare earth minerals over there, and it's better that their boys are dying than ours. I'm like going, I don't know what moral universe you live in, but it ain't mine. And so that one I think is fixable. But again, the messaging out of the White House this week was, you ain't seen anything yet. You know, he's getting ready to bargain with Putin. Wait till you see what we're going to send to Ukraine. Well, I hope that was just a messaging bomb, because he shouldn't take ownership of that war for a day. And I want out of all wars and bring peace back to the world.
Jason, on that note, Trump is inheriting a lot for his second term as president. You know, of course, you have the Ukraine-Russia war, Middle East situation. 3 hostages were just released. There are still a lot more hostages, including Americans, as far as I know, who are still being held in Hamas. Of course, you have the tensions with China around the Philippines, that whole region over Taiwan, perhaps a war there that would impact the whole world in terms of the economy, but also life as we know it. But Dave did mention rare earth minerals, which are used in green energy that we saw, or clean energy, depending on how you want to call it, that we saw a lot of from the Biden administration. Given all that Trump is inheriting and the economic state and everything, how do you see this administration dealing with all of that? How important will it be to have bipartisanship, especially given how slim that margin is in the Senate, 53 Republicans, in the House, down to 2 seats when some of these are, entering cabinet positions? How are you viewing all of this?
Well, mostly the American people have said clearly they don't want the U.S. to be the world's policeman, that's not the role of the U.S. anymore. And it is becoming a very multipolar world where other countries are now going to rise in equal eminence with us, China first among them. And, I think as long as the Trump administration is trying to decrease the number of wars that we're involved with, reduce the number of resources that are spent abroad on defense instead of here at home on the American people, this actually will accrue benefit to Trump. And, American Democratic politicians should look for ways to work with Trump to reduce war in the world and bring more money here to help people at home. Now, all that said, does Trump have the skills to actually reduce war abroad when he blusters at everyone? That's going to be the question, is will he learn to be strategic? Will he hire people in the Foreign Service, or keep them in the Foreign Service, the great officers that are already there, to make sure that we have a new type of diplomacy that is economics first? Americans don't want war abroad, they want to win economically abroad. And there is a way to actually come to a bipartisan set of solutions there, but I don't really see too many Democratic leaders stepping up, and I'm not sure what's going to happen in this regard for the Trump administration either.
Does sound like Trump has signaled, a slew of executive orders to kind of bypass that. So perhaps we'll be seeing that. In terms of the U.S.'s role on the world stage, Jane, I want to get your thoughts on this. How do you think the world is viewing this second Trump presidency, given the chaos that we are seeing? What is historically the role of the U.S. and what is it now?
President Trump said today, I want to be a peacemaker. And I think what surprised me maybe the most about this transition is that we've already had 3 hostages released, that he has been moving behind the scenes, sometimes in front of the scenes, to change things. I've never seen a president who wasn't in office yet do that kind of thing.
That's a great point.
And that's really stood out to me as just a good sign. And don't underestimate someone who said that my life was saved for a purpose. That is very, very strong. We've never had a president say that at an inauguration.
That is a good point. In his speech today, he did mention God 4 times and faith twice. We did see a similar theme right at the RNC, actually, because that was right after that first assassination attempt, where he did seem to have a different demeanor, and he was really focusing on, I had a second chance and I'm here with a mission. That was really the message from him, and seems to have resonated given how the election turned out. A lot more to discuss. We are going to take a very short break. Stay with us as we'll be right back with more coverage of the second inauguration of Donald J. Trump. Stay with us.
Kids love it. Parents trust it.
Obviously.
Explore GJW Plus Kids Series and Ganjiang Campus courses led by expert educators.
This is spectacular.
Children will learn values like respect, responsibility, and knowledge in language, science, and more.
Wow.
All while having fun.
Perfect.
Subscribe today at GJW Plus Kids, where learning meets fun.
بیست و سه سال 16 سال عمري ما هفت
اما داعش کردیان برانبر خشک و دایکانی ازدی ما کاری که دور لهمو چمک دموکراسی و موافقانی مرو و انسانیت او بارودوخی که است های به تایبت لعراق و سوریا بشه که دگرت و با حالانه که اداره اوباما کرد
ریم بو او هفت روز بو و داعش از کرد تامبوم كراقوتينيز قريا بما متشكر بحر في ذنب وباوان رحمنا ودمنا سؤالا من خادران نزل باوان وستم بس نا وانا قوبس ناش بجوش باش.
They would literally be auctioned in front of soldiers, and then the soldiers begin to bid.
زارود وان همو جيبرم تي حملي زارود الدم واسسي وان همو جيبرم
وحشیگریه که توا عیاره ظلمی که یک جار زور گوره لما افرطانه کرده و تعدایی که زور زوریان لیده کرده اما نه روزانه دست فروشیده کرده. اليوم التوزيع كلنا نصيب.
Imagine being a child, having a child mentality, and these evil people come and wheel you away from the only safety you've ever known.
The annual clearance event is going on now at Mathis Home with doorbuster prices in every department. Shop hundreds of sofas in all the latest styles and get huge discounts. Get closeout prices on bedroom and dining furniture, or choose from a huge assortment of recliners from all the top brands. Plus, they're all in stock, so you can take it home today with our fast and easy financing. Come save at the annual clearance event at your furniture superstore, Mathis Home.
Very cool. All Americana.
And looking at a live feed of the luncheon underway, where the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, is, First Lady Melania Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and his wife, Second Lady Wusha Vance there, as the ceremony is continuing. It does seem it's a bit behind schedule today, but we'll be following all the events and bringing you along as it unfolds. Again, a historic day. The event was pushed indoors due to how cold it is. This is the second time in history, the first one being Ronald Reagan's second presidency, if I remember correctly. So there is a precedent for that, but the precedent today is setting was the invitation of foreign leaders of state, including China's Communist Party regime leader Xi Jinping. He did not come himself, but he did send his second in command. So lots to talk about there and what that means. But we'll be breaking it all down here and bringing you along the journey. So thanks for being with us. We're going to listen in a bit and see if we can hear what's happening, and then we'll bring it back in studio.
Just saying. It is now my privilege to conclude
conclude this luncheon by asking Margaret Kibben, the chaplain for the House of Representatives, to deliver the benediction. Thank you. And we know we love this eagle podium. It's pretty good, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the benediction.
Would you pray with me? Holy and merciful God, having witnessed another successful moment in the experiment that you have entrusted into the hands of the American people, we pray your blessing on our 47th President of these United States, Donald J. Trump, and Vice President James D. Vance. Ensure that this mantle of singular responsibility that you have laid upon our President's shoulders remains secure in your will and safeguarded in your keeping. Uphold him as he preserves, protects, and defends the Constitution to the best of his abilities, relying on your divine help. God of power and might, grace and mercy, grant that your spirit of counsel has access to the President's heart to search it, to his mind to examine it, to his will to test it, that his faithfulness would bear witness to your truth. Surround him with angels and advisors who will serve as your agents to guide and guard him, caution and encourage him to remain upright and blameless in your sight. Buckle the belt of truth around his waist. Place the breastplate of righteousness over his heart. Fit his feet with readiness, that your gospel of wisdom and justice will shine forth throughout President Trump's administration. We offer this prayer to the one whose voice we follow to guide all that we do and all that we hope for. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please remain at your seats as President Trump, Vice President Vance, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, and the official party depart National Statuary Hall.
All right, and we've been following the inaugural events all day here in the D.C. studio. Actually, bringing it back in studio, Dave, what do you make of the location of this luncheon? It seems a little different from past ones.
Yeah, I was a little surprised looking at it. It looked like Statuary Hall. That is where the press goes. It's kind of narrow. The rotunda is much bigger, but I mean they can do what they want to do. And the rotunda also earlier today, where the main ceremony was, is much smaller than the House chamber, right, where they usually have the the international folks and the State of the Union. And so I mean they had a week to figure things out. So. They had to deal with what they were given. I wanted it outdoors. I'm from Minnesota. I went to high school, right? So it's like they should have been out freezing, right? Just build character. JFK was out there. And you do miss that, the grand pomp. And I was up there when I was in Congress 8 years ago underneath the Herald trumpets, the 8-foot trumpets. And that was, just the majesty and solemnity of the event. I miss that. But this was great as well.
One of the things I noticed just watching that last little clip is that, Congress has a chaplain. There is a tradition of religion infused with America going all the way back to the beginning. And, Trump himself is not very religious, although I have heard he's been going to church more. You were just mentioning, he mentioned God in his speech more times. I'm a Quaker by background. I hope that one of the things of the next 4 years is that people are more honestly talking about their religion and how it motivates their decisions in life. Now, I'm not recommending in any way that there be like a state religion or a requirement of religion, but the First Amendment does talk about the right to practice your religion, and Congress shall make no law respecting thereof. And a lot of why Trump got elected is people who are religious who voted for him, and people don't understand why. And it's because they feel they've been silenced for decades, actually. And this might be a chance for people to be more honest about their religious beliefs, and that could be a very good thing for America, I think.
Actually, on that note, Jane, it does look like, President Washington was the one who added the words, "So help me God," which has been followed by all the presidents since. Talk to us about that relationship between, how the country was founded and also faith.
So George Washington made his inaugural address a supplication to the Almighty Being who presides in the councils of nations. And that actually comes from Genesis 35:11, which Jacob is told, a company of nations will come from you, and a nation will come from you. And so I think Washington was saying, hey, America is taking its place among the nations. And that's what we are doing every time we have an inauguration. And respect for God is present usually in the address. Most all presidents have had some statement. And, you know, again, going back to God saved my life for a purpose. And I think that for Trump is incredibly important to understand about him, because he said impossible is what America does best. And I think that's what we're looking at. It does seem impossible sometimes to fix all these problems, but that is looking with hope for the future. And that's what an inauguration is supposed to be about.
How do you see that playing out in this administration?
I just wanted to add, Washington, she brought up President Washington. He's up in the dome. If you look up at the dome, I forget there's some fancy name, but it was painted by an Italian artist of renown underneath the papacy. And George Washington's up there with the cherubim and the seraphim and all the religious things. And that has been I don't care. We're free to have our own face under the Constitution, but to whitewash history, right? All of those guys were Christian, right? James Madison went to Princeton Seminary, where I went. He stuck around. He was the first graduate student in Hebrew. If you study Hebrew, you study Genesis 2 and 3 in the fall. And then that might be why you separate powers in the Constitution, because you have that view of humanity. And so the entire architecture of this country, the architecture of this city, L'Enfant, who designed this whole thing, it's all theologically weighted. And now the question is in this modernity, and I refer people, if you want to go read a book on this kind of stuff, see what's going wrong. But there's a guy that's head of First Things editor, R. Reno, and he wrote a book, Return of the Strong Gods. And it's just interesting. Orthodoxy right now is the fastest growing religion in this country. Right? Russian Orthodoxy, Greek, go figure. Right? So the young folks are liking that for some reason. And more power to them. It's a free country. But there is a renaissance going. And Trump, right, he's kind of a Romans 13 guy. God sends rulers to wield the sword. So he's in that camp. But along with that, China is having a huge Christian resurgence. The rest of the world. So it's interesting times. It's hard to read.
It's a very fascinating discussion. I do want to thank you all for being here. We're going to take a very quick break, but first, NTD's Chris Bob spoke to people in Washington, D.C. for the inauguration. Some driving across the country to take part. Take a look.
Did you attend his first inauguration?
I did. It was amazing, and it was so funny. It was fun. It was energetic. There was nothing going on outside, and it was just a great time.
Right over here, they said probably warmer. How does it compare? How does the energy compare, though?
Totally different. Totally different. At first, when Donald Trump first announced, everybody knows that, everybody thought it was a joke, so on and so forth. But now that they actually see what he's done in the 4 years that he was in office, look at how many people are here. It's a big difference. Big difference.
Thank you. Beautiful. What brought you from Honduras to Washington, D.C.?
Because I'm a fan of Donald Trump. Yes, yes.
Honduras, are there many people in Honduras who are fans of Trump?
Yes, it's like a Latin pro-Trump.
What are you most excited to see President Trump do once he takes office?
Well, from what we hear, he may sign some orders when he gets in there. I think that would be extremely cool to do.
Anything at the top of your list?
Not necessarily right off the top of my list. I just think it's just neat to be part of history. I think it's wonderful to be part of history. And if people looked at history more, the world would be a better place.
What are you most excited to see President Trump do once he takes office?
I think there are a couple things that are going to happen, right? He's going to put America first, which needs to happen. In addition to that, he's going to basically, he's going to support our troops. He's going to make some very hard-cut changes around the world. Even on the trade side, I truly support him. I think it's high time for the U.S. to put Americans first versus the whole world.
So when you think about from a global perspective, I think Trump is exactly who we need. We need a business person. We don't need politicians in the White House today. Today, the White House and the American people need like an individual like Trump.
So what made you decide to come here instead of watching it on TV?
Honestly, I just wanted to be a part of history. This is the first inauguration I've ever attended, and I'm just so thankful to be here and watch President Trump take his country back.
We turned 10 counties in California, thank God. I'd like to thank Donald Trump because he is the most vetted politician in the history of this country, and he's endured that kind of vetting for years and years. Thank you for being tough as a boiled owl. We love you.
So was there a moment or a specific policy or something like that that really stuck to you? You said, this guy really stands for me.
Well, he stands for patriotism. It's our financials. It's the ability for us to actually have homes and a country that survives throughout the rest of time. I mean, going back to what our founding fathers were talking about. So we just went so far the other direction that there's just no question. So there's many policies in place that matter to us, obviously.
A performance that truly matters for each and every one of us. This is what you've been waiting for. See it at least once in your lifetime. Coming to Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, January 17th through the 19th. Buy tickets now at Shenyun.com.
Hi friends, Richard Karn here. Now I'm known as the guy who can fix just about anything, but the technology in most appliances requires very special training to fix. My point is, even I know when I've met my match, and that's why my family has Choice Home Warranty. So we won't get stuck with high-priced repairs.
Choice Home Warranty covers over 25 major home systems and appliances. That's your AC, heating, plumbing, kitchen and laundry appliances, and so much more.
Imagine for less than a cup of coffee a day, Choice Home Warranty can help protect you from expensive major system and appliance breakdowns that your homeowner's insurance doesn't cover. But you have to call now before it's too late.
Every homeowner should have Choice Home Warranty. Your homeowner's insurance is not going to cover your appliances.
Washing machine, dryer, refrigerator, air condition. If I had any issues arise, they were able to take care of it immediately.
Now, homeowner's insurance won't protect you when your home's major systems and appliances break down due to normal wear and tear. But Choice Home Warranty will. They can help cover repairs and replacements.
Choice Home Warranty is the best warranty we've ever used. It would save you so much money in the long run.
Hey, I'm not the only one raving about Choice Home Warranty. They were named a Best Home Warranty Company and Best Claim Service by U.S. News 360 Reviews.
Call Choice Home Warranty now and get access to a nationwide network of over 15,000 technicians and the latest appointment setting technology so you'll know when they're on their way.
If I have an issue with an appliance or something around the house, I just call up Choice Home Warranty and I don't have to worry about that.
So, do what this old DIYer did and call Choice Home Warranty now before something breaks down. Tell them I sent you and get your first month free.
Call Choice Home Warranty before it's too late and get protection for your heating, AC, plumbing, kitchen and laundry appliances, and more. Call for your free quote today. Call in the next 5 minutes and get your first month free. 800-360-6782. 800-360-6782.
We said we'd never break the 3-second rule. Never do that. And never become a minivan mom.
Hey, Chris.
As parents, we say never a lot, but never happens. So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, know it can happen. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
And you're looking at a live feed from inside the U.S. Capitol. People are still leaving the luncheon at Statuary Hall. And welcome back to NTD's special coverage of the second inauguration of Donald J. Trump. Let's go now to our Washington correspondent, Luis Martinez, who is live for us at the U.S. Senate Russell Rotunda. Luis, who have you seen on Capitol Hill? You know, who's been on the Hill all day after Trump's inauguration? What is the first order of business for the House of Representatives?
Well, on the House side, things just got more complicated, Tiffany, especially for House Republicans, because as of today, right after President Trump was sworn into office, Congressman Mike Waltz, representative from Florida, who was tapped by Trump to be his national security advisor, submitted his letter of resignation from the 119th Congress. That leaves House Republicans with 218 of those 220 seats that they won back in November 5th. That other seat that they lost is Congressman Matt Gaetz, who resigned during the 118th Congress and did not take his seat this year on January 3rd. So House Republicans are left with a one-seat majority, and we know that Speaker Mike Johnson has had troubles in the past 2 years getting the House Republican Conference united behind him. So that's going to be very interesting on the House side, Tiffany.
And Luis, after Trump's inauguration, what's the first order of business for the Senate?
Well, on the Senate side, it's going to get really busy. We already saw last week at least 12 of President Trump's nominees received their confirmation hearing today, Monday at 4:30 p.m. The Senate Foreign Affairs Committee is holding a hearing to vote to recommend or not the advancement of Senator Marco Rubio as Secretary of State. If it passes through the committee, which is expected to pass with all Republican senators supporting it, and even some Democrats might be throwing their weight behind Marco Rubio, then the vote would go to the Senate floor. We might see a confirmation of the first cabinet pick by President Trump today. We're also going to see votes inside committee, the Armed Services Committee, for Peter Hegseth for Secretary of Defense, and also in the Senate Intelligence Committee for John Ratcliffe to be the next CIA director. And Tiffany, last thing the Senate is going to do today is vote on the Laken-Riley Act, a bill that Senate Republicans want to send to the president's desk on Monday to be signed on his first day in office. Back to you, Tiffany.
All right, Luis, thanks for that. And right now on screen, you're seeing the inside version of the reviewing of the troops. That's normally done outside to kick off the whole procession and then, of course, the parade. But this year, due to how cold it is, everything's been moved indoors. So that was the inside version of reviewing of the troops. As you can see there, lots happening inside, looking quite cozy in there. But let's bring it back in studio. We have some new guests. So joining me in studio, we have Yanya Kellick, host of American Thought Leaders. Former Congressman Dave Bratt of Virginia. He's also the Dean of Liberty University School of Business. And Brent Sadler, a former Pentagon official and a research fellow for naval warfare at the Heritage Foundation. Thank you all so much for being here. Well, a lot of, historic firsts, if you will, foreign leaders were invited. Xi Jinping was invited, Chinese Communist Party leader. He did not come himself, but he did send his second in command. Brent, I want to get your thoughts on that. Of course, there's a lot happening. We still have the Russia-Ukraine war. Conflicts in the Middle East, 3 hostages were just released, but there are still Americans being held and other hostages. Given this, geopolitical global climate, what do you make of Xi Jinping being invited, but not Zelensky and Putin?
Well, I'm not sure I would give a whole lot of credit to the representation that was sent from Beijing. It wasn't Xi Jinping himself. And until that meeting, the two heads of state actually meet, there's still a lot of questions. There's going to probably be kind of a little circling around of each other about this go-around, about what to expect in the U.S.-China relationship. Certainly things in Asia on the military front have been extremely testy, and there's no indication of it relenting. With regards to Zelensky, Trump has met Zelensky in the past. They do have rapport. The key issue is going to be very quickly how to actually stop the bloodletting and that war that's been going on now for almost 3 years in Ukraine. And it really is, in many respects, I think you can hear this in a lot of the rhetoric from the incoming team, it's a distraction from the principal threat, which is China. But that's not to say that there's not a lot of danger that's still resident in Europe. What can't be allowed to happen is a resumption, allow Putin to have a free hand or a vacuum that he can operate in a couple of years again. And then, of course, you mentioned the Middle East, hopeful signs, but This is a region that's well known for dashing, hopeful, opportunistic visions of peace. And so we have to be realist about what we can expect on that. But what is very clear is all the Americans, even those that sadly have passed away and their remains are brought back home, there cannot be any let up on the pressure on Hamas.
Now, of course, Xi Jinping himself wasn't here, but Trump did have a call with him on Friday. So before he became the 47th president today, part of that call, he said they talked about TikTok. I actually saw, it's been in the news all this whole weekend, basically, where TikTok shut down and it had a whole message for the users being like, oh, but we're grateful that, Trump is coming in. He might save it. And then now it's back in the store and it says, oh, we're grateful for Trump. So, Jan, you've, testified about this. Talk to us about how you're viewing this whole TikTok scenario.
Well, okay, first of all, TikTok is a weapon of the Chinese Communist Party. That's the best way to think about it. There's this term we've been hearing about, cognitive infrastructure, that was introduced some years ago, right, at DHS. Well, you want to talk about a potent weapon to attack 170 million Americans that are using and manipulate them. And the case in point, actually, is this big, what I think they called it, TikTok refugees to this Chinese Communist Party-run Red Book app, which is actually kind of, under the auspices of the Chinese censorship system. And you have all these young people that are going around saying, oh, I was so misinformed. Life is so terrible in America. Everybody has housing in China. I mean, really unbelievable stuff. So you want a case in point in the brainwashing of a whole suite of American youth. There it is.
That app you just brought up, the literal translation is Little Red Book, which is a nod to Chairman Mao Zedong when he had his little red book of sayings that everyone had to carry during the Cultural Revolution. And so now there's this app that's mostly used inside China. They have 300 million users inside China. There are censors there. And so when you had this flood of TikTok refugees going over there, suddenly the censors were like, oh my gosh, we have to review content in English. So then there was this whole delay where someone posted in Chinese. It was like, oh my gosh, my English video is being held for 2 hours for auditing before they can even be posted, which is very different than how, Americans are used to just clicking and saying whatever the heck they want and talking about the sensitive topics inside China, like Tiananmen and all the Taiwan even, Zelensky, Ukraine. How do you view that, though, this onrush to a literal Chinese app that the name is in Chinese, the terms and conditions are in Chinese?
We all the latest books say we've been asleep for 30 years on China, right? We've pushed Russia into the arms of China. That's the biggest strategic error, in my view, of what's going on. Right, Gorbachev, I'm going to go review this, right? But they made a deal. The whole curtain falls down, right? 14 to 18 countries fall down. And he got a promise from James Baker III, we will not move 1 inch to the right. He didn't get that in writing or in law or whatever, but it's a promise. We lied. The United States of America lied. And then under Trump, you got the Washington Post nuking them, and then Russiagate, surprise, Russiagate, right? For 3 unmitigated disastrous years of just popping Trump on a total falsehood. It was fabricated by Hillary and the Democrat Party and all this kind of thing. And it's all sitting there now. And I hope we're going to do investigations on this. But the Ukraine war, right, we had a coup d'etat in 2014. The United States caused that. And now we're cheerleading about democracy. So I'm just very happy with the turnaround because I think we're finally going to get to the truth. It's going to make a better world. And then Iran, right, the Middle East. Before I get there, NATO is shooting high-tech bombs into Russia. What could go wrong, right? That axis, China, Iran, Russia. And then on top of that, Iran, Israel. So it's almost like, this is intentional. And when Lindsey Graham comes out and says there's $3 trillion in rare earth minerals, and I'm glad their boys are dying and not ours, and they got 1 million dead over there, dead and injured in Russia and Ukraine. It's been a disaster, and I think Trump he took a bullet there, and it could have been worse. And I think he's sincere in saying, I want peace, and I hope that happens.
And Brent, how are you viewing all of this from that national security perspective, but also foreign policy? What changes might we see now that Trump is back in office?
Well, no, I think probably the clearest thing, and I saw this when I was stationed abroad as a military diplomat, and that is an appreciation that when you have a President Trump, he talks forthrightly and clearly, and he backs it up with action, so there's no mistaking where American interests are and what our red lines actually, where they actually lie. And that's actually appreciated by friend and foe. And it's less likely you're going to have problems like Ukraine in February of 2022, or Iran really pushing aggressively throughout the Middle East. And so I'm very optimistic, and I think the messages that I hear from folks downrange on the other side of the world is that they may not like where this administration is going to go, but they certainly understand it and they can deal accordingly.
And Jan, I want to let you jump in here. What do you make of what's been said? But also, if you want to return to the topic of TikTok, because I think that's going to come right back into the news. Apparently, because of Trump's public statements talking about the forthright speeches, TikTok is back at least for 90 days. But part of that is if it can actually divest from its Chinese parent company, ByteDance, the algorithm that is a state secret for the Chinese Communist Party. Jury's out on if we're ever going to get that algorithm. But what do you make of all of that?
Well, there's a couple of things. First of all, there's actually a law that's been passed, right, and signed by the previous president that requires this divestment to happen. Otherwise, no TikTok. So, you know, the president actually can't block that. I don't think that's his intention. I would guess. I'm sure he has had plenty of legal advice in this area. The other thing is, and there's a lot of questions. Frankly, the president of TikTok was actually at the inauguration. I saw some photos of that. People asking, "Hey, what's this?" Right? Trump was his previous, as Trump 45, he was very friendly to Xi Jinping. In some ways, you know, people that I talked to, Chinese dissidents, were very unhappy about that, I'll tell you, right? On the other hand, he also instituted the first meaningful policy that actually leveraged the Chinese, that forced them to change their behavior, probably in 40 years. So that's how he plays. He wants to be friends, but he's also going to play hardball. Right? I mean, another great example of this was when, you know, the Wagner group, Little Green Men, Putin sent into Syria. What did Trump do? Well, he didn't try to negotiate. Hey, stop! Don't put those people. He just blew them up, and there were no more incursions after that. Right? It's a very, very consequential decision making. People get the message quickly. With respect to what will happen here, I don't actually know. But I really do hope that the president does understand how powerful and potent a weapon this TikTok is against the American people.
On that note, bringing it a bit closer to home, we did see in Trump's speech today where he talked about a national emergency when it comes to the border, reinstating Remain in Mexico, and designating the cartels as a foreign terrorist organization. From that national security perspective, what is that going to do in terms of protecting Americans? We have over 100,000 Americans die of fentanyl. The precursors come from Wuhan, China. How are you seeing that being solved?
Well, I think the clearest articulation of this, and reality on the ground, is when you see the U.S. military being used more forcefully to secure our southern border. And I think that's what this designation will help enable. It's part of a bigger initiative, a bigger effort to use all tools of national power to secure that southern border, and most importantly, to secure Americans at home.
And right now you do see the continuing of the reviewing of the troops happening indoors due to how cold it is. That is normally the beginning of the kickoff of the procession. And then, of course, the parade, which this time will be inside Capital One Arena, where there's about 20,000 Trump supporters waiting. There you see the 47th president now, Donald Trump. So we're going to tune in and just watch what's happening for a little bit, and we'll be right back with a lot more discussions. Welcome back. That was the reviewing of the troops indoors because of how cold it is. And of course, as president, Trump is also the commander-in-chief. So bringing here back in studio, we do have Brent Sallard with us. From that military perspective, how important is it who your commander-in-chief is? What actually does that do in terms of, say, morale, but also standing on the world stage?
Well, having served 27 years in the military and with presidents that personally may have disagreed with or were, even in some cases viewed as adversarial. You go back to the early 90s, the first year or two of the Clinton administration, it was very tense. But our mission was always to support and defend the Constitution and to obey the orders of the political leadership above us. And so it was never a question of the personality. It was never that. It was always an allegiance and loyalty to the Constitution and our fellow American citizens. So again, it won't matter to the true professionals, which the vast majority of the men and women in uniform, they are like 99.99%. So I would not expect any difference. And I know there are some that are very happy to see a return to strength through peace, because that means that our soldiers, airmen, and sailors will be equipped and trained to ensure their safety and the success of the mission.
Now, in the last hours as president, President Biden did, pardon or give clemency to Mark Milley. What did you make of that? What was your reaction to that?
I don't know what the precedent for this is of giving a proactive before there is even a criminal indictment or even a conviction to put out a pardon, but it certainly signals that there was complicity at the very least in undermining the duly elected president when Trump was number 45. And that can't be allowed to happen again, because that's an erosion of our constitutional structures and our democracy. It doesn't matter Democrat or Republican. It is a complete violation of that. And no matter what, pardon or no pardon, all of those people that were listed in the most recent pardon by Biden, the investigation should go forward because the Americans must be assured that their government is for them and by them.
And Jan, I know you were speaking earlier with Sebastian Gorka about, American foreign policy. Talk to us about that, what you learned and what you're expecting to see now that Trump is back to being commander-in-chief.
Well, Gorka said something really interesting. Of course, he's going to be incoming deputy assistant to the president, senior director for counterterrorism. This is how he summarized peace through strength. He said, it's the fine line between insane intervention of the neocons and the ridiculous isolation of the neo-Buchananites. We'll see what you guys think about that. But no, I actually think that's right. And well, I guess it's a number of the things that President Trump has started with these executive orders are actually happening right away with his designation of the Mexican cartels as terror organizations, because that means that the U.S. can actually start dealing with the influx of drugs across the border, which has been massive.
And Dave, I'll let you comment on that. But also, President Biden did preemptively pardon Fauci as well, the whole scandal, if you will, around COVID. So I'll let you respond to Jan and also Fauci.
Yeah, on the Fauci and the pardons, Bannon and Peter Navarro, the trade economist, both went to jail over that committee, which was not properly construed. The minority had no lawyers, and they not only pardoned, the Cheneys and they pardoned House staff, right? And so you only pardon somebody if there's some goods, and the good news is those goods haven't been deleted. There's a little evidence that the goods are still there. So a minimal investigation will bring clarity to what really happened there, right? And I won't go into detail on that, but give me the second part. What was question part two? J6 and the pardons and
what do you think about Gorka's view of peace through strength?
No, I know the left and this isolationism, and Trump's good friends with Israel. It's clear there's going to be a relationship there. Everyone says Trump huffs and puffs and whatever. He stood on a podium 8 years ago and told all of Europe, all the European leaders to go jump in a pond, right? And then they are now up to 3%, some of them 4% GDP defense spending. So that would not have happened without him. And now they're getting to the point where they may say, we don't need you, U.S. And that would be the best thing ever, right? If Europe, because we've got a big fish over there called China, and we need to get away from this Eurocenter stuff. They're big, they're capable, they're sophisticated, they've been around a long time. And so they can run their own countries. And we need to move over to the Pacific and China, and we covered that in the last panel, so I won't get into detail. But that we ought to be laser focused on China and breaking up the Russia from China.
When it comes to, how successful this second Trump administration will be able to do that, D.C. is quite an interesting area. Normally, almost every single election, 90% votes for the Democratic candidate. And most of these are federal employees who then work for, sometimes, the Republican president. Now, Brent, as a former Pentagon official, how do you view that? How does that relationship work when some people really don't like the person who's now their boss?
Well, I've seen some things, some very good professional people make some very bad decisions where they let their personal opinions and personal politics get in the way of doing their job. That being said, if you really feel strongly about a policy or a political leadership who's duly elected above you, whose orders you're supposed to adhere and support as a steward of the government and the citizens, you resign. And there were some that did that when Trump came in as the 45th president. And those folks that adhere to those kind of policies of the last administration and can't fathom being a part of the government going forward, they have a window of time to resign. If they don't do their job, well, then they're negligent.
On that note, we do have the new department, DOGE, which is supposed to cut some of those federal jobs, perhaps. And then we also have perhaps Kash Patel coming in as FBI director, potentially going to overhaul that entire apparatus, very big apparatus. Jan, I know you know Cash quite well. You had a show with him for basically 2 years called Cash's Corner. A lot of focus on Cash right now. His confirmation hearing hasn't happened yet, but there's going to be a lot of eyeballs on that, potentially very contentious. You know him quite personally. Is he, does he have what it takes to become the director of the FBI?
Well, first of all, I would recommend people go watch the speech he gave at the Capital One Arena recently, because the thing that was amazing about that speech, he talked about his father, escaping from a genocidal regime. He talked about that he's living the American dream. I resonated with that, although I'm Canadian, hopefully soon American. He meant every word. And this is the most important thing. This is a man of impeccable character. He's actually not particularly political. That's the most interesting thing. When Devin Nunes hired him, basically to investigate what later became known as Russiagate, the deal he made with Devin Nunes was, we're going to follow the money, and we're going to follow it wherever it goes, and we have to publish whatever it finds. And if you don't like it, we still have to publish it. That's how he rolls. So it's very interesting, because a lot of people talk about this ending. This one of the things that was talked about in the Pam Bondi hearing was this enemies list or something like that. Cash isn't looking to go after enemies. Cash is looking to apply the law without fear or favor. Equal application of the law. And he's going to do that very seriously.
Yep.
Quite a lot to unpack there. Actually, I want to get back into that. But right now on screen, you are seeing the motorcade with the president in the Beast, where Kevin Hogan earlier broke down, all the elements of that car. Very secure. Going to the Capital One Arena, where, about 20,000 Trump supporters have been since, some lining up as early as 2 a.m., even camping out the night before, just to get a glimpse of the 47th president, who is on his way there now. Streets are very empty. It's been cleared off. Quite a lot of security this time around. Actually, I think it's a historic level of security. But right now, inside the Capital One Arena, we do have our Washington correspondent, Jack Bradley. He's inside in the middle of the action. Jack, let us know what's happening now inside the arena.
Well, after the speakers in the pre-show started, they finished about an hour ago. We've been watching on the Jumbotron here the procession of the military, as well as there's a band playing behind me right now. And so we're listening to that as Trump makes his way to the Capital One Arena. And I know that a lot of supporters here are very excited. They've been up since the very early hours of this morning, hours and hours before Trump would even arrive here, all coming to this moment. Every time Trump's face appeared on the Jumbotron, we heard bouts of applause and cheers and just pure excitement that we have a new president. Now, a portrait of former Army General Mark Milley, who is, of course, just pardoned preemptively by President Biden in one of his last acts as president. It has been taken down from the Pentagon out of view. And Milley was criticized back during Trump's first term for breaching the chain of command and speaking to Chinese military officials about fears that Trump would use nuclear weapons. Now, as part of his first day in office on executive actions, President Trump also signed an order that directs all U.S. flags on future inaugurations day to be flown at full staff. Now, it was flown at full staff today after the House Speaker Mike Johnson directed the flags be flown for today. That's because President Biden made all flags fly half staff for 30 days because of the passing of President Carter. Now, Caroline Leavitt, Trump's former campaign spokesperson, will be Trump's press secretary, and at 27, she'll be the youngest press secretary in U.S. history. And in the first hour of Trump's presidency, the Trump administration already took action on closing the border. They closed down the CBP One app, which allows about 1,000 illegal immigrants to pass through the southern border every day, up to 1 million in total, and they'd be shielded from deportation. That app was just closed. So there's a lot of excitement here in this room, and we'll check back in with me later, because after Trump's speaking, we're going to have a lot of reactions from the crowd. Back to you.
All All right, Jack, thanks for that. And it does seem like there's a lot of excitement there. People have been waiting for hours. Bringing it back in studio here, we did see, Elon Musk speaking earlier. He's supposedly part of this new government agency or affiliate called Doge that's supposed to make the government more efficient. Dave, you have thoughts on this?
Yeah, I want to go back to Jan's comments on Kash Patel. In his book, put these two facts, which are both verifiable, together in your mind. Pelosi calls down security in general before J6. Point two, she requests an Abrams A1 tank to be present for a photo backup. Right? So just think about that for a minute, put those two facts together, and that'll tell you a lot. Right? So call down security, but for the photo op, when you have less security for some reason, get the Abrams A1 tank. Both in Kash, it's all documented, all footnoted. The guy's incredibly bright. On Doge, I'm not too optimistic on the formality part, right? Where it fits in appropriations or whatever. You just seen evidence, right? Paul Ryan blew the bank. McCarthy got booted because he did a $7 trillion budget, woke and weaponized. No Republican additions allowed, right? No amendments, zero. Then Mike, we just had the short-term CR budget resolution, basically same thing. $7 trillion woke and weaponized budget. All of that stays in place. The Dems got additionally 10 items per every addition of Republicans to punt the football a little bit, right? So if you look at the money which this town protects, that's your logic as to what's coming. Now Doge, they say, oh, Doge is going to find out $2 trillion, whatever. They can't do that. But what they can do is they can reorg. Right, you can't fire a lot of folks because of the deep state regulatory administrative regulations or whatever, but you can reorg and get rid of entire subdivisions of DOD, Department of Education, whatever. So that's promising, and he did it, right? He did it at his firm, 70% less workers and about the same productivity, I'm thinking. And so that's huge, and I think you had some other interesting.
Yeah, no, I see a lot of similarities, or at least echoes, to the China Select Committee when bad business behavior was being exposed, and it had a chilling effect. There was investments that were being pulled out or second-guessed, deals for factories in the United States that were the nefarious connections to the PLA that some of the entities, that actually had a chilling effect. And I think Doge, because Elon Musk has such a popular platform on which to speak and a very large support network, politicians will listen to him. So if he uncovers something that doesn't make sense, it will very quickly become the political reality in this town, I think. And
That's
so
great.
It's that not institutional authority, but it's that reputational authority that he has and he's bringing to this.
Great.
Jan, I want to get to you, but first, Brent, when it comes to Elon Musk, he does have the gigafactories for Tesla inside of China. Yes. Now, he has a lot of business dealings inside China. He is now also very close to the new president. How do you view potentially that impacting U.S. foreign policy when it comes to China? Trump himself is also a businessman, so how do you see that maybe feeding in?
Well, I draw a distinction on this. I know, normally, the way we've been going in an American strategic kind of approaches thing, we're starting to conflate economic, statecraft, diplomacy, societal information, and the military altogether. They used to be very separate. So when it comes to this, the investments in mainland China that we've seen in the last few years, it does seem to be kind of going counter to the flow. And a lot of our allies for many years, Japan comes to mind since 2005, have been moving their capital investments out of mainland China. These are the factories. But liquid investment, that's a different thing. That continues. That's more transactional. So the investments of capital in the last few years in a highly politicized and very, in mainland China, the party's dominance, it's actually having a very corrosive effect. And you even have the EU president saying that several years that the business environment in China is horrible.
And we are learning that Trump's motorcade has made it to the Capital One Arena, so we should be seeing him any second now entering, where his fans are eagerly awaiting. Before that happens, though, Jan, tossing to you, we did hear Trump suggesting that your country of Canada could become the 51st state of America, so maybe you don't have to become an American citizen, you can just be absorbed. What did you make of that suggestion?
Well, a really fascinating thing that happened after this, Canadians don't really have a huge national identity. In fact, that was the purpose of the Trudeau policies. I think he talked about it, we want to be a society that's sort of post-national. I forget the exact term. But this suggestion really, whatever patriotism there was in Canada, suddenly, the people are, hey, wait a sec, what are you talking about here? Right? So that was very interesting. And so, people were commenting, hey, Trump even knows how to do that. Get the Canadians patriotic again, so to speak. I don't think Trump plans to make Canada the 51st state. I think Trump is a negotiator. I think this is a negotiating tool. And frankly, Canada has a huge security issue at all sorts of levels, huge infiltration by the Chinese Communist Party, including parliament members that seem to have been basically elected with Chinese money, huge border issue. He wants to get that dealt with. He wants the Canadians to do their part. I think that's a good idea.
A lot of important points. Before Trump arrives, we are going to take a very short break, but stay with us as we'll be back with more coverage of the second inauguration of Donald Trump. That's the live look at the Capital One Arena, where Trump will be arriving any moment. Stay with us.
I want to hear.
I'm Ilka. I live with my daughter and with my grandchildren. Holidays are important to me because they are all about family and laughter. I can remember just wondering where we were going to get a holiday meal. I wasn't always able to provide a turkey. My daughter and I work. It still just doesn't seem like there's enough to go around sometimes.
Every day, millions of our neighbors face hunger, including 1 in 5 children, and food costs keep rising. Please call or go online now and join Feeding America for $19 a month, just 63 cents a day. Together, thanks to a nationwide network of food banks, dedicated volunteers, and the monthly support of people like you, we can fill plates with the nutritious food everyone needs to thrive.
If you were over and playing with us, you were part of our family and you were going to eat. A real cook can take nothing and make something.
No one should ever have to wonder if they will have enough to eat, and our neighbors are working hard to feed their families this holiday season. Call or go online now. Visit helpfeedingamerica.org and give $19 a month. 98% of donations go directly to help millions of people facing hunger from coast to coast and in your own community. Use your credit card and you'll get this exclusive canvas grocery bag as a thank you for joining hands with people across America to help end hunger.
Some of the lessons that I hope that my family will take, it is important to treat people the way that you want to be treated. I have carried on the tradition of loving people through food.
Please call right now or go online to make a monthly gift at helpfeedingamerica.org. Your support helps our neighbors bring food home to their families.
I'm Jonathan Lawson. If you're 50 to 85, please listen closely. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. It's a rate lock for your life insurance that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time for any reason. Many policies you see don't have one, but you can get a lifetime rate lock from Colonial Penn. This plan was designed for people on a fixed income with coverage options that start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. Your rate is locked in for life. Coverage can never be canceled, and your acceptance is guaranteed. You cannot be turned down because of your health. See for yourself. Call for an information kit and gift. Both are free with no obligation.
Call 1-800-624-6556 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-624-6556. 1-800-624-6556. Call now.
And you're looking at a live feed of inside the Capital One Arena. Now, President Trump has arrived at the arena and he is expected to take the stage soon. So before that happens, we're going to bring it back in studio very briefly. There's a lot of talk about, China being a huge threat, and then also Elon Musk having business deals there. Given that China is the world's second largest economy, we're very intermingled. Talk to us, Dave, about the Chinese bond market and what that means for the U.S. market.
Well, just a few short decades ago, Japan was going to outpace us, outgrow us, become the bigger economy. And of course, they put their government sector in bed with the manufacturing sector under MIDI, and it collapsed. They've had 2 lost decades. China, I think, is on the road to that collapse, right? They got the one-child policy. They got local debt problems. They got ghost cities. They got a demographic problem within 5 to 10 years where the population collapses. And on top of that, they got bond market problems. And our U.S. CEOs, and here's the problem, we're still investing boldly into China while their own Chinese billionaire class is trying to export capital. So that's every hint you need, warning signs red. But the U.S., we're just trying to, and sooner or later, when our bond market vigilantes, right, that used to happen. Like if you had 37 trillion in debt, like that used to be a problem when you had 10 trillion. So we're asleep at the wheel, but the rest of the world's paying attention. BRICS, all that's a reaction to this. They don't think they're going to get paid back in real dollars. So we're showing weakness. But bottom line is, I think as soon as our bond market collapses, China collapses. And we love the Chinese people, right? You don't want to see 1.4 billion people hurting, right? So that's a disaster because that is going to, they are so powerful in terms of their effect on the global economy. And so we don't want that for them, but our guys don't have the moral backbone and courage to do the right thing now to make sure that relationship is stable long term.
Now, Brent, of course, there's a lot of talks of potential Chinese invasion over Taiwan.
Yeah.
If that war scenario happens, given what Dave just laid out in terms of how intermingled the economies are, what would happen?
Well, there's several things that are all kind of converging this decade to make it a very dangerous one, because Xi Jinping for the last 7 or 8 years had made it very clear that his military must be ready to exercise and win a conflict with the United States over the fate of Taiwan. And that date is 2027. And the demographic, the economic pressures, the military pressures, when you look at countries around China, the Philippines is standing up and becoming much more forceful in its military. South Korea too, even though the current political turmoil aside. And Japan now, for like the last 13 years, going back to Prime Minister Abe's second term, they've exceeded the 1% Yoshida doctrine for defense spending, and they're going past 2 and onward to probably 3% of GDP. This is unheard of for the formerly known pacifist Japanese self-defense forces. So China has a lot of pressures on it, and increasingly the resolution of the Taiwan dispute, there's no other way around open conflict, is the conclusion that Xi Jinping and many of his most influential advisors have come to. The only way that you deter that is you make the military calculation not favorable, and that we are very late to task.
Now, we are learning that Trump will be signing 9 executive orders inside this arena. There's that little desk we saw prepared for that, this whole grand ceremony, and then the rest will be inside the Oval Office with the rest. But pivoting to Jan, of course, we were just talking about military or kinetic conflict. But the Chinese Communist Party does something called unrestricted warfare or like gray zone tactics. You were mentioning earlier when it comes to TikTok, right, the weaponization of that against 170 million Americans, what that can do in terms of the cognitive realm, where that is a type of warfare. How are you viewing that as potentially a preparation for something like this, given that TikTok isn't in China? They have their own version called Douyin with a very different algorithm. So how is TikTok maybe fitting into the Chinese Communist Party's plans that Brent just mentioned over there?
Well, think about this, okay? How important was the anti-war movement in Vietnam to stopping the Vietnam War, right? Incredibly important. Here, the reason I'm using this analogy, right, is suddenly you have basically an incredibly powerful tool. We've discovered over the last 4 years that some of us are incredibly suggestible. Okay, that some of us can be nudged into believing things that, without even realizing that this has actually happened to us. And I think the Chinese Communist Party is banking on this by giving them that access. Essentially, I would argue this is probably, and the Chinese Communist Party has multiple tools at their disposal to attack the U.S. using these asymmetrical methods financially at the WTO, for example, right? Also, all sorts of legal warfare that they use. In this case, it seems to me that this particular vector, if you say, of attack probably is the most potent, because you can take a whole bunch of Americans and basically get them to follow a line which will get them to kind of side with the Chinese Communist Party. And I don't need to prove this to you because we've just seen it happen, right? At a smaller scale. Maybe this was actually a test for all we know, right? To see how potent this tool is.
And on that note, you know, from a military perspective, we are seeing recruitment numbers not hitting the numbers they're supposed to be. Morale is down. You are having a lot of young people, especially on TikTok. You know, there was the Osama bin Laden's letter was trending on that app, where a lot of young people are hating this country and what it stands for. Whereas maybe just a few decades ago, young people were lying about their age so they could fight in the war and defend this country. They saw this as something worth defending and worth potentially sacrificing their life for. And with, you know, TikTok, also fentanyl killing a lot of military-age people, how are you viewing this brand as a potential weapon in that way?
We'll never underestimate the patriotism of Americans. There was the similar kind of discussions in the lead up to September 11th attacks in 2001, and we saw young Americans put their right hand up and volunteer to go into harm's way. I would never underestimate the amount, the wellspring of patriotism in the country, but it has to be armed with effective weapons and it has to have an infrastructure behind it too, and that's an industrial weakness that we have yet to really address. But the insidious, caustic nature of this type of social media that's controlled by a communist regime intent on undermining American well-being and even our democratic principles, it does have an effect over time, and it does it by what's called cognitive warfare, and it's people no longer think of an option as even possible. You just witnessed the last 4 years, there was a period of time where people were forced to not even be able to define what a man or a woman was. Now that same type of power being wielded by a communist regime that's very adept at cognitive warfare, trying to take off the table American interest in an economic deal that would be very beneficial for American workers, but is viewed as somewhat inconvenient for the Chinese Communist Party in Beijing just because of some other esoteric ideal.
And if I may jump in very quickly, you know, how many social media apps are actually banned in China?
Yeah.
Well, all the major ones, right? And TikTok itself is banned. Right? Why? Because they don't want to be susceptible to this kind of warfare, presumably.
Yeah, and I'm just going to footnote on what you said. On unrestricted warfare, people may not know, that's a document from late 90s. They mentioned 9/11 in that document. And for the folks out there, when you mentioned unrestricted warfare, when you read it, your stomach will churn, because unrestricted means awful things. Unrestricted, we will do anything to defeat you. And folks coming out of the Judeo-Christian tradition, your stomach will roll. People coming out of the Buddhist and Confucius tradition, your stomach will turn. So the CCP is none of that. They're brutal totalitarians, and you bringing that up, you can go download that thing, right? It's 80 pages. Go read that thing, just skim it, a quick skim, and you will get a sense what your kids are going to be facing for the next few decades.
And I just might want to add one more thing. You know, we have this tradition, of course, innocent until proven guilty. We give everybody the benefit of the doubt, and that is a good policy. Unless you've earned over decades, you know, the distinction of always acting in bad faith,
yes,
as the Chinese Communist Party has. So how can we not, when we deal with the Chinese Communist Party, assume bad faith? We have to. And I think this has been one of our crucial foreign policy errors.
Actually, speaking of China, Jan, you were actually at the TPUSA, Turning Point USA inaugural ball last night, speaking with a lot of people who mentioned China, especially, you know, Trump's moves on foreign policy. Tell us more about that.
Well, you know, multiple people I've been interested in. We had Jordan Peterson, we had Ben Shapiro, we had Enes Kanter Freedom, actually, talking about China.
Well, let's play that. Let's watch it.
Unreal.
What do you make of this, the thing President Trump has been repeatedly talking about Canada as a future 51st state? What do you think about that?
Trump is preparing to renegotiate a whole series of international agreements, and he's doing what he usually does, which is to push for advantage hard and to see what happens, and to establish, what would you say, an anchor that is beyond even what he might hope to achieve, so that he can achieve half of that and be thrilled about it. He's very good at that. So, and I think Trump also floats these propositions as a trial balloon. You know, he's obviously a guy who's willing to see what'll happen. And so he likes to stir the pot. And he's doing that very effectively at the moment in relationship to Canada and Greenland and Panama and Mexico. I suppose one of the underlying realities that is motivating Trump is the fact that Canada and the U.S. should be bound together very tightly economically, especially with regards to energy and energy security. And that could be negotiated in a way that would be eminently beneficial to both countries. So we'll hope for the best.
Now we have this TikTok situation. I personally am torn about this situation because I know the incredible power of manipulation that exists in the hands of a regime that, really has no moral boundaries. On the other hand, there's a legitimate freedom of speech concern. Where do you stand on this?
Well, I'm no fan of TikTok. I know that TikTok has pathologized women between 18 and 34 in the U.S. It's probably the prime agent on the media front in their pathologization. Their terrible manipulation of the information streams that they've been fed. It's appalling. We're fools when it comes to communist China. Is there a free speech concern there? I know the libertarians make that case, libertarian conservatives, and it's not like we want the government attending to which apps we use on our phones, but there's a legitimate security threat from the Chinese communists, and there's genuine infiltration with regard to TikTok. So I don't know enough about the specific details of the situation to come up with anything brilliant to say about appropriate policy moving forward. I can say, however, that the idea that the Chinese communists are our friends is a very naive idea indeed.
Wonderful. Final question. The next 100 days, what do you predict will be written about the next 100 days in America after the inauguration?
Well, I hope that it'll be the start of a boom, the likes of which haven't been seen since the 1990s and the revolution in the internet. So, and that's my suspicion and my hope. So, we'll see. We'll see. The cultural tide has shifted, and hopefully the people who've benefited in consequence of that will have the wisdom to be measured in their political maneuvers and focused on the issues at hand and not on petty revenge and foolish politicking.
Recently, there's been this deal with obviously getting the hostages back, ceasefire, big headlines. How do you view that?
I don't think there's any such thing as a good hostage deal. Any deal in which you're releasing innocent people from a terrorist group in return for literally hundreds of murderers, people who have murdered men, women, and children, there's no such thing as a good hostage deal. With that said, the reason the deal got done is because President Trump said two things that Joe Biden was unwilling to say. One, Hamas is not going to retain control of the Gaza Strip. The Israelis do not make that deal unless they understand that the Hamas is going to be not in control of the Gaza Strip. And two, as a corollary of that, Israel is going to be able to go in if the deal goes south. And the Trump administration, Mike Waltz said this, they made this very clear during the negotiations. What Hamas wanted out of this negotiation was, one, permanent withdrawal of Israeli troops from that area, two, continued control of that entire area, and three, the ability to rearm and move all over the Strip. And pretty much all of those abilities were withheld, at least in phase one of the deal. So every deal like this is a crappy deal, and frankly, I think an immoral deal. That's not on President Trump. I think that's on the Israelis for having been able to and being willing to cut that sort of deal, and that's something they're going to have to live with. But the deal that President Trump cut, I think, is the best version of a bad deal.
TikTok. You're a big free speech advocate. At the same time, obviously, this app is, let's just say, it gives a lot of power to the Chinese Communist Party.
TikTok is not a free speech issue. TikTok is a Chinese psyop that is run by the Communist Party of China. They do not have a right to gather data on the American people without any window into transparency, and they don't have a right to utilize the American free system in order to propagandize to Americans. TikTok needs to divest of its Chinese ownership immediately. And the tell into what TikTok is that they won't. TikTok could sell that company for billions upon billions of dollars today. They won't do it. They'd rather shut it down, which demonstrates precisely what they are. Not a for-profit company, but a propaganda outlet on behalf of the Chinese Communist Party.
Trump has up his sleeve here?
I think probably what President Trump has up his sleeve, what he usually has, a carrot and a stick. I think the carrot is, we're not going to kill TikTok, and the stick is, maybe we'll kill TikTok. The carrot will come out in the form, I would think, of some sort of deal that really does end up divesting control of TikTok from the Chinese Communist Party. I think short of that, I think, is not a win.
Thanks so much. You've been a champion for a lot of people that are suffering in China.
Yeah.
Uyghurs, Falun Gong, multiple. What do you think is going to happen this time around?
I think President Trump is definitely going to be tough on all the dictators out there. And obviously, China has been trying to destroy our country. And I've been very outspoken about it. So I think the one thing that I think that President Trump should do is definitely be tough on the dictatorship.
What about TikTok? Is that a dictatorship thing? Is it a free speech thing? What is it?
So yes, it is a free speech, but I think that 170 million people have that app on their phone, and I think it is brainwashing our youth. And I do believe that it's a Chinese propaganda. So I think they definitely have to force sell them to some American company.
What do you think is going to be the big thing in the first 100 days for President Trump?
Immigration, for sure. It's going to be very important.
What do you think people will write 100 days down the road? What are the newspapers going to say?
I think America is back in the game. That's it. That's the headline.
We are taught you don't talk about your problems with nobody because you could get in trouble. And I've been through a lot. Anxiety, depression, sexual assault. When I decided to get help, my life changed. And the mental health box, that was one of the big tools. Accepting help means that we are allowing somebody to bless our life. It's freeing. We got stronger together. Love your mind.
Hi, I'm Susan Lucci. I never thought about heart disease until I had my own heart event. I had heard many times that heart disease is the #1 killer. It went in one ear and out the other, frankly. I never had a health issue. I felt this slight pressure on my chest, just slight. But a few days later, while shopping at a boutique, that pressure returned, much stronger. By the time I got to the ER, the doctor decided to give me a CAT scan. He said, "I don't think you understand. You are on the verge of a heart attack." I had a 90% blockage in my main artery and a 75% blockage in the adjacent artery. I received 2 stents in my arteries, stents developed through research funded by the American Heart Association. Those stents saved my life. That's why I'm in front of you today, asking you to join me in supporting the American Heart Association by becoming a monthly donor. Call now or go to helpheart.org. For only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, your support now can help save your life or the life of someone you love. With you by our side, together we'll keep fighting this battle. Give $19 a month with your credit card, and we'll send you this special t-shirt that you can wear to show that you are helping save lives. I'm so grateful to the American Heart Association. Their research helped save my life. Put yourself on your to-do list. It could be the most important thing you ever do. Please, listen to your heart. The only reason I'm here today is because I did. So please call the number on your screen or go to helpheart.org now. Join me as a monthly donor today and help save even more lives. Thank you.
The annual clearance event is going on now at Mathis Home with doorbuster prices in every department. Shop hundreds of sofas in all the latest styles and get huge discounts. Get closeout prices on bedroom and dining furniture, or choose from a huge assortment of recliners from all the top brands. Plus, they're all in stock, so you can take it home today with our fast and easy financing. Come save at the annual clearance event at your furniture superstore, Mathis Home.
In the long history of the world, only a few generations have been granted the role of defending freedom in its hour of maximum danger. I do not shrink from this responsibility. I welcome it. I do not believe that any of us would exchange places with any other people or any other generation. The energy, the faith, the devotion which we bring to this endeavor will light our country and all who serve it. And the glow from that fire can truly light the world. And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country.
We are caught in war wanting peace. We're torn by division wanting unity. We see around us empty lives wanting fulfillment. We see tasks that need doing, waiting for hands to do them. To a crisis of the Spirit, we need an answer of the Spirit. And to find that answer, we need only look within ourselves. When we listen to the better angels of our nature, we find that they celebrate the simple things, the basic things such as goodness, decency, love, kindness. Greatness comes in simple trappings.
In this present crisis, government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem. From time to time, we've been tempted to believe that society has become too complex to be managed by self-rule, that government by an elite group is superior to government for, by, and of the people. Well, if no one among us is capable of governing himself, then who among us has the capacity to govern someone else?
We remain a young nation, but in the words of Scripture, the time has come to set aside childish things. The time has come to reaffirm our enduring spirit, to choose our better history, to carry forward that precious gift, that noble idea passed on from generation to generation, the God-given promise that all are equal, all are free, and all deserve a chance to pursue their full measure of happiness.
Because today, we are not merely transferring power from one administration to another, or from one party to another, but we are transferring power from Washington, D.C., and giving it back to you, the people. What truly matters is not which party controls our government, but whether our government is controlled by the people. January 20th, 2017 will be remembered as the day the people became the rulers of this nation again. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
We can see each other not as adversaries, but as neighbors. We can treat each other with dignity and respect. We can join forces, stop the shouting, and lower the temperature. For without unity, there is no peace, only bitterness and fury. No progress, only exhausting outrage. No nation, only a state of chaos. This is our historic moment of crisis and challenge, and unity is the path forward. And we must meet this moment as the United States of America. If we do that, I guarantee you we will not fail. We have never, ever, ever, ever failed in America when we've acted together.
And you're looking at a live feed of inside of the Capital One Arena in D.C. President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance are expected to take the stage very soon inside. Of course, we'll come back to NTD's special live coverage of the second inauguration of Donald Trump. I'm Tiffany Meyer. Now joining me at the desk in our D.C. studio is Iris Tao, NTD White House correspondent, who's been following the Trump campaign from the very beginning. Horace Cooper, a senior fellow with the National Center for Public Policy Research and a former constitutional law professor, and John Torres, who served as the special agent in charge for Homeland Security investigations in D.C. and is the former Assistant Secretary of Homeland Security for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE. He's currently president of Security and Technology Consulting at Guidepost Solutions. Thank you all so much for being here. A lot to unfold today. A very historic day. Of course, everything was pushed inside because of how cold it is. Now, we are learning that Trump will be signing 9 executive orders inside Capital One Arena and the rest in the Oval Office. Iris, talk to us about what we know about the contents of these executive orders.
Sure. So this will be a very historic moment when Trump is expected to sign executive orders in front of basically 200,000 people in that big arena. Our reporters inside have already sent us pictures of a stack of executive orders on a desk inside the arena in the center of the stage. So expect Trump to really detail what's going to do and, of course, what actions he's going to take right there addressing so many people. Of course, we already have a preview of what he's expected to sign today, including, most importantly, a lot of actions on the border. We know that out of the, for example, 10 executive orders he is expected to sign today on the border, there includes, for example, declaring a national emergency on the border, allowing troops to be sent to the southern border to enforce more strongly, and also ending catch and release, reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy, as well as designate criminal cartels as terrorists. But also there is one controversial action that he's going to take, which is to basically end birthright citizenship for illegal immigrants, children. And that move is expected to be encountered with legal challenges. We do expect to hear more from Trump, though, about how exactly he's going to maneuver through that. And of course, there's also some other areas where Trump has been emphasizing today in his speeches, and we have learned about his actions, which are defining sex and ending DEI programs across federal government. The United States will have to recognize there's only 2 biological sexes, which is male and female. And that means from now on, your passports, your visas, all kinds of government documents will have to list, either male or female.
And Iris, on that note, hold it, because you are hearing all the cheering because the Trump family has arrived now. You're seeing them lined up there. There were close-up shots earlier of Barron Trump. He's now taller than both of his parents, a very tall family. You had Don Jr. there, of course, Ivanka, Eric Trump, and the whole family. There's Tiffany Trump on the very end. And of course, Lara Trump, who was the chair of the RNC for a hot minute there and was credited with really helping Trump win a lot of the states crucial for the November win. So there you have the first family. Lots of warm cheers. A lot of those people, supporters, have been there since 2 a.m. trying to make sure they got one of those 20,000 seats, because of course there were 250,000 people trying to be here today to watch this historic event. But once it was moved inside, Capital One Arena can only hold 20,000. So that's what you're seeing. And Iris, let you continue.
Right, actually, we were just inside that arena last night when Trump held his victory rally, and the atmosphere there was very exciting. A lot of Trump's family were already there last night, and now, of course, this historic moment where Trump is expected to roll out his actions now as the elected president of the United States. And meanwhile, adding on to what we were just talking about, in addition to the DEI programs and ending them, Trump will also issue executive orders when it comes to ending diversity, equity, inclusion programs and across federal government, also ending diversity training as well. And when it comes to the energy policies, some of them actually issued by the Biden administration, Trump will seek to reverse a lot of them, including what he calls electric vehicle mandates. So a lot of actions today, like Tiff said, some of them will be signed in the Oval Office at the White House, but some of them could be right there happening right in front of our eyes in the arena itself.
Now, Horace, we're getting a lot of breaking news today. Apparently, Vivek Ramaswamy is leaving DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency that was just newly created, and hours after Trump was sworn in and inaugurated as the 47th president. That department, if you will, is already seeing a lot of lawsuits. So what are you making of all of this?
So we haven't seen the kind of overreach that I expect on the part of the critics of this administration. These lawsuits that presently exist, say like by Public Citizen, pursue transparency. People may remember that when Hillary Clinton was the First Lady, she had a healthcare task force, and she was required to disclose the operations and information and exchanges that occurred. The question is going to be for a court is DOGE like a White House task force, Or is it like an advisory group in which those conversations won't have to be covered? But the challenge here is, and I think we'll get to this again, the challenge is, does the left rush to court and then get a loss that they regret? Or are they more careful and considerate about the suits that they pursue?
And John, a huge area we're seeing besides the economy today is words about immigration, securing the border, as Iris mentioned, in terms of the executive orders. And as we heard from Trump in his speech, talking basically the first big action he mentioned was national emergency when it comes to the southern border and designating cartels as terrorist organizations. What would that do in terms of securing our border from that ICE perspective, from your background in dealing with that? What does that designation do?
So President Trump is not wasting any time in securing the border as he promised he would when he was out on the campaign. Designating those organizations as a foreign terrorist organization allows for the federal government to seize more assets, to go after them financially, to target them through wiretaps, to look at them through racketeering type of prosecutions. So really, you're going to marshal not just the resources of Homeland Security investigations, but they're going to look at the Federal Bureau of Investigation, they're going to look at the DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration, and the Department of Justice when it comes to prosecutions, so they can really hammer the cartels. And really, let's face it, the cartels are taking advantage of the open border as it's been for the last 4 years, not just bringing people across the border, but drugs and fentanyl, which is really exploding in our communities across the country.
And on that note, we are learning that John Ratcliffe is one step closer to being confirmed as the head of the CIA. Of course, that would feed into what you were just laying out there. Now, Horace, I want to get your thoughts on this. When it comes to securing the border, that's a huge campaign promise that, Trump campaigned really hard on securing the border, that polled really well in terms of what the public wanted. When it comes to, things like remain in Mexico or the legal challenges, how much can Trump do without the help of Congress, or what legal challenges might he see?
The president acts at his zenith when he attempts to protect our national security and our borders. I agreed with everything, and he's an expert, that John just said. The intelligence authorization power that also is going to be part of the designation of those organizations as foreign security threats is a very, very significant way that we're going to be able to act against them. Now, with regard to things like remain in Mexico, the president has almost, not complete, but almost absolute authority with regard to taking measures to protect our borders. Now, we're probably going to want to get some sort of an agreement with Mexico, but I'm under the impression that there are already neighboring countries that have agreed that they'll act as holding spots for those that we say you can't stay in America while we're busy trying to ascertain whether or not you have any legal right to enter. But the power to do that, again, this may be another example where progressives rush into court, like they did with the Roe v. Wade case, and end up losing, and when the Supreme Court rules against them. You've got to be mindful, and I'm not sure that their willingness to assess the law is able to be controlled by the opposition and angst and anger that they feel about these policies.
In terms of immigration and the border, John, what are you seeing? What maybe are the biggest changes we're likely to see under Trump? We did hear all of those that he just mentioned in this speech, and then as Iris also laid out, the ending of the birthright citizenship. How big of a change could we see?
You're going to start seeing a change today. As you heard from the border czar Tom Homan, that operations are going to start taking place as soon as today, as to when they'll announce what happens in those targeted operations. Maybe within 24 hours, maybe by the end of the week, but you're talking about teams going into neighborhoods and communities and jails where the jails are cooperating, the prisons and the jails, and they'll start arresting people. Border czar Homan has said that he's going to focus on the criminals first, and foremost because they pose the biggest threat to the community, and others who are national security threats. And so that's going to be significant change that you're going to see immediately, people going back to work, as opposed to helping people cross the border and getting them to their final destination.
I do want to return to this, but right now on screen you're seeing Vice President J.D. Vance with one of his young children. And of course, we were hearing earlier reports where J.D. Vance and Usha were mentioning they weren't really getting the information they needed for their new residence, where they really wanted to baby-proof a lot of the furniture there, so they weren't quite sure. And there you have Usha Vance, the second lady, and their children. So we'll be seeing how, their transition goes. Hopefully it's a bit more smooth going forward. I've heard reports that it's only 5 hours to transition between the two families and stock the fridge with all the goodies they want and everything. So a lot there. Before they start speaking, though, Horace, in terms of, the border and the enforcement, John mentioned cooperation, right? We are hearing, states like California or maybe, some other ones where they want to make sure they have that sanctuary city status, where they're not going to have that cooperation. California actually just announced in their budget $50 million, it's co-equal, so $25 million will be to ensuring that illegal aliens, their words, won't be deported, and the other 25 co-equally will go to the people who either lost their family or their homes in the California fire. So how are you seeing that element where states aren't willing to work with the president?
So the Supreme Court has made it fairly clear that the federal government can't tell another sovereign, which is what a state government is, you must do X. But the federal government may predicate its financial support for certain behavior. And we're very, very likely to see something that we didn't see during the first Trump administration, and that is actual laws that stipulate no funding for any jurisdictions unless they do this and this and this with regard to immigration enforcement. And that is going to be a real
off real quick because
change.
There is the new president and first lady making their way into the very crowded and very excited, it sounds like, arena of his supporters. There is the 47th president of the United States. Quite a historic comeback from all regards. He, of course, was the 45th president, did not win in the last election. And after, everything that was thrown at him, in the first election, you had the Russia collusion hoax, and this leading up to this election, you had literal attempts on his life. He survived that assassination attempt that was live on TV, and then a second one that wasn't covered as much. But you're seeing a different demeanor, if you will, from now our 47th president, where he has a lot of messaging about God's role and getting a second chance and what that means for the country. And I think you're seeing that playing out as the very warm welcome he is getting here, as you do see him stopping to talk to his fans and supporters, who a lot of them have been lining up since 2 a.m. to make sure they get a seat in that arena. But Horace, I want to go back to you, and in terms of what we can see from either, as you were mentioning, the cooperation or lack of cooperation from the states, what can a president do in that regards? Could it be maybe something with bipartisan congressional support, or what are the pathways here?
Okay, I'm going to give an example of birthplace citizenship. If under present policy, if you're come to America and you have a child, that child is granted citizenship. President is announcing that he is going to issue an executive order saying that that will no longer be happening prospectively. This is an example of progressives maybe wanting to be cautious. You rush into court, and I'm telling you right now, by my count, there are 4 justices at least, you need only 5, who would be willing to say that a mere birth in the U.S. without an intent to comply with U.S. laws isn't sufficient to establish citizenship. You might want a smarter strategy if you're the left. Let's not sue over this, and let the next administration perhaps reconsider it. But can they exercise that kind of judgment? Because if the Supreme Court says that you don't automatically get citizenship, I promise you, Congress is going to rush to pass a law to ratify Donald Trump's position. And then the next president gets that no matter what.
And John, on that note, we did see the Laken-Riley Act moving forward, now in the Senate. There were actually Democrats supporting it in the House. It comes to the issue of immigration and border security. Do you see this as one of the areas where we are likely to see a lot more bipartisan support, given how narrow the margins are, the lead that the Republicans have in both the House and the Senate?
Sure, when it comes to criminal acts and national security, protecting the border, I think you will see more bipartisan cooperation, especially when you see that the two of the Democrats that supported the Laken-Riley Act were from the Rio Grande Valley in South Texas. And so what we're talking about here is, are we going to let people come to the United States that have criminal backgrounds or commit criminal acts and they're crossing the border illegally, which is a crime to begin with under Title VIII. And so you take a step back and say who should be here, who shouldn't be here, and you're going to end up with much more cooperation when you're talking about public safety, about protecting the people in your community, to protect the people of the United States. They should not have to be subjected to potential terrorists coming to the United States to commit terrorist acts, or criminals that are here and going to commit murder, or cartels supplying drugs to our neighborhoods.
Of course, often the argument is America was founded by immigrants, and it's always been a very welcoming country to legal immigration. So given all these changes, perhaps I will see in terms of legislation or new executive orders and laws, what will that mean in terms of legal immigration? How will that help that?
So there are still millions of people that come to the United States legally, and there are still millions that immigrate annually. And so I've talked to many people who say it's unfair that other people are cutting the line. And sometimes that line could be 6, 7, 10 years long before they can get an immigrant visa. And so with regards to legal immigration, that's not going to change. What we're talking about here are people that are crossing illegally, and quite frankly, in the last 4 years, our own government helping facilitate that by allowing people to come here and wait to see whether they're eligible for either asylum or some sort of immigration benefit, and we're providing them transportation to their final destination.
And Horace, on that note, when it comes to legal immigration or asylum seekers, there are people from countries who are genuinely terrified for their life. Some under communist Chinese rule in China, where maybe they are people of faith and that country is known to be atheist, versus some from maybe the Latin American countries who are coming here for an economic means or basis. They're not really in terror of their life. Talk about the difference of that when it comes to the legal argument. And of course, right now we are seeing the military coming in, the fire and rescue services parading in, as we just saw the new president and first lady and the vice president and second woman. So that's happening on stage, but we will return to that. But Horace, I'll let you speak.
So the unfettered illegal immigration that we witnessed over the last 4 years is creating the biggest pushback on all kinds of immigration. I'll say that more explicitly. Illegal immigration makes Americans oppose all immigration. If we get illegal immigration under control, what you will see is a remarkably improved attitude on the part of the average American with regard to legal immigration. Those people who come from despotic nations like North Korea, like China, like Cuba, etc., will be more welcome when we stop the economic migrants, people who just would like to come and have a better opportunity. We have a legal pathway for folks who want a better opportunity. Merely coming over the border is not that normal way. So once the president gets illegal immigration under control, I fully expect we'll see a change in the public, like when Gallup does their surveys with regard to their attitudes about legal immigration.
And can I add to that real quickly? With the limited resources of an agency like Immigration and Customs Enforcement or Customs and Border Protection, if you get a hold of the illegal immigration and stop that from crossing the border, it allows those agents to focus on more higher priority people like terrorists and criminals, as opposed to spending their time having to deal with 10 to 15 million illegal aliens here in the U.S.
And earlier on screen, we did just see the firemen from Butler, Pennsylvania, where that first assassination attempt against now President Trump's life, and they were carrying the uniform of the fireman that was shot and killed in the audience in attendance that day. Iris, I know you were covering that event, so talk to us about what happened that day and what it means to see his uniform. We saw it at the RNC and now again at the inauguration parade of the 47th president.
Sure. So this is the moment where, before we know that the Trump team has actually announced that the Butler County first responders will be there for the presidential inaugural parade happening today. And that's what we just saw. Now the parade has been incorporated with the Capital One Arena. And that team is definitely one of the highlights in that, quote, now indoors parade. And during that rally that we were actually at last time in July, where Trump got shot in the ear, we do remember interviewing, rally goers who actually had people right next to them getting shot and witnessed first responders carrying those people down from the bleachers. So definitely a lot of security now then and stayed right there after that happened. We were actually there for a few days as the local officials, including the first responders as well as Secret Service down there, and briefed us on the security measures. And one thing though particularly related to today is that they did say that moving the events indoors from then on actually has increased security to a significant extent, especially as they would then be able to control who gets to go into that venue and what they get to bring in. And that's another aspect of what's happening right now actually inside the arena, where you can see like while Trump is standing right there in front of this huge crowd, but everyone who got in, like yesterday, we had to go through layers of security, layers of perimeters, and they go through security checks through your bags, whatever you bring in, your coats. So this is a lot more secure environment for Trump to be at, although of course the grand parade is now moved indoors.
And on the note of security too and the border, we saw, last week the beginnings of the Senate confirmation hearings for a lot of Trump's cabinet picks. Not official until today, actually, so those will be continuing. But one of them is Kristi Noem for DHS Secretary. Should be replacing outgoing Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, who was impeached but never convicted over his handling of the border. Now, from your perspective, John, what would, Kristi Noem be bringing to that role, and what challenges might she face?
So one of the good things about Kristi Noem being nominated for Secretary of Homeland Security is similarly compared to the very first Homeland Security Secretary, Tom Ridge. She's a governor, and governors govern. They manage large entities, many people, and oversee enforcement as well within that state. And so that's a plus for someone like her to bring that background, because she's going to need that. You're talking about Homeland Security with 22 different agencies, 240,000 employees, 7 major agencies within Homeland Security. She's going to be responsible for the border. She's responsible for natural disasters with FEMA, like the fires that we're seeing out in California. She's got the Coast Guard. You name it, Secret Service. There's a lot going on every single day. I remember my operational meetings on a daily basis. There was something going on all the time.
And another department that falls under that would be CISA, or the Independent Cybersecurity Agency, as well. And also seen in the headlines recently, the hackings by the Chinese state-backed group Salt and Volt Typhoon, went into our telecoms, AT&T and Verizon. Some reports they're still hidden in there. There was also the routers, TP-Link. What would an agency like this, CISA, do in terms of, some of those foreign-backed hacking groups?
So this president doesn't have any family members who have in the past been on the payroll of the CCP or will be on the payroll of the CCP. Recent reports indicate that several of our utilities, the electrical company, the water companies, found that there were CCP-planted surveillance devices working within them so that you could turn them off at any strategic moment. Our DHS needs to keep its eye on the ball and the threat. Someone like the governor, who has managed, as John has pointed out, has managed a state, will treat that concern very, very seriously. The last administration swept it under the rug, putting us all at risk as a result.
Another way when it comes to security and the border and fentanyl, actually, that does the precursors come from Wuhan, China, pouring either over the southern or the northern border with Canada or directly straight into America. A lot of people are getting that information or these fentanyl-laced pills from TikTok. Now, TikTok's in the headlines, of course, because I had a funny message where I was like, oh, we're going dark, but thanks to incoming President Trump, we might not. And now they're thanking President Trump for that 90-day extension. From your view, Horace, legally, this is a law, though. The Supreme Court has weighed in. Congress, former President Biden signed it into law. As far as I know, this 90-day extension is a one-time extension that a president can make, but that's under the grounds that it's still the same, rules where it has to be either divested from its Chinese parent company, ByteDance, including that algorithm that is a Chinese state secret, or it gets banned. So how do you view it from that legal perspective?
So prior to this going to the United States Supreme Court, I wrote an op-ed where I laid out what the legal arguments were for upholding this law. And I had predicted that at least 6 justices were going to support this. It ended up being unanimous, saying that this national security threat is real, and the Congress took the least restrictive way of addressing the free speech restrictions and impacts that may occur. This law allows for a 90-day extension only, however, for the purpose of negotiating the final sale and divestment. The CCP could have put this up for sale at the beginning when this law was passed. It is their failure to do so that is demonstrating they don't want the billions that they could get from selling it. They want to get our data. They want to compromise our young people. They want to compromise our adult people. That is their goal. And this law is now upheld 9-0. And if you collaborate, if you're Facebook, if you're Google, if you're Apple, if you're Roku, and you collaborate with allowing TikTok to be on your profile, your segment, your platform, you could be liable for many of the same crimes that the law provides for TikTok's operation. I hope that what we see is a rapid decision on the part of the Chinese government. They are attempting to play our president. They are not good faith negotiators. It is my hope that they end up and see there aren't any alternatives. This has to be sold.
One interesting aspect about TikTok is it doesn't exist in China. They have their own version called Douyin with a very different algorithm, pushes very different content. And Iris, an interesting thing we saw with the looming TikTok ban and then now the reversal was a lot of Americans, about 700,000 as of last Tuesday. The top app in the App Store was in Chinese. It was something called Little Red Book, or Xiaohongshu, which nods back to Mao Zedong's book of little sayings that were literally a little red book that were carried around by people during the Cultural Revolution, and even the terms and agreements is in Chinese. So, Iris, how do you view that, especially because you have been following the White House, you're the White House correspondent. What did you make of this? The American people willingly, if you will, handing their data over to a Chinese-run app where 300 million Chinese people inside China are on.
Well, an interesting news just happening last week was that a report actually says that the Red Note new app, quote unquote, that American users are, trying to get on, actually has been warned by the Chinese authorities that you cannot make the Chinese users see what the U.S. users are posting. Well, we have seen many evidence or screenshots on X and on social media showing how American users were talking about the American way of life or the government system here, democracy here, and those posts are immediately censored by the Red Note app. And of course, we have heard from Senator, for example, Tom Cotton, in saying just last week that it's just another form of Chinese censorship and Chinese influence, and it's going to be the same. And challenges actually over in that app, it's not going to make a difference whether you are on Red Note or you're on TikTok. They're all owned ultimately by the Chinese government, because according to China's own law, the government can't access the company's data because you are, based in mainland China, ultimately its parent company. And actually, just yesterday, I asked Trump's top advisor, Jason Miller, about what's Trump's thoughts on TikTok now that he's now, showing intention to reverse the ban potentially. And he told me that, for example, during Trump's first administration, it was Trump actually who made clear that he wants the data within TikTok to be moved to an American corporation to make sure that the data actually is stored here locally inside the U.S. instead of in the hands of a Chinese company. So he says that Trump wants to ensure there's national security, of course, in the U.S. for American users, but also he wants a quote-unquote win-win situation where, like you mentioned, he wants to potentially help American businesses profit from it. But again, that's a potentially risky deal because, as we know, the Chinese government for the past 270 days has been refusing to sell the app despite multiple offers. And Tom Cotton, Senator, also mentioned that they have plenty of time to make a deal. It's not that they, just found out about, the deadline's coming up last minute. They have plenty of time. Would it be the same situation if they were given another extension for another 270 days? Well, that remains to be the question.
I do want to get to the legal part, but first, briefly on screen, the marching band you're seeing is actually from J.D. Vance's hometown of Middletown, Ohio. So, there's a representation for J.D. Vance in Ohio. And before we return to our studio, we do have to go to our Washington correspondent, Luis Martinez, who is at the U.S. Senate Russell Rotunda. Now, Luis, what can you tell us about Trump's nominees?
Of course, well, we have news, as I mentioned earlier, today at 4:30 p.m. The Senate Foreign Affairs Committee held a hearing to vote on whether or not to advance the nomination of Senator Marco Rubio for Secretary of State. That nomination has been voted out of committee by unanimous consent. So that means that all Republicans, all Democrats voted to back Senator Marco Rubio to be the next Secretary of State. Now the vote is going to go to the Senate floor where all 100 senators will have to vote. We also heard the results of the in-committee votes for Peter Hegseth, nominee for Secretary of Defense, and John Ratcliffe to be the next director of the CIA. John Ratcliffe only received 3 votes against him. So only 3 Democrats voted against John Ratcliffe. Let's remember he's a former congressman. He was a former member of the House Intelligence Committee. And during Trump's first administration, he was a director of national intelligence. He had already gone through a confirmation process back in 2017. Now, Peter Hegseth, which is one of the most controversial nominees of President Trump, was also voted out of committee. 14 votes Republicans versus 13 votes Democrats. So party line votes for Peter Hegseth. We'll see if that it stays the same in the House, in the Senate floor. Let's remember, Republicans right now have 53 Senate majority, and the one person that had been holding back, Senator Joni Ernst, has already said that she will back Peter Hegseth for Secretary of Defense. So as of right now, the 3 nominees that received in-committee votes in the confirmation process have been passed, and now they're moving to the Senate floor. We'll wait to see when that vote's going to be teed up and whether or not they're confirmed at the end. Back to you.
All right, Luis, thanks for those updates and bringing it back in studio. Horace, I do want to let you respond to TikTok. On that note, when we see something like Red Note, a Chinese app in Chinese, even the terms and agreements, of course, in America, we have the freedom of speech, First Amendment rights. But when it comes to something that is owned by a foreign adversarial country, is there a legal solution to this, or what is your view on all of this?
Well, the point I was going to observe is the law that's already in place that requires the divestment does not say it's TikTok. It's any entity that operates this way. So you think maybe they might decide, well, we'll just shut down TikTok in America and we'll have an offshoot of the Red Book or Red Note or whatever they want to call it. Here's the point. It's illegal. And that's why I think this administration is going to see they're not having a good faith negotiator on the other side, that the Chinese government are trying to play a game. The law is clear. They must divest. If they want the billions, those billions are waiting for them.
And John, how are you viewing this when it comes to, national security, especially at the border, when it comes to the issue of fentanyl? We did hear that, Chinese regime leader Xi Jinping was invited today. He did not come, but sent his second in command. But Trump did have a call with him on Friday where he said they talked about fentanyl being one of the topics and TikTok. So how are you viewing that from that border security perspective?
Well, as you mentioned earlier, the majority of the fentanyl, if not all of fentanyl, seems to be coming from China. Yes. It's either crossing the southwest border or northern border, or as you said, they're getting it directly through TikTok. TikTok is a tool that the Chinese are using not only to gather tons of intelligence, they're getting all the backgrounds, as Horace mentioned, of especially our young people that are the biggest users of TikTok. They're getting all their personal information and their histories. But the fact that that TikTok's being used to purchase fentanyl, and not just at the border, it's across all of our communities. I've seen it in the inner communities within states like Kentucky or states like North Carolina or across middle America like Iowa or Missouri. And it's a major problem, and this has to be addressed. So from a law enforcement perspective, to be able to target drug dealers, cartels, and the cartels are taking full advantage of this because they're making so much money off of this, to be able to start to seize assets and seize the assets of those that cooperate with cartels and major gangs, that's going to be a major law enforcement tool.
And one of the biggest or saddest stories, I guess, when it comes to fentanyl is often they're laced in, Percocet or these little pills that are supposed to help with, people wanting to sleep, college students. I know people who have lost children to that, where they were just trying to get something. And these aren't druggies, right? These are good kids trying to, do well in school. Iris, on that note, I know you were talking to Trump administration officials, or now Trump administration officials, but originally incoming, about that when it comes to TikTok. But also, in your view, what are maybe some of the biggest things we can expect from the Trump administration? You've been following it from the whole campaign trail, following that all the way up to this moment. What are the biggest things we can expect?
Well, for example, when it comes to China, on a campaign trail, asked President Trump several questions, actually multiple times, about what he's going to do, for example, when it comes to holding China accountable for COVID origins. One thing that's been talking about the whole time, he's talking about how he had great relationship with China up until COVID changed everything. And he says that he wants the U.S. to have a good relationship with China, but it has to be a fair one. And of course, now one of the biggest things we have been hearing him talking about is how he wants this quote-unquote reciprocal tariffs policy, where, if you are not being fair to us, we're going to be the same to you. We're not going to tolerate, again, unfair trade deals. He's going to ramp up tariffs to countries, including China, for including what we're just talking about, the export or the inflow of fentanyl from China all the way through different countries into the U.S. And that's one thing that Trump has very seriously warned about. Like, if you don't stop this, we're going to ramp up tariffs to all Chinese goods. And that's his way of stopping the inflow of fentanyl into the U.S. So one thing definitely that we're going to look out for in the coming weeks and months will be how he's going to use tariffs to not only change the trade relationships, but using it as a leverage to change, honestly, how all other countries could interact with the U.S. We've been hearing him using tariffs as a means to potentially incorporate Greenland into the U.S. If you don't come in, we're going to just tariff different countries out of it. So that's definitely something that the Trump White House will have to, really work on and show it to the American public about how it could impact their finances and their daily economic needs as well. Like the question, will tariffs ultimately lead to price increases for everyday American consumers? That's one big question that the Trump White House will need to answer to the American public.
Horace, I want to get your thoughts from a legal perspective when it comes to, the External Revenue Service collecting tariffs or buying Greenland or getting back the Panama Canal. What is the legal basis for that? But also when it comes to, you mentioned COVID or COVID-19 pandemic that from all accounts originated from communist China. We did see President Biden in his last hours in office give a preemptive pardon to Anthony Fauci. When it comes to, the accountability or the legal means of finding answers, what are your thoughts on these two aspects?
So the president today wrote a book called The Art of the Deal, and he is very good at negotiating, and I have a lot of confidence in his ability to handle that. I want to say, though, with regard to the CCP, they are not good trade partners. Good trade partners don't hoard the PPE in an emergency situation that you've already ordered and paid for and say, no, they're not going to give it. Good trade partners don't steal the IP of the companies that are coming into their country to do business. Good trade partners don't put gasoline and diesel fuel in toothpaste and baby food and then market it back to us. And let's not talk about the drugs, fentanyl and all of this. Good partners don't do that to people. So you got to operate with them with your eyes wide open. The president, outgoing president, just issued a pardon to someone like Mr. Fauci. The Supreme Court in 1916 had a ruling, and it said that if you accept a pardon, it is assuming that you are admitting whatever crime it may have occurred, even if it's not identified. If you refuse to do that, then you don't get a pardon, and then you can be charged for whatever those underlying crimes are. But guess what? There's a second step. The pardons are only backwards. They're only retrospective. If you lie tomorrow about some aspect that the pardon covers, you can be charged with obstruction of justice. You can be charged with perjury. So all of that is going to have to get worked out. I think it was too clever by half to give these pardons out, but with particular interest to China, not our partner. They're not our friends. They're not looking out for us, and we have to sleep with one eye opened whenever we're dealing with them.
On that note, it does seem China is countering China, Communist China is one of the areas we are seeing a lot of bipartisan support or legislation. You do have that bipartisan House Select Committee on the CCP to kind of expose what's happening over there. In terms of bipartisanship, John, of course, border immigration, top issues, inflation, the economy, also perhaps rolling back, these green or electric vehicle mandates. Trump loves to say drill, baby, drill. We'll have to see, because President Biden did, conserve the biggest amount of lands and waters against stuff like that. But in your view, what are the biggest areas we could be seeing that bipartisanship?
I think you're going to see it with public safety, with crime, for example. We see for the mayor of New York City, sitting down with border czar to talk about how they can make the city of New York safer. Now, he has to maneuver within the laws of that state, but the reality is people want to make their communities safer. That should be a priority of all government, state and federal. And so I think you will see people looking to work together on something like that. And then when it comes to the economy, if they can find some agreement, some middle ground, I think you'll see a lot of cooperation as to how do we make this country stronger.
It's quite interesting because, of course, you have the ideas of the External Revenue Service. Where some are arguing we sent all our jobs abroad, to other countries. Now we're going to send them our taxes as well. But from a legal stance, Horace, what do you make of something like the External Revenue Service? Will that work?
So a lot of Americans don't realize that up through the early 1900s, through the Coolidge administration, the lion's share of our nation's revenues came from tariff income. We decided that we wanted to impose taxes on Americans. Ronald Reagan said, if you want less of something, you tax it. If you want more of something, you tax it less. Well, we tax every hard-working American. And so the name of the so-called External Revenue Service is just a naming regimen. It's not the actual substance. The Department of Commerce will continue to collect incoming assessments that are called tariffs, and the president has had wide authority to set what those rates are.
And Iris, of course, you're on the campaign trail. We heard one of the big ones was no tax on tips. We actually heard that from both sides. Kamala Harris was also making that one of her running points. How do you view this, from the campaign trail now, of course, the government has a spending problem. So if we do things like no tax on tips, where is the government going to be making up that money?
Well, just like exactly what Trump said today, like he says that, not original quotes, but we've been taxing our own people for this whole time, and now we should start taxing foreign countries and use external revenue for our government spending. And of course, and that's a concept that he's been very strongly pushing forward throughout his whole campaign year, including actually not just no tax on tips, but also no tax on Social Security, no tax on other benefits. And that is his push to tell everyday Americans that we're trying to make lives better for you, not only through lowering inflation, but also cutting the taxes you have to pay for the government. But of course, back to the issue that we're talking about, will for example, tariffs ultimately lead to increase in prices. And that's expected to be one point that the Democrats in Congress will definitely try to amplify during, of course, a congressional process to actually impose a lot of the campaign promises that he has been vowing to do. So that's another process here.
Well, I would just answer the Democrats with this point. When the price of automobiles in the United States rose and rose and rose, the number of new car purchases lowered and lowered and lowered. In fact, under the Biden administration, we had probably a 50-year low in the number of new cars being purchased. If you have made, whether it's in China or whether it's in Germany, if you have already created all of these items and you're trying to sell them in America and we put a tariff on them, people will buy fewer of them unless you lower your price on it. Our tariff will stay the same, but you will have to lower your price. And that's what is predicted, is a lot of these products, they've already built them, they've already manufactured them, they're in storage. If they don't lower the price of them, they're not going to sell them. And if they don't lower that price, they're not going to get anything but keep those goods. And what can they do with them? They've made them more than their own people need.
It does seem, we've saw in the past at least where a lot of Chinese companies would kind of find some loopholes by sending their goods to either Canada or Mexico and take advantage of the USMCA that's supposed to help North American companies and skip those tariffs and just get straight into the United States. Trump seems to be making sure that doesn't happen this time. That 25% tariff on goods coming in from Mexico and Canada, and of course 60% for the ones directly coming from China. You mentioned earlier, John, when it comes to immigration, a lot of that has to do with, countries working together. They're already next to each other, the U.S. and Mexico. In terms of, Mexico's new president, Claudia Sheinbaum, what can we expect? We've kind of seen a reversal where initially she was like, no, we're not going to take back any of the people to Mexico. But there's been a bit of a softening stance there. What do you expect to see in terms of the U.S. and Mexico?
Well, I think it ultimately serves in both our countries' best interests if we're working together. And let's face it, there's a lot of the people that are coming to the United States are just passing through Mexico, and they're not enforcing their southern border, allowing people to pass through, because quite frankly, they're not intending to stay in Mexico. And so as that is impacting us the most, and then that's also impacts the migrants that are trying to get here to the United States, because they're the ones that are facing the harm. They're the ones that are being hurt. They're the ones that are being kidnapped and held hostage and subject to all kinds of cruelty. The reality is if you shut that down on our border and you work more closely with Mexico, that'll help both our national security and theirs, and it'll create basically a partnership where, yes, we may be sending more people back to them, especially when you talk about no safe third country passage. If they're trying to go through Mexico just to get here, we send them back to Mexico, even if they're not from Mexico, but the U.S. can work with them. When I was in the government, we set up many agreements where we worked together with foreign countries to help them build welcome centers, or welcome back centers, if you will, so that when we sent people back to their places that they originally came from, or where their origination was, even if they weren't from that country, we could set up a welcome center to make it more of an assimilation process, so that they're just not dropped across the border, and then you have issues in the communities right across the border that leads to crime and more gangs and more drugs. And so there's a lot of ways that you can work together here that ends up being a positive for both sides.
Now, when it comes to, enforcing immigration or the border, of course, Trump seems to have picked a lot of border hawks, led by Stephen Miller and former acting ICE Director, of course, Tom Homan, who have been speaking of. Now there's been talks of rebuilding or continuing building the border wall. What will elements like that do in terms of securing the border, something like a physical wall?
So two things here. One, if you have a physical wall, clearly it makes it more harder for people to get across. In the areas where you've seen walls or barriers constructed, illegal immigration has dropped dramatically. But when it comes to illegal immigration, it takes the path of least resistance, as do the human smugglers. So if you put up a wall in a particular area, they're not going to go in that area anymore. They're going to move further west or further east, depending on where that wall is built, and they'll try to go to a different state or a different part of the southwest border, or they'll even go to the northern border. And so what I've seen is you build a wall, they'll try to build a tunnel. You block the tunnel, they'll try to use a boat. You use the boat, they'll try to go through Canada and then come down to the US. There's lots of different ways they can do that. But when you have a wide open border and millions of people crossing every year, you got to start somewhere. And that, having a wall in concert with the natural terrain and the infrastructure that's in place, you can create a lot more deterrence very quickly, and that ultimately creates a tipping point where you won't see so many people trying to cross the border so quickly, because it'll be much more difficult.
Now, on that note, right, we did see a record number of Chinese illegal immigrants pouring in, and part of that was there were literally step-by-step instructions in TikTok. I think also some of the Chinese version Douyin, telling them where those holes were in the wall, but also the questions to answer when they did get, apprehended, and how to successfully pass over. When it comes to shoring up something like that legally, where there's maybe always going to be a loophole, what do you see as the steps the Trump administration must take to try and lessen that?
Well, I agree. Deterrence is your number one. If you make it physically more difficult, it minimizes, doesn't eliminate, but it minimizes. If we get a relationship that works well with the Canadian government, where they don't facilitate, it minimizes. Both Canada and Mexico dramatically rely on a strong, enduring economic relationship. Our president plans to say, if you'd like for that enduring relationship to continue, you're going to have to do these things. I believe that if the goal is zero, I'm for doing everything we can to get to zero, but if we can cut it dramatically, cut it 95% is successful. And that will go a long way toward having the American people feel like they don't work, so people can go to the hospital when their kid gets sick and they can't get support. Now, the Chinese government knows, they know that we have had this open border, and they let some people leave and come here through that mechanism. If these were people that were here to help America, they wouldn't let those people come. These are not those people. We worry. We don't know who you are. I'm not just talking about Chinese. We don't know your background. We don't know your motivation. Many times we don't know your criminal arrest history. We don't know any of those things. It's insane to let people just randomly come and occupy your land with that kind of circumstance. It's just insane. So the more barriers, physical and legal, that you can create, the more you message, this isn't a smart idea for you.
Very fascinating and enlightening conversation, Horace Cooper, John Torres, and of course, Iris Tao breaking down the executive orders and the campaign trail. Thank you all for being here. We're going to take a very quick break, but first, NTD's Chris Bob was stationed outside the Capital One Arena, finding out the thoughts of the people over there. Take a look.
I'm outside the Capital One Arena where tens of thousands have gathered since 1 o'clock in the morning to see the inauguration of our 47th president, Donald J. Trump. If you look down here, back here, there's just goes on for streets and streets and streets of people in queue trying to get into this arena that only accommodates about 20,000 people. There's about 220,000 ticket holders. I went around earlier inside these fences here to talk to those who turned up. I spoke to people from all over the country, even internationally, about why they chose to come here in person instead of watching it on their screen. Take a look at what they said. All from California? Are you all related?
We are high school.
High school friends? You rolling? What are your names?
My name Hannah. I'm from New York.
You're from New York?
Diane. Queens.
Queens, okay.
California.
Why do you like President Trump?
Was it committed for the people?
Keep the border safe.
Yeah.
And then freedom speak.
Yeah.
I want freedom speak.
Where are you from originally?
Vietnam.
Vietnam.
A lot of Trump supporters from Vietnam.
Yeah, I know.
The whole country.
Whole country.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, my country support him.
Yeah.
We support
Very
him
good.
from 2016.
Really? So
Yes.
did you go to the first rally?
Yeah, but in our
Yesterday,
town. In our town.
Wow.
But we went to the rally here this year.
What issue do you think is the most important issue which encourages you to support the president?
I think it make the build the country, if everything for the people, make the other country proud.
Lawsuits too against Doge.
His presidency has provided a clear, bold vision for the Middle East, and it is this vision that guides every step I take in the mission. President Trump's leadership has redefined what is possible in the pursuit of progress and stability in the Middle East. His decisive, pragmatic approach ensures that even the most entrenched conflicts are met with fresh perspectives and innovative strategies. His policies have already delivered remarkable successes, such as yesterday's release of hostages in Gaza. Thank you. This achievement demonstrates the strength of President Trump's leadership and the respect he commands on the global stage. It is yet another example of his ability to deliver results in the most complex and challenging situations. The Abraham Accords, a testament to his vision and determination, have also brought historic progress to the region, transforming old rivalries into new alliances. These agreements are not merely symbolic. They represent a practical roadmap for peace, economic cooperation, and mutual respect across nations. My role, as President Trump has tasked me, is straightforward yet profoundly challenging: to turn his vision into actionable outcomes. He sets the agenda, he lays the framework, and he inspires people like me into bold action. My responsibility is to implement his vision, engaging with leaders across the region to find pathways towards sustainable peace and stability. And let me tell you, having Donald Trump as a boss makes this task not only possible, but far more effective. President Trump's reputation as a leader who delivers results resonates far beyond Washington. Leaders in the Middle East know he means what he says. His ability to cut through bureaucratic gridlock and focus on tangible results is the game changer. It allows me to approach delicate negotiations with the confidence that the full weight of the United States is behind me. The principles President Trump has laid out for our approach to the Middle East and foreign policy in general are fourfold, and they are clear. 1, respect for sovereignty. Every nation deserves the right to determine its own destiny, free from the interference of external powers. 2, economic prosperity as a bridge to stability. Through economic partnerships and investment, we can build a foundation for cooperation that transcends historical grievances. 3, courageous diplomacy. Real progress requires difficult conversations and bold decisions, and it is through these that trust is built and maintained. And finally, 4, reciprocity and accountability. The United States requires reciprocal actions from our partners. We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling to fund their own progress. The days of blank checks are over. Partnerships under President Trump's leadership must be equitable, and contributions must reflect shared commitments to our goals. In my work, I've seen firsthand how these principles resonate. They provide a foundation that transcends politics and speaks to the shared humanity of all people in a region. Leaders across the Middle East recognized that this Trump administration is serious about results, not symbolic gestures, but real, meaningful progress that improves lives. Thank you. It's not always easy. There are moments of deep challenge and frustration. Decades of mistrust cannot be undone overnight. Yet I take comfort in knowing that I am not in this alone. President Trump's clarity of vision ensures that I never have to question what success looks like. His leadership provides the confidence and direction necessary to navigate these complexities. As we move forward, my commitment is to continue the work of advancing President Trump's vision for the Middle East. Whether through expanding the Abraham Peace Accords, fostering economic development, or facilitating dialogue between long-standing adversaries, my focus remains on actionable results. Let me close by saying this: a stable and prosperous Middle East is not an unattainable dream. It is a goal within our reach, made possible by strong leadership and unwavering commitment. Under President Trump's guidance, we are proving that the impossible can become reality. Thank you, but I have one more thing to say. We have some special people for me to introduce you to tonight. President Trump has been talking to them as well. They are the families of hostages from Israel who have been in Gaza for the last year and a half. There are many of them here today. Several of the families have lost children and loved ones, and they're here because they're part of an effort to retrieve their bodies so they can be buried in a proper way. Several have children who are still in captivity. There is an American family here whose loved one is scheduled to come out in 14 days, and they're going to be meeting the president tonight. So let's give them all some love and a big hand. Come on up. And now, I get to introduce my dear friend and the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. So now the work begins. We won, but now the work begins. We have to bring them home. And you know, tonight I'm going to be signing on the J6 hostages, pardons, to get them out. And as soon as I leave, I'm going to the Oval Office and we'll be signing pardons for a lot of people, a lot of people. And thank you to Steve Witkoff. He's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. He's been a very successful man. He's a great negotiator. He's a wonderful guy. People love him. And he's got a tremendous power of persuasion. And that's what we need. We don't need stiffs. We don't need stiffs. We got a lot of stiffs. You just had a whole load of them. And to the former hostages with us today, welcome. And welcome home. Some of the folks are former hostages. Not a good situation. The 3 young ladies that came home yesterday, you saw that. More coming home every day now. They're coming home. But they were hurt. They were hurt. They were hurt. One had her head blown off, fingers on her hand, and her hand indeed was blown off. She was trying to defend herself from a bullet being fired. Do you believe this? A bullet knocked off her hand. I don't know. You look at it, it's a disgrace. We never stopped praying for you, and we're so glad that you're reunited with your friends and families, and God bless you all. And some of them are just saying, no, my son is gone. But please just bring home his body, right, Steve? Any of you have told me that your son is gone, but bring home his body. It should have never happened. 3 years, it's ridiculous. Should have never happened. Wouldn't have happened. I also want to express my tremendous gratitude to the hundreds of thousands of proud American patriots who came from all across the country to join us in this celebration. It's a celebration of a big win. And you're witnessing the dawn of the golden age of America. That's what it's going to be. We're bringing it back. We're going to bring it back fast. We're going to bring it back fast. Let us also thank the incredible service members, National Guardsmen, Police, Secret Service, and law enforcement personnel who are keeping us all safe, even though, and they are great people. New York's finest. I grew up with New York's finest, and we got to give them their authority back. You won't have any crime. There'll be no crime. You give them little authority back. The whole way they run things in this country now, it's disgraceful. But it's going to change rapidly. We're going to make our cities safe again, too. Even though we're indoors, we've had a magnificent inaugural parade. And let's give a big round of applause. They were great. To all of the incredible performers and hardworking men and women who made it possible. Those people, really talented, amazing people. I also want to thank my wonderful family for being here, especially my beautiful wife, our First Lady, Melania. I love our First Lady. And also, JD. How good has JD been? And his beautiful wife, Usha.
How good is JB? JD has been great. He's another good negotiator, Steve. He's a great negotiator, too. We need negotiators in this country. But so many of the people on the stage behind, not only family members, as an example, Lara Trump, the wife of Eric. She was the head of the Republican Party, along with my friend Michael. Stand up, the two of you. What a job. What a job they did. They worked so hard. They knew there'd be rigging, but they said, we're going to make it too big to rig, and we did. We made it too big to rig. We won every swing state by a lot. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won the whole ball of wax. And now we're going to go and drill, baby, drill, and do all the things that we've wanted to do and bring your costs down, your prices down, and make our country safe. So thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much. What a job you've done, Michael. I'm never moving you, you know. He was thinking about getting a nice job in the administration. I said, no, I'm leaving you right where you are. You've done a very good job. We're not moving you, Michael. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Right here with us also in the arena, I'm about to sign some very important executive orders of our new administration. Hey, Don, will you stand up, please? Don is another one. How about Don? This guy. He's a popular one. He goes out and speaks. He gets a big crowd. He's a little on the rough side sometimes, but that's what you want. He's done a fantastic job, and he loves our country. Thanks, Don. Great job. You've done a great job. And Ivanka. And you know, Jared negotiated the Abraham Accords, which are it's the biggest deal made in the Middle East in many, many years, and it's really something. Jared, stand up, Jared. The Abraham Accords. And Tiffany's going to have a little baby. And Michael. And then I have a very tall son named Barron. Has anyone ever heard of him? Thank you. He knew the youth vote. You know, we won the youth vote by 36 points. And he was saying, Dad, you got to go out and do this one and that one. And we did a lot of them. And he respects them all. He understood them very well. And he said, Dad, you got to go out, do Joe Rogan, do all these guys. And we did. We did. And Joe Rogan was great. They were all great, right? Aaron, they were all good. He understood the market. Another famous one, how about Kai? Stand up, Kai. Is that Byron Donalds back there? Stand up, Byron. Stand up. What a future this one has. What a future. That's great, Byron. Thank you very much. And how about Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce? He's going to take in more money than any country has ever even thought about. He's going to take in some money. And we have many others. Look, I'm not going to go through it, but we're going to sign some orders right now, and that's really what I want to do. So we're going to sign executive orders. First, I'll revoke nearly 80 destructive and radical executive actions of the previous administration, one of the worst administrations in history. Maybe not one of them, the worst. Anybody that would allow millions of people to pour through our borders from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, gang members to be taken off the streets of Venezuela and deposited in our country, and many, not just Venezuela. You know, crime in Venezuela is down 74% because they took their criminals and gave them to us through an open border policy of the previous administration. All over the world, they're emptying their prisons into our country. They're emptying their mental institutions into our country. It stops as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, okay? It stops. So I'm revoking nearly 80 destructive, radical executive actions of the previous administration. They'll all be null and void within about, 5 minutes? Is that them over there? 5 minutes? And next, to gain immediate control of the vast federal, out-of-control bureaucracy, I will implement an immediate regulation freeze, which will stop Biden bureaucrats from continuing to regulate. Most of those bureaucrats are being fired. They're gone. Should be all of them, but some sneak through, but we have to live with a couple, I guess. I'll also issue a temporary hiring freeze to ensure that we're only hiring competent people who are faithful to the American public. And we will pause the hiring of any new IRS agents. We will also require that federal workers must return to the office in person. And we're going to take the 88,000 people that they hired to go after you with guns. By the way, they're allowed to use guns and harass you like they were so many other people. Remember this. Okay, remember? Do you remember a little statement about tips? Does anybody remember that little statement? I think we won Nevada because of that statement. But they went out and harassed you over the tips. In other words, we are restoring control of our government to the people. We're going to take those 88,000. Let's see if they'd like to work on the border, because that's where we want them, really. So we're going to have no tax on tips, right? No tax on tips. We may have, like the Speaker of the House, is he here? He's done such a good job. Is Mike here? He's around here someplace. I saw him just a little while ago. Hello, fellas. Look at you guys. Yeah, I know it. He's great. He's doing great. They're all doing good. The Republican Party has never been unified like it is right now. They want to save our country. And we're going to more than save it. We're going to make it greater than it's ever been before by a lot. Next, I'm going to sign a presidential memorandum directing every member of my cabinet to marshal every power at their disposal to defeat inflation and rapidly bring down the cost of daily life, because your costs have gone through the roof in the last 4 years. Perhaps you didn't notice. Does anyone notice their costs are like double, triple, quadruple? You can't buy bacon. Apples have doubled in price. You want an apple, anybody? Pay twice what you did 2 years ago. We'll put more money in your pocket, and we'll bring back the American dream and to reduce energy costs and liberate our economy. So we have more oil and gas than any country in the world, and we're going to use it. We're not going to do the wind thing. Wind. Big, ugly windmills, they ruin your neighborhood. They ruin you. If you have a house that's near a windmill, guess what? Your house is worth less than half. And did you see up in New England with the whales? You see what's happening? So they had 2 whales killed in about 14 years. Last year and the year before, total, they had 28. So if you're into whales, you don't want windmills either. and they're the most expensive form of energy that you can have by far. And they're all made in China, by the way, practically all of them. And they kill your birds and they ruin your beautiful landscapes. But other than that, I think they're quite good, right? Now, remember when we used to joke and kid when we were kidding, but we don't kid anymore? They want to watch the debates on television. They want to watch your favorite president on television. But the wind isn't blowing, so we can't watch television that night, Gladys. Remember? Gladys, I'm sorry, the wind is just not blowing. We're not watching Trump tonight. But I'm immediately withdrawing from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord ripoff. The United States will not sabotage our own industries while China pollutes with impunity. You know, China, I mean, look, they use a lot of dirty energy, but they produce a lot of energy. And when that stuff goes up in the air, you know, it doesn't stay there. It's not like you got a wall. We love walls, don't we? Not like you have a wall around and it doesn't. It floats into the United States of America after 3.5 to 5.5 days. It floats across the oceans and it comes right over your neighborhood and it falls into your neighborhood. So they all say, we have to fight for cleaner air, but the other dirty air is dropping all over us. So what the hell are they talking about? Unless everybody does it, it just doesn't work. You know, we had the cleanest air and the cleanest water that this country's ever had under the Trump administration, and we didn't do anything to stop jobs and stop production. Believe me, you're going to see a lot of companies come pouring back because tariffs. I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. And I was reprimanded by the fake news. They said, what about love, religion, and God? I said, I agree. Let's put God number one. Let's put religion number two. Love, I don't know. We got to put that number 3, I guess, right? And then it's tariff. Because tariffs are going to make us rich as hell. It's going to bring our country's businesses back that left us. And I'll also sign an executive order to immediately end federal government censorship of the American people. In America, we believe in free speech, and we're bringing it back starting today to stop the weaponization. Oh, do I know about that? These creeps. Deranged Jack Smith. You ever hear of him? Deranged. He's a deranged prosecutor. He's sick. They suck him on me. He's now been reduced to getting on an airplane, going back to The Hague or wherever the hell he came from. We got to get rid of that guy. Hey, was he one of the many people that got a pardon today? Did they pardon Jack Smith? You know, did you know that Biden, while I was making my speech, pardoned his whole family? The brother, the whole deal was pardoned. Can you imagine that? While I was making my speech. Did everybody hear my speech? Did you like my speech? Thank you. I mean, the only thing wrong with it is I had a lot of tough things to say, and I have some great people that work for me. Sir, this is such a great speech. It's so unifying. Don't talk about Biden with his pardons of his family. We want a unified country. They said, don't talk about the J6 hostages that you're going to be releasing today. Sir, don't put that in your speech, please. I said, but I want to put it in my speech. They said, sir, it won't be unified like it is. It's so beautiful the way it is. And it is getting great reviews. You know, if I put things like that in, I'll get terrible reviews. One little paragraph that's a little bit wrong, the fake news goes crazy, right? So I said, all right, I won't put it in my speech, but you know what? I'm speaking in front of a hell of a lot of people. at a place called Capital One Arena, and I'll talk about it there. So we're going to be going over the beautiful Oval Office, one of the great offices in history. Even if it wasn't beautiful, it's the Oval Office, but it is beautiful. And we love the Oval Office. It all starts with the wars start and end there. Everything starts and ends at the Oval Office. We love it. But we're going to go to the Oval Office. We're going to release our great hostages that didn't do, for the most part, they didn't do stuff wrong. You take a look at what went on, and look what happens in other parts of the country. In Portland, where they kill people, they destroy the city, nothing happens to them. In Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city, nothing happened. Minneapolis, where they burned down the city, nothing happened. Essentially nothing happened. All they want to do is go after the J6 hostages. A 76-year-old grandmother was arrested the other day. Because she was looking, I think because she was looking at the Capitol or something like that. No, we're not going to put up with that crap anymore. And to stop the weaponization of law enforcement, I've been investigated more than any human being in the world. I believe I have the all-time record. Every day a subpoena. Every single day would get subpoenas. I was more than any person. Alphonse Capone, remember I used to talk about it? Now, Alphonse Capone, Scarface, he was a pretty rough guy. He was investigated about 1/100th what Trump was investigated. My father's looking down at me, my mother, how the hell did this happen? You know what it is? They investigated their political opponent, the opponent of Biden, and then ultimately Kamala. Has anyone ever heard of Kamala? We had to beat two opponents. You know, we had to beat Biden, then we beat him. Now he goes on top. The guy was like 39 points down. I think I could have beaten Trump. They should have left me and I would have beaten. No, his debate performance wasn't the best, right? That's what killed him. And then they had to change, and it's like you get into a fight. The great Dana White spoke last night. We love Dana White, right? UFC. That's like he puts in two fighters. One of them's getting creamed, getting really beaten, and they say, all right, take him out. Let's put somebody else in to finish up the fight. That's what they did to us. They gave us somebody new, but we took care of both of them. So we beat actually two opponents. But to stop the weaponization of law enforcement and our government, I will also sign an order directing every federal agency to preserve all records pertaining to political persecutions under the last administration, of which there were many, and beginning the process of exposing any and all abuses of power, even though he's pardoned many of these people. Can you believe it? He's pardoned them. You know why he did it while I was speaking? Because that way I couldn't speak about it. I was speaking. I didn't know he did it. I finished my speech, and they said, sir, he pardoned his whole family. I said, oh, can I go back out there and talk about it? Somehow that wouldn't be very elegant. Our First Lady would say, please don't do that. But we have plenty of time to talk about it, and we will. We're doing all of this on our very first day in office. You know, don't forget, we've been in this position, really, where we won the primaries in record time. We were the fastest win of a primary ever in political history, which is a very nice thing. It's nice to know. Well, the second election was rigged, so we knew we were doing well. And if it wasn't, you know what? If it wasn't, I would have never run. But this third one was just a monster. Boy, was that a big one, huh? That was a big one. On the second one, we got like 10 or 12 million votes more than the first one. How about that? We did great on the first one. We did much better on the second one. But bad did we do well on the third one. So we're gonna have some fun. It's very simple. We're gonna make our country great. We're gonna make our country great again. We're gonna make America great again. How good a name is MAGA, though, right? You know? I was going to say, keep America great, but unfortunately it wasn't great. Can't say keep it great. It will be great again, but CAG, keep America great, CAG, I don't think it's ever going to replace MAGA. Does anybody like CAG? I don't think so. Never replacing MAGA. Nothing will ever replace MAGA. MAGA was the most successful political operation, political movement in the history of our country, maybe in the history of the world. Let's see what happens. Because we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. We got a long way to go. But we're doing this on the very first day in office, and in just a few moments, I'm not only signing the release of the J6 hostages, I'm signing other things that you're going to love. Oh, you're going to be happy reading newspapers tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. So I just want to thank, I mean, look at this place. It's full to the rafters. You don't have any. Look at those people up there. You don't have any empty seats. And by the way, the Capital One owners, they are so good. We got to root for their teams because they have been so great to MAGA, to us. And I just want to thank Ted and everybody. You guys have been fantastic. And the ice hockey team's doing great. Ovechkin's pretty good, right? They're doing great. So I want to thank them, Capital One Arena owners. They have been absolutely fantastic. And thank you once again to everyone. And I can only tell you, you're going to be very happy. You're going to watch a lot of good things happen. We got to stop some wars that are happening and going on. Some stupid things are happening. The war with Ukraine would have never happened, and it has. As you know, Israel would have never been hit on October 7th, and none of you would be up here. None of you would even know anything about this tragedy that you're going through right now. But Iran was broke. Anybody that bought oil from Iran, they couldn't do any business with us. You're not going to do business with America. China passed. Everybody passed. They were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. And your sons would be alive, and they certainly wouldn't be incarcerated like they are. It's a shame, but we're getting a lot of people out in a short period of time. So I'm going to go right over to here, and I'm going to sign in front of you. Is that okay? Good.
All right, and there you have the 47th President of the United States sitting down to sign some executive orders. There's about 9, as far as we know, that he'll be signing here, and the rest will be in the Oval Office. And that is the tiny desk where he will be signing after his speech. And the people you just saw there were ones who had, who had family in the Israel-Hamas hostage situation that were just released and might still have some family over there. So that's why they're all up there behind the president.
The second item, President Trump, is a regulatory freeze, as you announced in your speech, preventing bureaucrats from issuing any more regulations until we have full control of this, the government and this administration. Thank you, sir.
Sir, can I have a pen?
The next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories, again, until full control of the government is achieved and we understand the objectives of government going forward.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately. Thank you, sir. Next, we have a directive to every department and agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly. Thank you, sir. The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty. Yes, sir. We're going to save over $1 trillion by withdrawing from that treaty. And the next item, sir, is a letter that will be transmitted to the United Nations explaining that we are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty. Thank you, sir. This next item is a directive to the federal government ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward. And lastly, sir, before we go back to the Oval Office to sign a large number of other items, is a directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Pretty fun job.
to meet and say, young man, take a walk up the street. It's a place there called the YMCA. They can start you back on your way. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything from your bed to the jar. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, there's no need to feel down. Young man, pick yourself off the ground. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man,
And we just saw President Trump signing executive orders inside the Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C., a truly historic day in more ways than one. Of course, welcome back to NTD's special coverage of the second inauguration of Donald J. Trump. I'm Tiffany Meyer. Now here with me in the D.C. studio, Iris Tao, our White House correspondent. She's been covering the Trump transition closely for us. And Danny Salas, Democratic political strategist and Senior Vice President of Gotham Government Relations. Now, let's talk about these executive orders. We saw that tiny little desk, Trump was signing them with Sharpies.
Yeah.
First, Danny, welcome to the panel. What were your thoughts on watching that?
It's day one, and realistically speaking, when you look at the timeline that's going to happen, especially with midterms, and everyone is going to start running, for re-election, or new entrants are going to be happening for next year, he has, I believe, around 15, 16 months to institute his agenda. After those midterms come up, he's going to be a lame duck. You're going to see the new presidential candidates on both sides, on the Democrats and the Republicans. So at that point, is he still going to have that same influence that he has right now on day one? So this is going to be, and I think he may recognize that as well. So I think you're going to see this mad sprint from now up until basically May, June of 2026. This is going to be full-on Trump, MAGA policies, trying to get them instituted and see what happens from there.
Iris, on that note, when Trump entered office 8 years ago, there's a lot of talk about him being an outsider, maybe not knowing, when the midterms are coming up, the impact of that, being able to institute your agenda as president. Now, this time you've been following the Trump transition team. I know you have a lot of breaking news updates for us. What is that telling you in terms of how ready Trump is this time to hit the ground running?
Well, actually, Trump just said it today himself that he learned a lot from the past 8 years going through so many obstacles, potential, hard, different adversities really going against him, not only from the first administration, going from the bureaucracy, but also during the past 4 years fighting the legal battles. And I talked to Trump's advisors about what his main theme today will be, and they told me that it's pretty much going to be the same agenda, the same mission, the same things we've been vowing to do for the past few years, especially back in the first administration. But this time they're ready. They have a good team together. They put together a very strong team, they say, and this time they will be even more ready for getting done what they have to do. And to your point just now, Trump yesterday at the rally hinted at his advisors potentially telling him that, you can stretch it out for a few weeks, you can sign these orders over a period of time. But he's no, I'm going to get it done in day one. So that's why we're seeing him signing so many orders, not only at the arena right now, but also right after this, he's going to, also, of course, heading to the balls first, but then he's going to be in the Oval Office signing even more orders just on day one.
He was very busy. On that note, Danny, the previous election, he won by about 1 million points. There's, votes. There's some differences in that time around. This time, all 7 swing states, he won the popular vote. The House has a slim majority, so does the Senate, but those are still majorities, basically a trifecta. Given all of that, what do you see happening in terms of bipartisanship on the Hill?
That's a good question. I think since Pelosi and Schumer still in the Senate, or said the leader for the minority leader for the Democrats, and then now you have Hakeem Jeffries instead of Pelosi, and Hakeem likes to actually work with people. You've seen him give that runway to Mike Johnson when he first won the speakership, and then actually helped him, and he was actually working with him. Now, recently, Mike Johnson did break his trust with the continuing resolution deal that just happened. But at that point, it depends on what Hakeem Jeffries is going to do at that point. Is he going to still hold a grudge for him to break trust? Or is he going to actually still try to make amends and sort of work with them when they can? So that's what you saw up until that point. But, it's going to be, politics is going to be part of it. There's a gamemanship that's going to be part of it. They're going to create a narrative. I think Democrats right now are still kind of in the wilderness, not knowing exactly what they're going to fight for, what their message is going to be, especially when they're going to go up to re-election for next year in the midterms. So I think at this moment, they probably are going to work with Trump where they have similar policy priorities, but then they're going to be working at whatever the political message is going to be in order to try to knock down Trumpism, MAGA, all the Republicans, in order to try to get power once again. So, you're going to see them start laying the groundwork. What are the fights going to look like? We don't know yet,
Speaking of laying the groundwork, one area we are seeing a bit of bipartisanship so far is the Laken-Riley Act that was passed in the House, did have some Democrat support. I know it's now in front of the Senate. Actually, there's some latest news on that. Iris, what can you tell us about the latest in terms of that act?
So that's actually Trump's first legislative win, and that happened right when Trump was speaking at the arena, actually. The Laken-Riley Act has passed in the Senate with 64 yes and 35 nays, and that included actually 12 Democrats voting for it. And then what the act does is that it basically would require the ICE to detain and arrest illegal immigrants who have committed, for example, theft, assault on police, and who have been criminally charged with killing or seriously injuring individuals, and then they have to be arrested and detained until they get deported. And of course, as the name suggests, that follows, of course, the killing of Laken-Riley by an illegal immigrant, unfortunately. And that will be the first bill that heads to President Trump's desk when the House aligns later this week. So that is the first major legislative victory for the now new Trump administration. And also, while he was speaking, actually, there's another sign of bipartisanship happening inside the Senate. Trump's pick for Secretary of State Marco Rubio actually got confirmed by Senate 99 to 0. So that was a full show of bipartisanship right there. Of course, Marco Rubio, as an experienced senator, on the different committees related to international relations and national security, and him winning that bipartisan recognition as the best candidate to lead the State Department. And of course, we also know that actually a few of other Trump's picks, for example, Hegseth for Defense Secretary, as well as John Ratcliffe to lead the CIA, and Russ Vought to lead the OMB, as well as Kristi Noem to lead the Department of Homeland Security. All of them actually have been advanced to in their Senate committees. But of course, it's now to the Senate, the full Senate, if they're going to confirm them right away, potentially this week through an expedited process.
A lot of developments right there. And actually joining us remotely from our New York City headquarters is Gerard Filitti, political strategist, attorney, and Middle East affairs expert. Now, Gerard, before Donald Trump entered the Capital One Arena, we did see his envoy for the Middle East talking about the hostage deal. Of course, we had the families there as well. Talk to us about what that meant to the families and where you see relations with the U.S. and the Middle East going forward under this new administration.
It was amazing and such a strong statement to see the families of the hostages take to the stage and shake Donald Trump's hands, the hand of the President of the United States, who's already engaged in significant negotiations that helped lead to the release of hostages. And we're expecting to see Americans who are held hostage released soon as well. This really shows you that the Trump administration is going to start strong and put Americans first. We didn't see this display with the outgoing Biden administration. We didn't see an emphasis on the hostages or on restoring Israel's security, but we do see this with Trump. So this sends a clear message that American families need to pay attention, because now we are putting America first. Donald Trump is putting America first and doing what it takes to not just have regional peace and stability in the Middle East, but bring our people home.
And Gerard, from a legal perspective, there's a lot of executive orders, talks about external revenue service, tariffs, and then also, leaving the Iran agreement, all these different, the Paris Accords, all these different, developments. And then also in terms of the border, a lot of legislation there. Trump in his inaugural speech talking about reinstate remain in Mexico, designating cartels as terrorist organizations. What do you expect to see in terms of legal challenges?
I expect that we will unfortunately be seeing more lawfare directed at Donald Trump and his administration. Within 5 minutes of him taking office, of taking that oath of office, 3 federal lawsuits were filed against the Doge Department, seeking to forestall it being implemented. This is the sort of lawfare that we can expect. I think that we will see numerous lawsuits filed to prevent or to stop or to amend the implementation of pretty much every executive order that Donald Trump is signing this evening. And that really tells you what the next 2 years are going to be like. It's going to be contentious battles in court for the Trump administration to get through and be able to pursue its agenda.
On screen, you are seeing the Trump motorcade returning to the Oval Office there, where he has promised to sign a lot more executive orders. We've heard anything from 100 to 200. But of course, there are also the inaugural balls tonight. So the new president has a very busy schedule. But Gerard, staying with you, we heard from the speech and also on the campaign trail, a couple different main points: the economy, inflation, of course, immigration, securing the border, a lot in terms of business, but also holding foreign countries, especially adversarial ones, accountable. In your view, what are the biggest things to look out for within the first 100 days of this new administration?
Well, there's something that we will see within the first day of this administration, and that is to see what Donald Trump does with TikTok. Remember that the courts allowed that ban to take effect. The Biden administration said it wouldn't do anything, but TikTok began shutting down until they got an indication from President Trump that he would allow it to continue to delay implementation. So what Donald Trump does with TikTok is going to send a message of how he's going to treat foreign adversaries like China, whether there will be negotiations or whether there will be a show of strength to apply U.S. law and prioritize national security. And this is something that we will see play out starting tomorrow.
Now, on that note, we did hear from Steve Witkoff, the Middle East envoy, when it comes to Iran and the Middle East, talking about the word reciprocity. When it comes to communist China and something like TikTok that doesn't exist in China, they have a different version, a very different algorithm called Douyin. What do you see in terms of reciprocity when it comes to something like that is so popular in the U.S., 170 million users on it?
Reciprocity might be something that Elon Musk hinted at this weekend in one of his tweets, which is opening China's markets to American products, to American social media companies. X, for example, is not allowed to operate in China. We have limits on Facebook, on Meta, on what Google can do in China. So I think we will see that as part of the broader discussion of allowing TikTok in any form to operate in the United States, is whether American companies, social media companies, can also operate in China. At the same time, we've heard discussion, we've heard talks, perhaps that there will be a 50% ownership in the U.S. of TikTok, but how that plays out has yet to be seen. But in any case, I don't think that we will see TikTok going away anytime soon.
And just now on screen, you did see the new president, the 47th President Donald Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump returning to the White House, followed by the Trump family. So he is back in the White House. There you have a shot of it lit up at night. The snowstorm from yesterday is absent, so looking quite pretty but cold right now, hence the historic events today. Gerard, back to you. In terms of, Trump's cabinet picks, nominees so far, looking at the Trump transition team, what is that telling you in terms of what to expect under the second Trump administration?
Well, I think, first of all, we saw with Marco Rubio a 99-0 confirmation sends the message that the Senate is willing to very much work with the Trump administration to get his nominees through. Even Hegseth was taken out of committee, passed out of committee with a very narrow one vote, but he's going before the Senate for a full vote. And if the vote is down party lines, Hegseth will be confirmed as defense secretary. So we are seeing the Senate giving Donald Trump the people that he wants to be in the cabinet. And as compared to his first time as president, this time he has people who are more experienced, who have been in government, who have that government experience, who know how the system works. So this is very much a varsity cabinet compared to what we saw in Trump 1. So Trump 2, you have people who will hit the ground running. And all this, of course, is guided by the chief of staff, who is a very strong person, and Trump couldn't do better right now.
And Gerard, one of the historic events this time was that foreign heads of state were invited, including Chinese Communist Party regime leader Xi Jinping. He did not attend himself, but he did send his second in command. Now, in terms of Trump's inaugural speech today, China only came up once when he was talking about the Panama Canal and how we have to take it back because China is taking more control of it. He also mentioned Greenland and renaming the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. What do you make of all of that, the invitations and then also the renaming, if you will, and buying back of some of these places?
Well, it's a message. The invitations really come from a position of we want to do business. We want to invite you. We are open in our country to working with you, to partnering with you, to inviting us, to inviting you to be part of our global success. But at the same time, the message is there that America will not be walked all over. This is the message that was sent with the Panama Canal comment. The United States never agreed to give it back so that it would be run by the communist Chinese government. The American government never looked to make any deals with Panama or anyone else that would disadvantage us as an economy and as our national security by allowing the Chinese communist government in. And I think this is something that we will see more and more of. Trump is showing that he is embracing people, embracing foreign leaders with open arms, but on our terms. And our terms means that we need democracy, we need freedom, and that we will not put up with transgressions by Chinese communist regimes or Iran or anyone else who is anti-democratic.
Expanding on that, what can we expect in terms of foreign policy? Of course, we just saw the Middle East envoy there, hostage release deal. There's still ongoing conflicts in the Middle East. There's the Russia-Ukraine war, tensions with China. What can we expect?
For starters, we have a coherent foreign policy now. We did not have one under the Biden administration. That seemed to be more reactive to crises around the world rather than having one common thread. With Donald Trump, it's make America great again. It's focus on America first. It's put American priorities and the American economy at the top of any discussions of the global scene. So what we can expect as foreign policy is American strength. It's opening borders to trade with America. It's opening borders to American products going into foreign countries. And when we do have situations like Russia, Ukraine, or Iran, there is strength behind it. There is the will of the government to say no to terrorism and to fight back and help our allies when that happens.
And bringing it quickly back in studio here to the DC studio, Danny, I want to let you respond to some of this. You know, in terms of the transition team as well, what message is that sending you? How are you watching that?
It's a great question. When I'm looking at his team, yes, they're far more prepared than they were back in 2017. There's no question about that. It's interesting when you talk about foreign policy, though, and exactly how the Trump administration is going to go about implementing whatever goals they may have. I look at it not just putting America first, but it's also assigning responsibility for each individual country to focus on what they can do to make their society and economy better without using America's dime. I mean, without being on America's dime. Because you've seen NATO, for example, be almost fully funded by the United States. Now, all of a sudden, because of Trump back in his first administration, now happening currently through a beginning his second administration, is that each NATO country is now going to devote far more of their own resources in order to ensure that NATO is fully funded to ensure the unified defense for all the countries that are part of that. So, and that didn't happen prior to Trump. It was true that the United States was actually basically paying the bills on that. So now you're seeing his threat of tariffs and the focus on the American economy actually forcing all these countries, our allies and adversaries, to say, oh, wait, we actually have to do what we need to do in order to ensure that our economy is strong without trying to take advantage of the American economy or the American worker. And that is part of the American first ethos. Now, how successful is it going to be? He's been successful a little bit, but how is that going to impact, jobs later? That's kind of what I'm going to watch for, is all of a sudden if he's going to increase these massive amount of tariffs, are these companies truly going to bring back jobs in America in order to actually, not pay the price of operating in a different country? I don't know. We didn't really see that in the first term when he actually raised tariffs. Now, if he's raising them by 100, 200%, like he's threatened to do, maybe, right? But the one problem that we have in America is that everything's so expensive. So if you're an American worker, you're going to be demanding a higher salary. What that happens when you demand a higher salary? Same thing, pushes prices up. So there are things like that where inflation can be negatively affected by some of these policies. So what we did see today, instead of him issuing all these number of tariffs like he threatened to do, like he said he was going to do on day one, he didn't. Instead, he's directed his government agencies to see where targeted tariffs could be implemented without actually raising prices and causing runaway inflation. And I think that was a smart move. I think you saw him actually come to reality a little bit today already, where he didn't start saying, like he's been saying for a long time now, I'm going to raise tariffs 160%, 100%, all this other stuff. He didn't do that today.
On that note, Iris, after the first Trump administration, he said promises made, promises kept. Now, you've been following the campaign trail, watching this whole event unfold. Now he is the 47th president. Given his transition team picks, what's your sense on how successful he'll be able to do those promises made and promises kept?
I think it really comes down to which sector he's targeting. For example, we just talked about the Laken-Riley Act and passing in the Senate. And when it comes to the border, actually, we have seen some Democratic lawmakers actually coming on board with Trump's agenda, fighting crime, what Trump calls migrant crime, that Laken-Riley Act right there. And I actually asked Trump a question when he was visiting the southern border, and then I asked him, "How are you confident that you're going to have Democratic support when you try to push through your border policies?" And what he told me was that he believes that rank and file Democrats actually do want safer border. They do agree with him when it comes to closing, potentially restricting asylum, restricting border policies. But he says it's the leadership, the Democratic leadership, that's actually pushing against it and could potentially create problems. But of course, he didn't tell me he expects full confidence that he's going to get everything he wants done. So I think that remains the question with the Democratic leadership, who have already heard from, like Senator Schumer, saying that if Trump tries to, in his words, tax lower the tax for the rich, but then hurt everyday Americans by cutting their benefits, the Senate Democrats are going to push back, no question. So that's what we have heard from Schumer. And same question when it comes to the other policies. Will the Senate Democrat leadership agree with what Trump is trying to do? I think that's another question there.
And Gerard, if you're still online, this time around, 8 years ago, a lot of people were saying, oh, the Trump family is very new to politics, maybe inexperienced, doesn't know how things work. We saw some of that play out in the first 100 days, where some of his own cabinet people were actively working against him in terms of some of the policies he was trying to set. This time around, it seems like Trump, came in swinging. He's ready. He has his little desk there with the executive orders. He's now back at the Oval Office signing more. And this time around, too, he did win the popular vote. He got the mandate of the people, if you will, narrow margins in the House and the Senate, but he did get that trifecta. How are you seeing this time being different from the previous time, Gerard?
There's a much better understanding on the part of Trump's team on how to actually manage, on how to run a department, on how to get things done. We saw this even before, during the election process with Lara Trump at the head of the RNC. We saw changes taking place within the party, changes to the mentality of the people in the party that allow them to get out the vote and get Donald Trump elected. So this is showing that what we're seeing now is a party that is coming together, coming united by a president who has an actual plan. He's been talking about what he wants to do for at least 2 years now. He's been developing his agenda for at least 2 years now. We know specific things that he promised, and he's already delivering. We see that with the executive orders tonight. And the fact that he's not waiting for legislation, that he's going forward with executive orders full strength, and so many of them, shows that he has a detailed plan on how to achieve what he promised the American people.
And if we can bring it back in studio really quickly to Danny, Gerard was just talking about unity within the Republican Party. Now, many are calling this a very contentious or divided political season that led up to the election. When it comes to unity around, we did see New York Mayor Eric Adams sitting down with the new border czar Tom Homan when it comes to trying to work on immigration, migration, however you want to call it, where now you do have every state being a border state. Yeah. Again, though, New York is a sanctuary city, so we'll see how Mayor Eric Adams is able to do that. Yeah. But what's your reading on what areas we might be able to see that unity?
It's a good question. It goes back to what you said earlier, too, is that Democrats were wrong on immigration. At the end of the day, when you had unchecked immigration and millions of people pouring in the border, not knowing who they were, and then you saw the cost of living rise in a lot of these cities that are majority Democratic cities, and you saw that funding was going to, house these folks, giving them cards that had cash, everything else like that. That distracted from the sense of like, what were you trying to accomplish? So Democrats also said, look, we're going to care more about these folks than the everyday American. And I think that part that I just stated is what has led a lot of the Democrats that have come from swing states or come from like purple districts. They're not necessarily going to go along with leadership at this very moment. What they're going to do instead is going to be very circumspect. They're going to see exactly what type of policies that Trump is going to try to enact, and they're going to ask themselves, is this good for my district? Is this good for America? And should I support it or should I not? And they're going to ask themselves that, and they're going to be a lot more intelligent about that rather than all of a sudden going with what happened in the first administration, where anything and everything that President Trump did, they were against. It didn't matter, right? And I remember doing a segment with NTD News with incoming Department of Veteran Affairs Secretary Doug Collins. And Doug Collins brought up one fantastic point where he's stating, and no one ever talks about it, that before President Trump, every historically black college and university went up to Capitol Hill on an annual basis and begged for funding. When they met, and Doug Collins worked on this as a congressman, he brought them in with Trump, and then Trump said to him, "You coming up here every year? Why?" And then he's like, and then he couldn't make sense of it. He's like, now it's a permanent part of the budget, this funding going right to HBCUs. And everyone doesn't talk about things like that. So he was successful in so many other things that Democrats said they cared about, but no matter what, they didn't give him any credit, right? So if you're going to look at this from a political perspective, Democrats need to celebrate the successes, knowing that he won the popular vote, noting that he swept all the swing states, and that's the most important thing. He swept all the swing states, and then see that's what I can back. And then there's some stuff that's based on Democratic principles that they have to fight, and that's okay. But they just can't be all zero sum, or all of a sudden it's going to be everything that Democrats want, and that's it. And then just fight them tooth and nail based on that. I don't see that happening this time around. I think we are witnessing a weakened Democratic Party. I don't think they know what direction they want to go in. I think they're still struggling with that. And, I've said that even before. I see that it's going to take them a while. And I think leadership is not necessarily guiding them right now. I think what they're going to watch for is how the American public reacts to Trump policies, regulations, executive orders, whatever it may be, and then see what's going to engender kind of the heightened sense of emotion on the American citizen, and then they're going to try running with that. And that's what I'm seeing. You can tell it's a wait and see approach right now. Now, are they going to prohibit any sort of advancement for any of the Trump's policies? No, but they're going to be watching. So Trump has the benefit of the doubt right now. And if I were him, and I know they're doing it, and I know his entire crew is looking at it, get everything done now. You have, like I mentioned, you have 15 months, but really, you probably have this calendar year. The moment that this turns into 2026, people start running for election. You're going to start hearing chatter about who are going to be the presidential candidates for 2028. So as soon as it's a perpetual calendar now, right? It's a perpetual political calendar. So truly, I said that earlier, 15 months probably only has this calendar year. And he's going to be sprinting, and he's going to be running. He has his people in place. They are prepared. Going back to everything, they are prepared. They're going to try and enact this stuff immediately, right away, and be as effective as they potentially can be. And for them, they look at it as like, listen, everything's legal until it's not. Vice versa, everything's illegal until it's not. So they're going to be trying to do everything they want, anything they can, until someone says no. And I think that's what you're going to be watching.
And another aspect that I would like to add is that while we are seeing some sign of bipartisanship when it comes to issues like the border, we do expect more legal challenges actually to Trump's actions, including what he's bound to do today, for example, through one of his EOs to end asylum and close the border to those without legal status via proclamation. We already have seen actually today the ACLU trying to challenge that legally. And there's also concerns about today actually after Trump took office, what we have seen is that the app that the Biden administration pushed through, the CBP1 app, I believe, already is down and not allowing people to, again, applying for legal entry ports to get in. And there were some concerns about if that's going to encourage actually illegal entry because now people can't quote unquote register for it. But we have seen actually Trump's top advisor Stephen Miller actually posting on X saying that well, a big thing is that if you're trying to enter illegally right now, you're going to be expelled immediately. So he's already trying to issue warnings to people who might attempt to do that. So I think there's some uncertain factors here. One is that, like you said, the people, right? Like what people actually think about it, including actually illegal immigrants. What's their perception of the executive orders right now? Will it actually deter them from trying to get in? And the other side is the legal battles potentially going on from inside the U.S. Some organizations like ACLU will certainly try to challenge some of the actions he wants to do on the border.
It's an interesting thing you bring up, though. It was literally the moment that he took the oath of office, they shut down that app.
Yeah.
Now, in one of the executive orders that you mentioned is they designated all the drug cartels as terrorist organization. That can have an effect on illegal immigration if they're going to start using the military going against them, which, by the way, I think a lot of Democrats support that move. I think it's a very good move. But is that going to all of a sudden create so much chaos in those areas that the cartels control, that, and especially economic chaos where some of these folks actually make a living working in that drug trade, where all of a sudden they're going to be looking elsewhere in order to have any sort of economic opportunity because now their livelihoods are gone. Right, so there's a downstream effect on stuff like that. So could that potentially increase illegal immigration to the United States? We don't know.
Very important note on deterrence right there too, right? It's the message that's being sent, the optics. I think we already saw reports where yesterday you had anti-immigration people already leaving the country, and this was before Trump became president today. And we are going to continue this conversation. But first, NTD's Jason Blair spoke with people at the Capitol about the positives of the presidential changeover. Take a look.
And we can't allow our children to live in a society where the color of their skin is affects them, or their gender. I don't agree with the different things that are going on, the lawfare, and it just needs to stop. I mean, justice is supposed to be blind. You don't have to tip the scales to go after somebody. That's wrong. So Donald Trump coming in here, he's going to save our republic. And yes, it's a republic. It's not a democracy, because that's the way our founding fathers set it up.
I'd brave the cold any day for Trump.
Yep.
Any day.
Anytime.
We've been to many rallies where it's been freezing cold. We've given up our blankets for elderly people.
Yep.
But, yeah, this isn't nothing for us.
It feels great. We've been through a lot as a country in the last 4 years, and I mean, his policies are much better than his opponents. So I'm looking forward to lower gas prices, era of good feelings, and stronger border. It's a shame that we don't have any kind of screens out here that we can actually watch the inauguration, but we're still going to come out and support. I had tickets to go into the Capital One Arena, but we didn't make it here in time. The train was a little bit delayed.
So how do you feel now that, everything happened? Trump is now officially the president?
Ecstatic. Absolutely ecstatic.
Was it worth the wait in the cold?
It was, yes, yeah. Worth the wait to get here, because it's not easy to get here, and then Houston right now, it's frozen, so I won't be back till Thursday as far as I know.
And what's your initial reaction today?
Oh, it's exciting. It's so fun. I mean, even right after the election, you could just tell there's like this weight lifted. You know, everyone's so much happier, everyone's more positive, and it's just, you can just tell there's like a different energy in the air, and I think that's because people have hope for the first time in a while.
And what would you like to see him do on day one, like right now?
I don't know exactly, but January 6th is get the January 6th people released if they haven't been already. But that has to be addressed. That's a horrible thing in our country to go through there and talk about how they have incarcerated and put American citizens in dungeons without all the property constitutional protections that they have as being, suspected of a crime. So,
would you like to see them pardoned or released or something like that happen?
Absolutely pardoned. Yes, yeah, absolutely pardoned. That's what that to me is a priority.
And how about you? And do you have any top priority or issues that you would like to see?
I mean, there's on day one, there's so many things. I know that it's gonna all take time, and I think it's about just restoring a bunch of freedoms to everyone in the country and protecting those freedoms.
Discover the ancient secret to vitality and longevity with Puretang Black Ginseng. Crafted from premium 6-year-old Korean ginseng, each root is carefully nurtured for over 2,260 days, undergoing a traditional 9-round handcrafted process of steaming and drying to unlock full potency and absorption. Experience pure, natural energy with Puretang Black Ginseng. Order now at puretang.com.
August was born 3 pounds, 9.8 ounces. When I first saw him, it was a whole range of emotions. There's stuff I still want to do. Being a young dad, it's not giving up, it's shifting. Just seeing him happy, I looked through his eyes. I envisioned a whole future with him already. To throw the first football to him, give him ice cream for the first time. I'm happy because he's advancing in life. My life is now devoted to his life.
بیست و سه سال 16 سال عمري ما 7
اما داعش کردیان برانبر خوشکو دایکان یزدی ما کاری که دور لهمو چمک دموکراسی و موافقانی مرو و انسانیت او بارودوخی که است های به تایبت لایرا خوشکوریا بشه که دگرت و با حالانه که اداره اوباما کرد
وریم بو او 7 روز بو و داعش از کرد تامبوم كرا قوتينيز قريا بما متشكر بحر في ذا نبو باوان رحمنا ودمنا سؤالنا من خادران نزل باوان نفستم بس نا ما قوبس ناش بيجوش باش.
They would literally be auctioned in front of soldiers, and then the soldiers begin to bid.
زارود وان همو جيبر تي حملي زارود الدم واسي سيبان همو جيبر
وحشیگری که توا عیاره ظلمی که یک جار زور گوره لما افرطانه کرده و تعدایی که زور زوریان میده کرده اما نه روزانه دست فروشیده اليوم التوزيع كل الرصيد.
Imagine being a child, having a child mentality and these evil people come and wheel you away from the only safety you've ever known.
Seat for the Union.
And you're looking at a live feed of the Capitol there lit up. We can also see it from our studio here in D.C. This is our special coverage of the second inauguration of Donald Trump. We'll bring it back in studio where we have Danny Salas. And also online we have Gerard Filitti. But Danny, I want to start with you. You know, of course, today, peaceful transfer of power, very historic day, historic in a lot of regards, that peaceful transfer of power when you look at autocracies, totalitarian regimes, monarchies in the past. Talk to us about the history here, what we witnessed in light of history.
Look, American democracy is very, very unique. We are the first nation to have this really peaceful transfer of power. It started obviously when George Washington decided to say, look, I'm going to step down after 2 terms. Then he had an election. And then for the first time in history, that peaceful transfer of power in United States history was challenged when the 3rd president was elected. At that time was Thomas Jefferson and Aaron Burr. They had a tie in the Electoral College. And then it was after people remember their American history now, when there's a tie in the Electoral College, it gets kicked back to Congress. And Congress has to select the president. They had 36 rounds of voting when to select the president. At that time, Thomas Jefferson won after the 36, and Aaron Burr graciously celebrated that. That was the first test to American democracy, and that happened. Now, furthermore, it was challenged when, and this is actually part of the reason that you've seen before, actually it's FDR, and I'll get into that too, but originally you had the inauguration takes place on March 4th, not in January. Now, throughout that time, that's 4 months between the election and the incoming administration, and whether it be someone obviously winning re-election or a new president. Now, 4 months is a very long time if all of a sudden you have a lame duck president. There's a number of things that could happen. In 1860, when Lincoln won the presidency and James Buchanan was a lame duck, throughout that 4 months, James Buchanan refused to speak to Abraham Lincoln. During that time, about 6 weeks after the election in November, South Carolina became the first state to secede from the Union. By the time that Lincoln started his presidency on March, you had 7 states that already succeeded. About 16 weeks later, the official Civil War started. So during that time, James Buchanan did nothing. Now, it also happened when FDR, when Herbert Hoover lost his race, FDR was the incumbent president. Again, there was 4 months lead time on that time. What happened? The Great Recession started happening. And there was no discussion about economic principles or data or any sort of information between those 2 administrations, the incoming or the current one and the incoming. And what happened? Americans suffered. So at that moment, that's when Congress acted and then passed the 20th Amendment, or first it passed it and then states ratified it, that they moved the inauguration date from March to January. And we had times there was challenge when Clinton and the second Bush came in. They didn't really talk. And then additionally what happened, remember how that electoral vote down in Florida, the hanging Chad, everything else like that, that also, because there was a challenge there, that was about 5 weeks of the 10 to 11 weeks time frame they have between November and January when the incoming administration comes in. 5 weeks of that time was taken away because of all the court challenges. And then what happened was Bush was not prepared when he came in. A lot of people can attribute the lack of preparedness and also the ability of Homeland Security, or at that time Homeland Security wasn't created, but the lack of the administration being prepared and actually being able to sift through the intelligence data that they had, knowing that folks did say that they were trying to attack America. So there was, because of that, and George Bush, and thankfully for George Bush and Homeland Security, that he's now led this thing. It was George Bush, the first person, I just met him, I'm stumbling a little bit, but with George W. Bush, when Obama won, that's when he started focusing heavily on national security. So the moment that Obama started happening, their teams came in and then they started sharing all this national security data and they started working because they never wanted another 9/11 to happen, because an incoming and outgoing administration were not talking to each other. Now, what the American people does, the American Congress does,
I think this order will apply to approximately 1,500 people.
Very interesting history, and there you have the new president, the 47th president in the Oval Office.
Approximately 1,500 for a pardon. Full pardon.
Full pardon or commutation?
Full pardon. We have about 6 commutations in there where we're doing further research. Nice to see you again. So this is a big one. Anything you want to explain about this? We hope they get them. We hope they come out tonight, frankly. They're expecting it. Approximately 1,500 people. Six commutations.
Were there any cases you did not commute or pardon of people?
We're looking at different things, but the commutations would be the ones that we'll take a look, and maybe it'll stay that way, or it'll go to, full pardon.
And the order does require the Bureau of Prisons to act immediately on receipt of the pardons and commutation orders. Sir, this is
Why don't we get that down so they can get them going right now?
Yes, sir.
Is that okay?
Yep, absolutely. This is a proclamation guaranteeing the state's protection against invasion based on the current crisis at the southern border. It invokes various executive powers relating to the ongoing invasion at the southern border.
Mr. President, what makes you confident that those are not going to be blocked by the courts?
I don't think they will. I don't think they can be. They're very straight up. Why don't you take that and go over here? Could you get him over here, not on the side angle? Do you mind? Just go right over here with your friends. Okay?
Sir, this is an executive order realigning the United States refugee admission program to better align with American principles and American interests.
Okay?
Thank you, sir. This next executive order is about protecting America from foreign terrorists and other national security and public safety threats. Again, crisis at the border, but it goes beyond that and it implicates other executive powers as well.
Okay?
President Trump, if cartels are now going to be seen as foreign terror organizations, would you think about ordering U.S. Special Forces into Mexico to take them out?
Could happen. Stranger things have happened.
Mr. President,
And that was actually
sure that Maduro will accept Venezuelans?
Say it.
How will you make sure that Maduro will accept Venezuelans?
Well, we're going to see on Venezuela. We're looking at Venezuela very strongly. It's a country I know very well for a lot of reasons, and it's, boy, it was a great country 20 years ago, and now it's a mess, right?
Sir, can we expect ICE raids starting tomorrow in major cities?
What does that mean?
Can we expect ICE raids in major cities?
I don't want to say when, but it's going to happen. Has to happen, or we're not going to have a country left.
This is actually an executive order designating the cartels and other organizations to be foreign terrorist organizations.
That's a big one.
Yes, sir.
People have wanted to do this for years. So they are now designated as terrorist organizations, foreign. And Mexico probably doesn't want that. But we have to do what's right. They're killing our people. They're killing 250, 300,000 American people a year. Not 100, like has been reported for 15 years. It's probably 300,000.
This is an executive.
You said Mexico doesn't want that. How are you going to deal with this?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Sir, this is an executive order entitled Protecting the American People Against Invasion, which again deals with the southern border and the unprecedented admission of illegal aliens across the southern border.
What do you see the biggest national security threat to the U.S., Mr. President? What's going to be your priority on foreign policy?
Say?
What's going to be your priority on foreign policy? What do you see as the biggest
Well,
national
foreign
security
policy is a
threat?
big statement. I mean, my priority on foreign policy, it's going to be to keep America safe. Very simple. It's a big question, though. That's a very big question.
Who is going to be the first foreign leader that you plan to meet, or who you going to call tomorrow on your first day?
I've already been meeting people. I've been meeting them. I've been talking to them. I met with Prime Minister Trudeau, like all Governor Trudeau. I met with numerous foreign leaders. Go ahead.
Sir, this next order relates to the definition of birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment of the United States.
Good. That's a good one. Birthright. That's a big one.
What about that one in the courts? That one is likely to be passed.
Could be. We think we have good grounds, but you could be right. I mean, you'll find out. It's ridiculous. We're the only country in the world that does this with birthright, as you know. And it's just absolutely ridiculous. But, you know, we'll see. We have very good grounds.
Sir,
People have wanted to do this for decades.
Sir, this is a proclamation declaring a national emergency at the southern border of the United States.
That's a big one. A lot of big ones, huh? You know what that means, right?
President Trump, did President Biden leave you a letter?
He may have. Wait. Don't they leave it in the desk? I don't know. Oh.
What's in there?
Thank you, Peter. It could have been years before we found it. Wow. Thank you.
What does it say on the outside?
Maybe we should all read it together.
Let's read it.
Well, maybe I'll read it first and then make that determination.
That sounds great.
Peter, thank you very much. I may not have seen this for months.
Happy to help with the passing of the torch.
I did. I left him one in the desk just like this.
What are you talking about with him?
Unification of our country. You know, I didn't know that he gave a pardon to his family because he did it during my speech.
He didn't tell you in the limo?
No, he didn't tell me. No. He did it. They released it during my speech. During my speech. So all I could do was say, excuse me, I'd like to come back and speak some more. So, no, we were surprised by that. It's bad precedent, obviously.
Where are you thinking on tariffs on Mexico, given these actions you're signing on the border?
Well, we're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people to come in and fentanyl to come in.
When do you think you would enact those?
I think February 1st.
Are you planning on giving notice of that?
I think we'll do it February 1st.
25% on both, sir?
Sir,
on each.
On each, yeah.
This is an executive order taking a large number of executive actions to secure our southern border.
Okay. Sounds reasonable.
President Trump, we remember 4 years ago, Barack Obama had told you that the top threat to the country was going to be North Korea. Did Joe Biden tell you what he thinks the top threat to the country is right now?
No.
Why not?
I think we have a lot of them. Right now, I think we have a lot. I think North Korea turned out to be good. I was very friendly with him. He liked me. I liked him. We got along very well. They thought that was a tremendous threat. Now, he is a nuclear power, but we got along. I think he'll be happy to see him coming back.
And
I think he has tremendous condo capability. He's got a lot of shoreline.
Thank you, sir.
Are you going to work with countries from South America to coordinate on immigration?
Ooh.
About immigration in general.
This is an executive order. Sorry, sir.
I'm fine with legal immigration. I like it. We need people, and I'm absolutely fine with it. We want to have it. We need it because we're going to have a lot of companies coming in to avoid tariffs. You know, if you don't want tariffs, all you have to do is build your plant in the U.S. So we're going to have a lot of workers coming in, but we have to have legal immigration.
Do you have a date in mind for when you want to put in on the China tariffs that you talked about?
Which one?
60%?
No. You're talking about which? Say it again.
The China tariffs, the broad
Oh, China?
tariffs.
Well, as you know, I put on large tariffs on China, and they've really been forced to leave them. And if we didn't leave them, you wouldn't have one steel mill that's open in this country because they were dumping massive amounts of steel. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars from China because they were unable to terminate the tariffs I put on China.
because it was too much money and the budgets didn't work, and other reasons too. No, I mean, we're going to have meetings and calls with President Xi. I spoke to President Xi last week, as you know. Did you know that? I had a very good phone call.
Where do you stand with NATO at this moment? Are you planning to meet your NATO allies?
No, NATO has to pay more money. NATO has to pay 5%. We are, we're in the Ukraine war by $200 billion more than NATO. It's ridiculous because it affects them a lot more. We have an ocean in between. And we've spent $200 billion more on Ukraine than NATO has spent. And they've got to equalize.
Did you talk to Xi about? Did you talk to Xi about the Ukraine war?
Yeah.
Because China and Brazil together has a proposal to bring Russia and Ukraine to talk.
That's good. That's fine. I'm ready.
When are you going to talk with the Brazilian president?
How did Brazil get involved? This is a new one.
When are you going to talk to Lula?
Are you from Brazil?
I'm from Brazil.
Ah,
When are you talking?
that's why they're involved, I guess.
When are you going to talk with the Brazilian president? How do you see your relationship with Latin America and Brazil?
Great. Should be great. They need us much more than we need them. We don't need them. They need us. Everybody needs us.
This is Mr. President, it sounds like you will not receive an additional China tariff necessarily, depending on how talks go with President Xi. Is that correct?
What does that define that?
Well, you are asking, you pledged in the campaign potentially a 10% tariff on China or as much as
Because of fentanyl.
Right. So I'm asking where you're.
That's only because of fentanyl. There are other things too.
Are additional
And a very big thing is the Panama Canal. China controls the Panama Canal. What's that all about? They're not supposed to be good. When Jimmy Carter gave it, which was a terrible mistake, he didn't do it. He didn't give it to China. He gave it to Panama. And China controls the Panama Canal.
So are China tariffs
And we're not going to allow that to happen.
Are they still on the table or is that?
We're not going to allow that to happen.
Thank you, sir.
What can we expect of the countries in NATO that spend the least amount of money, like Spain, France, below the 5%?
Spain is very low. And yet, are they a BRICS nation?
What?
They're a BRICS nation, Spain. You know what a BRICS nation is? You'll figure it out. But, and if the BRICS nations want to do that, that's okay, but we're going to put at least a 100% tariff on the business they do with the United States. You know what the BRICS is, right? You guys know.
Brazil,
You know what I'm
Russia.
saying, right? You know what I'm saying.
Sir, this is an
So it's not even a threat. In fact, since I made that statement, Biden said, well, they have us over a barrel. I said, no, we have them over a barrel. And there's no way they're going to be able to do that.
This is an executive order relating to
100% tariffs, those countries, like Spain?
As a BRICS nation, yes.
How
They'll have a
about
100% tariff if they so much as even think about doing what they thought.
Can you explain how it's
Which, and therefore they'll give it up immediately. So will China give it up.
So this is about reforming the system of hiring in the federal government to ensure that merit is the lodestar of hiring decisions as
As
opposed
per
to
the Supreme Court.
other matters. Yes, sir.
Here's a big deal, merit. Our country is going to be based on merit again. Can you believe it?
Mr. President, you had said you would end the Russia-Ukraine war on your first day in office. Where do things stand right now, and how do you intend?
Well, this is only half a day. I have another half a day left. We'll see. We want to get it done.
This is an order creating and implementing the Department of Governmental Efficiency, known as DOGE.
Okay, that's a big one.
Is Elon Musk going to get a West Wing office?
No, he's getting an office for about 20 people that we're hiring to make sure that these get implemented. We have a problem in this country. You sign an executive order, it doesn't get done for 6 months. As an example, when we allowed the J6 hostages to go out, it might not be approved under the old days for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 6 months. You know, they had a good ruling from the Supreme Court, and it's like nothing happened. That ruling was 6 months ago, you know that. And it was like they didn't have a ruling. They've been treated very unfair. The judges have been absolutely brutal. The prosecutors have been brutal. Nobody's ever treated people in this country like that.
Mr. President, are you commuting the sentences of anyone who assaulted a police officer on January 6th?
Well, we're looking at 2 police officers, actually, that Washington police officers who went after an illegal, and things happened, and they ended up putting them in jail. They got 5-year jail sentences. You know the case. And we're looking at that in order to give them we got to give them a break.
But is there clemency in your actions today for anyone?
Well, it would be a pardon. That would be a pardon. The one I'm talking about would be a pardon.
Here you go, sir.
Should there be punishment for the people who assaulted law enforcement officers that day?
Well, I will say this. They've been in jail for a long time already. I see murderers in this country get 2 years, 1 year, and maybe no time. So they've already been in jail for a long time. These people have been destroyed. What they've done to these people is outrageous. There's rarely been anything like it in history, in the history of our country. And even people that were aggressive, and in many cases, I believe they happen to be outside agitators, but, what do I know, right? But I think they were outside agitators. There were outside agitators involved. And obviously the FBI was involved because Ray admitted the FBI was involved. Didn't he say 23 people, indirectly or directly, were involved? And it was then 26. That's a lot of people. Now we got to take care of these people have been treated so badly.
And we're just about out of time here. Iris, Denny, and Gerard, thank you all so much for the wonderful discussion. And thank you for watching NTD's special live coverage of the second inauguration of Donald J. Trump. After the break, Stephania Cox will bring you more coverage of tonight's inaugural balls in just a moment, so stay tuned for that. For now, I'm Tiffany Meyer. Good night.
Think of this. Almost 100% of the people are convicted. 100%. It's Washington, D.C. People go into a trial and they say, oh, I have a wonderful lawyer and I didn't do anything wrong. And they end up in shackles almost immediately and jail. No, we're not going to let it happen.
About Greenland, you have shown interest in buying it, but is there any other option that would satisfy you?
About what?
Greenland, instead of buying it.
Finland?
Greenland.
Oh, Greenland. Greenland is a wonderful place. We need it for international security. And I'm sure that Denmark will come along. I think it's costing them a lot of money to maintain it, to keep it. The people of Greenland are not happy with Denmark, as you know. I think they're happy with us. We had representatives, my son and representatives went up there 2 weeks ago, and they like us. So we'll see what happens. But Greenland is necessary, not for us, it's necessary for international security. You have Russian boats all over the place. You have China boats all over the place, warships. And they can't maintain it.
When are you going to be talking to Vladimir Putin?
Who?
Do you plan to meet President Putin, sir?
I'll be meeting with President Putin.
When do you think?
I don't know. I can't. It's being set up.
Your first trip, foreign that might be, sir?
So the first foreign trip typically has been with UK. But I did it with Saudi Arabia last time because they agreed to buy $450 billion worth of our product. I said, I'll do it, but you have to buy American product, and they agreed to do that. They bought $450 billion. It was the least reported story I've ever been involved in.
And now, where are you planning to go now?
Well, I don't know. If Saudi Arabia wanted to buy another 450 or 500, we'll up it for all the inflation.
Mr. President, you say you were going
think
to
I'd
end the
probably go
wars first day. How do you plan to end the Ukraine war?
Well, we're going to try and get it done as quickly as possible.
Do you want to push Israel and Saudi Arabia?
It should have never started. You know, the war with Ukraine and Russia should have never started. It would have never started if I were president.
Will you push Israel and Saudi Arabia to normalize relations?
I don't think I have to push them. I think it's going to happen, but maybe not quite yet. But they'll end up being in the Accords, the Abraham Accords.
President Trump,
I think Saudi Arabia will end up being in the Abraham Accords.
This year?
Could be, but soon. Not in a very long way. Oh, look at that! It says TikTok. My! What is that all about?
First, we have Alaska, sir. This is an executive order relating to unleashing Alaska's potential as an energy reservoir for the entire nation.
And what about ANWR?
I believe that would be included in aspects of the order.
So we're opening up ANWR.
On the TikTok piece, President Trump, you and your members of your team now used to warn about the dangers of TikTok spying on Americans. What changed that you're not worried about that anymore?
Well, it depends on the deal. I mean, I may not do the deal or I may do the deal. TikTok is worthless. Worthless. If I don't approve it, it has to close. I learned that from the people that own it. If I don't do the deal, it's worthless. Worth nothing. If I do the deal, it's worth maybe $1 trillion. $1 trillion. So if I do the deal I'm talking about doing it for the United States. If I do the deal for the United States, then I think we should get half.
The TikTok CEO.
In other words, I think the U.S. should be entitled to get half of TikTok. And congratulations, TikTok has a good partner. And that would be worth, could be $500 billion or something. It's crazy. The numbers are crazy. But it's worthless if the president doesn't sign, then it's worthless. If the president does sign, it's worth maybe $1 trillion. So I think, like a joint venture, I think we would have a joint venture with the people from TikTok. We'll see what happens. I mean, that's one of many ideas I've had.
The CEO is down. Did he say that he's open to that idea?
Who?
The CEO of TikTok is around.
Oh, I think he'd probably like it. Because he's got nothing. I mean, they really have nothing. It's passed in Congress. It gives the president a right to make a deal or to close it. And we have 90 days to make that decision. But I could see making a deal where the U.S. gets 50% of TikTok, polices it a little bit or a lot, depends on them. But remember, they make telephones in China. They make all sorts of things in China. Nobody ever complains about that. Here they're complaining about this. There's so many different products made in China, and nobody ever complained about it. The only one they complain about is TikTok. And TikTok is largely young people. I guess I have a warm spot for TikTok that I didn't have originally. But, I went on TikTok, and I won young people up by 36%, Peter. And Republicans typically don't do too well with young people. But it's a different Republican Party.
Would the U.S. government buy a portion of TikTok then, or how would it get that 50%?
No, you'd take 50% of TikTok for the approval that TikTok could continue in business. And they'd have a great partner. The U.S. would be their partner. But the U.S. essentially would be paid for doing that half of the value of TikTok.
Would there be a private sector owner as
Could
well
be,
in the
yeah,
US?
could be a lot. Tell you what, every rich person has called me about TikTok.
You wanted to block TikTok. Why did you change your mind?
Because I got to use it. And remember, TikTok is largely about kids, young kids. If China's going to get information about young kids, I don't know. I think, to be honest with you, I think we have bigger problems than that. But when you take a look at telephones that are made in China and all the other things that are made in China, military equipment made in China, TikTok, I think TikTok is not their biggest problem. But there's big value in TikTok if it gets approved. If it doesn't get approved, there's no value. So if we create that value, why aren't we entitled to like half?
Sir, if they don't continue to 90 days, will you shut them down?
Does Biden ever do news conferences like this? How many news conferences, Peter, has he done like this?
Like this?
None.
0.
And it would be 0 for the next infinity. For infinity, it would be 0.
Mr. President, you plan to talk to President Musk going to help implement the executive orders? I think you mentioned implementation.
Elon, no. Elon's very busy sending rocket ships up to various places with lots of satellites on them.
What is your reaction to the confirmation of Marco Rubio, and what does it mean for Latin America?
Which one?
Marco Rubio.
Marco Rubio. You said Marco.
Marco Rubio.
Yeah, I think he's great. I think Marco's doing a fantastic job. I think he's going to get a lot of votes. I think he's going to be at 90% or something. I mean, I'm hearing very good. People know him. They know him in the Senate. They know he's good. He's doing a good job. I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't know what's going to happen with that. He's got some very strong ideas, though, Marco.
You signed the TikTok order,
Mr.
right?
President?
Did you sign the TikTok order?
Yeah.
Yes, that was just.
President Marco Rubio's ideas is
Just signed it.
How many did
still
you sign?
changing
Are you going to
Venezuela,
sign?
changing power. Are you still committed with Maduro leaving power in Venezuela?
Well, we're going to find out about that, too, because we're going to probably stop buying oil from Venezuela. We don't need their oil.
another embargo like the first term?
No, it could be, but we don't have to buy their oil. We have plenty of oil for ourselves, so
President Trump,
that'll change Venezuela quite a bit.
President Trump, there was a lot of concern about this during the campaign. A question that only works today. Are you a dictator on day one?
No. I can't imagine even being called that. No, I believe in the sanctity of the vote. The Democrats didn't because they cheated like dogs, but I believe in the sanctity, and this was too big to rig. This last election was just too big to rig. But no, really the opposite.
When do you plan to speak to President Putin?
Could be very soon.
And you talked a bit about Ukraine and Russia, but how long do you think it would take to end that conflict? And
I have to speak to President Putin. We're going to have to find out. He can't be thrilled. He's not doing so well. I mean, he's grinding it out, but most people thought that war would have been over in about 1 week. And now you're into 3 years, right? So he can't be thrilled. It's not making him look very good. Now, eventually, I mean, it's a big machine, so things will happen. But I think he'd be very well off to end that war. We have numbers that almost 1 million Russian soldiers have been killed. About 700,000 Ukrainian soldiers are killed. Russia's bigger. They have more soldiers to lose. But that's no way to run a country.
What did your TikTok order do, Mr. President?
Just gave me the right to sell it or close it. Essentially with TikTok, I have the right to either sell it or close it. And we'll make that determination. And we may have to get an approval from China too. I'm not sure. But I'm sure they'll approve it. And if they don't approve it, it would be somewhat of a hostile act, I think. But it's good for China if it gets approved.
Mr. President, so you're not guaranteeing that TikTok will be around after 90 days from today?
No, but it could very well be. It makes sense for it to be, because it's got tremendous value. But if we create the value by approving, in other words, that approval gives it tremendous value. If that's the case, then we should be entitled to 50% as a country. You understand? You haven't heard that one before, right? That's called a joint venture. And nobody ever thought that way before. Well, I don't know. I think you have a lot of people that would be interested in TikTok with the United States as a partner.
Mr. President, what was it like walking into the Oval Office this evening?
Oh, what a great feeling. One of the better feelings I've ever had.
Do you like this town better now than in 2017?
Well, we're very experienced now. You would say nobody's ever had experience like I have. I've dealt with some very good people. I've dealt with some very bad people, and I know who the bad ones are and the good ones are. Don't forget, I was very successful in primarily the real estate business. And people used to say, who's worse, a politician or a vicious real estate developer? And I'd always say, the real estate developer is far worse. But after about 3 months and getting to know scum like Adam Schiff and other people like that, I said, no, actually, real estate people are quite nice by comparison.
You said you plan to speak with President Putin soon. What about President Zelensky, and what's your message?
Yeah, I would, but he's told me he wants to make a deal. Zelensky wants to make a deal. I don't know if Putin does. He might not. I don't know. He should make a deal. I think he's destroying Russia by not making a deal. I think Russia's going to be in big trouble. You take a look at their economy, you take a look at the inflation in Russia. So I would hope, I got along with him great, and, I would hope he wants to make a deal.
Mr. President, are you keeping U.S. sanctions on Russia until he makes a deal?
Well, sanctions or tariffs. I think the word tariff is much better because it keeps your dollar stronger. I think tariffs are more effective. I mean, I use sanctions on Iran. Iran was broke. When I left office, Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, none. They were flat broke. And October 7th would have never happened. And I think you all know that. It would have never happened. They had no money. Now they're rich, but they're weakened in a different way. I would say that the one attack by Israel really set them back. It really set them back. The Pagers and others. You know, the attack on air defense was a bad attack for Iran.
What are you signing now, sir?
It's an executive order relating to reforms to the federal workforce, including to the senior executive service.
We're getting rid of all of the cancer. I call it cancer. The cancer caused by the Biden administration.
How confident are you, Mr. President, that you can keep the ceasefire in Gaza and conclude the 3 phases of this deal?
I'm not confident. That's not our war, it's their war, but I'm not confident. But I think they're very weakened on the other side.
Do you support?
Massive demolition site. That place is, it's really got to be rebuilt in a different way.
Do you plan to help rebuilding Gaza?
I might. You know, Gaza is interesting. It's a phenomenal location. On the sea, best weather. You know, everything's good. It's like some beautiful things could be done with it, but it's very interesting. But some fantastic things could be done with Gaza.
How do you see the future in governance for Gaza?
Well, it depends. I can't imagine you could have, well, you certainly can't have the people that were there. Most of them are dead, by the way, right? Most of them are dead. But they didn't exactly run it well. Run viciously and badly. So you can't have that.
Mr. President, on TikTok, sir, do you pause any decision on Chinese tariffs until you know what the resolution on TikTok will be? Are those things
No,
connected at
if
all?
China didn't approve it, we could put tariffs on China. Don't forget, China charges us tariffs, and we charge them very little, except for what I did. I put a lot of, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. But until I came along, China never paid 10 cents to this country. They ripped us off, and they never paid anything. But, like, if we wanted to make a deal with TikTok, and it was a good deal, and China wouldn't approve it, then I think ultimately they'd approve it, because we'd put tariffs on China. Maybe. I'm not saying I would, but you certainly could do that. And if we said, well, if you're not going to approve it, then that's a certain hostility, and we'll put tariffs of 25, 30, 40, 50%, even 100%. And if we did that, I think they'd approve it.
President Trump, you've seen the other living presidents a couple times in the last few months. If you ever had to call on one of them for advice about anything that's going on here, which one would you call?
It's an interesting. Well, I thought Bill Clinton was a very good politician. I don't think he was used properly. I think they disrespected him. When Hillary was running, he came back and he said, you know, you better get up to Michigan and Wisconsin. You remember that, Peter? Every house has a Trump sign on it. And they all laughed at him because the Republicans hadn't won Michigan or Wisconsin for decades, long time. And they all laughed at Bill Clinton. Like, the hell does he know? And he turned out to be right, because I won both of them. And then we just won both in this election, too. We won Wisconsin and Michigan and every other swing state. We won all the swing states, all 7. They talked about 7 swing states. We won them all. So, but Bill Clinton he had a great political sense, I think.
You looked like you were having a good conversation with President Obama at President
I
Carter's
was.
funeral.
And you'd like to know what it was? Oh. Everybody wants to know. I know, I wouldn't want to, but we were having some crazy conversations. Why do you asking a question like that? I don't think you want to know. You might not.
Tell us what you just signed.
You might be insulted.
It's an executive order relating to holding former government officials accountable for unlawful disclosure of sensitive information. This next one, sir, is a declaration of a national energy emergency.
So you also
That's a big one. You know what that allows you to do? That means you can do whatever you have to do to get out of that problem. And we do have that kind of an emergency.
President Trump, at some point will you use your powers of the presidency to tell Americans who are concerned about drones?
Yeah.
A few weeks
Good.
ago,
Yeah.
what exactly
I will.
was happening? Can you tell us now?
In fact, I'd like to know, because I just got here.
What do you think?
I just came here. I've been here for, what, 15 minutes now.
Do people listening, because this is going out live.
And I got to read this letter, too. Because of you, I found this letter.
I can read it for you.
It's interesting. Yeah, I knew you would. Your father would too.
But is it anything, these drones, is it anything that people need to be worried
No,
about
I think
now?
it's terrible. I would like to find out what it is and tell the people.
And can you commit to some kind of?
In fact, I'd like to do that. Could we find out what that was, Susie? Okay? Yeah, why don't we find out immediately? I mean, I can't imagine it's an enemy, or there would have been, people would have gotten blown up all over. Maybe they were testing things. I don't know why they wouldn't have said what it was. They had a lot of them flying over Bedminster, which is interesting, right?
And with the events today and yesterday, was everything moved inside just for cold weather, or was there some kind of security concern?
No security, because they had everything shut down to drones. You can shut that down pretty easily if you're sophisticated. They're very sophisticated, these people. No, it was just cold weather, and we made a good move because, first of all, I thought it was incredible in the Capitol today. You know why I liked it? Because I got great reviews on that speech. I got great reviews. Can you believe it? They actually were fair. Maybe the fake news is changing.
Unleashing energy production.
Yeah, unleashing energy production. But I thought it was, I think having it in the Capitol is great. It's obviously, you can take care of the people you have to take care of. The city was booming. And if we would have done it outside, people would have been hurt because it was really cold. It was looked sunny. But when you stood outside for 10 minutes, people were running back in. It was really cold and really windy. The wind brings it down a lot. So we made the right decision. You couldn't have stayed. I don't think you could have had it out. You know how cold it was today. It was, people went out for a little while just to test it. They couldn't stay out more than 10 minutes. They all came back in. So we would have had a disaster if we did that. And people would have been hurt.
President, the unlawful disclosure, EO, is that related to the Hunter Biden situation?
Which one?
The one on unlawful disclosures by federal officials, is that related to?
No, I think it's just more general than that. It's not Hunter Biden. I was surprised that President Biden would go and pardon his whole family, because that makes him look very guilty. I could have pardoned my family. I could have pardoned myself, my family. And I said, if I do that, it's going to make me look very guilty. I don't think I'd be sitting here, frankly. If I did that, I don't think I'd be sitting here right now, because I would have shown that you're guilty. But by pardoning his brother or brothers, by pardoning all of those people that he pardoned, by pardoning J6, the Unselect Committee, they destroyed all of the documents. They deleted all of the information. There's no information. And a lot of the information pertains to Nancy Pelosi because she was given 100, I mean, you know this, it's on tape with her daughter. Nancy Pelosi was responsible for not taking advantage of 10,000 soldiers or 1,000. You wouldn't have you could have used 400. It was a relatively small crowd. It wasn't the crowd that was at the mall. It was a small crowd. So I was a little bit surprised that he did it, because it makes him look guilty. I mean, he's going to have to live with it. Now, with that being said, it's unbelievable precedent it creates for a president. But the precedent is unbelievable. Now maybe every president that leaves office, they're going to pardon every person they ever met, so they don't have some lunatic like deranged Jack Smith, who's a total lunatic, by the way. Not a smart guy either, he's a dummy. But we beat the hell out of him. And I helped my reputation.
Do you think you'd have to do the same thing at the end of this term?
Well, I guess
It was perfect.
no, I think it makes you look very guilty. I think it makes Biden look very bad, very weak, and very guilty. And I mean, he pardoned everybody. How about this J6 committee? Why is he pardoning them? The reason is because if you delete and destroy documentation, everything, they have nothing, because they were guilty as hell. They rigged it. It was a rigged deal. And when you do that, they look very bad, but I was a little surprised he did it. Liz Cheney, I mean, she's a lunatic. And she lost by the greatest margin in the history of a politician running for Congress. like 40 points. The reason it was the greatest is because anybody losing that badly is going to drop out. But she's a nut job. She doesn't drop out. You know, she just keeps chugging forward. And she lost by almost 40 points. That's the biggest number anybody's ever lost by. But why would Biden do that? He pardoned her and pardoned everybody. The reason is that they destroyed documents. And if you're even in a civil case, which this wouldn't be, I mean, people go to jail for a long time for doing that. What's this one?
That's unleashing American energy, sir. It relates to easing permitting processes and other regulatory systems to ensure that we can produce energy efficiently to drive the American economy forward.
President Trump, looking around the office, we noticed some changes from the way that Biden had it set up. Can you confirm that you have added back the Diet Coke play?
I think this, first of all, I just got here. So my people came in. They have extraordinary decorator sense, right? Let me just see some of the pictures. Oh, that's a good one. I could live with him. I could live with George Washington, I can tell you. I could live with Thomas Jefferson. I could live with most of them. They took a very safe route. They don't have any bad ones up there.
Withdrawing from
What is this one?
Withdrawing from the World Health Organization, sir.
Ooh, that's a big one. So we paid $500 million to World Health when I was here, and I terminated it. China, with 1.4 billion people, we have 350 to pay. We have, nobody knows what we have because so many people came in illegally, but let's say we have 325. They had 1.4 billion. They were paying 39 million, we were paying 500 million. It seemed a little unfair to me. So that wasn't the reason, but I dropped out. They offered me to come back for 39 million. In theory, it should be less than that, but, you know. And when Biden came back, they came back for 500 million. He knew that you could have come back for 39 million. They wanted us back so badly, so we'll see what happens. Pretty sad, though. Think of it. China pays 39 million, and we pay 500 million. And China's a bigger country.
Mr. President, you spoke about inflation today in your remarks. What actions are you taking today that will have a direct impact for Americans on their everyday costs to bring the cost down?
The biggest thing and factor for inflation is energy. They screwed up my energy policy, and then they went back to it. You know, they hurt it really badly, and then they went back to it, and they started drilling more, but by that time it was too late. Many of these things that we're signing and that Doug Burgum is going to be signing, and Chris Wright, who's phenomenal. We're going to make a lot of money from energy. We have more than anybody else. We're going to make a lot of money from energy. We're going to make a lot of money from tariffs. You know, European Union charges us, they have a VAT tax of 20%, but it's really much higher than that. And that's the equivalent, almost the equivalent of a tariff. And they're tough. They're very tough. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm product. They don't take almost anything. And yet we take their cars, and we take their farm product. We take a lot from them. So, you know, we have like a $300 billion deficit with the European Union. So we'll straighten that out with either tariffs, or they have to buy our oil. The one thing they can do, our oil and gas, the one thing they can do to catch up quickly, buy our oil and gas.
Will you travel,
And they should do that.
Will you travel to China this year?
Yeah, it could be. I've had the invite.
President, she's invited
I would
you
do it,
to
yeah.
come this year.
Talking about the European Union and the tariffs, like, what do you mean when you say that European Union country like Spain is part of BRICS?
That are what?
BRICS.
Oh, BRICS. No, I was talking about BRICS. BRICS are 6 nations. I think it's 7 nations. And they were looking to do a number in the United States. And if they do that, they won't be happy about what's going to happen to them.
Are you still considering a universal tariff, Mr. President, on all countries?
I may, yeah, but we're not ready for that yet. We may wrap it, because essentially all countries take advantage of the U.S. We don't make any good deals in the U.S. It's amazing in a way that we exist. We don't make good deals. We don't have any good deals. We have a deficit with almost, not all, there are a couple, I won't tell you their names because I don't want them to find out about it because they'll feel stupid. But there are a couple of countries that actually don't make money with us. But I don't want to let you know because they'll immediately change that. But we're gonna do. I tell you what, our country has an amazing economic future. I really believe that.
What kind of universal tariff if you did do one?
Well, you'd put a universal tariff on anybody doing business in the United States because they're coming in and they're stealing our wealth, they're stealing our jobs, they're stealing our companies, they're hurting our companies. So you put a tariff on to keep them from doing that.
Mr. President, you surround yourself with a whole bunch of billionaires today. President Biden, as in his farewell address, warned about an oligarchy. I was wondering if you could respond to that.
Well, he had a lot of guys, and then they found out that he didn't know what the hell he was talking about, and I think they deserted him. They deserted him, those same guys. Look, I don't make pretense of smart guys, but there are a lot of smart people around, but they did desert him. They were all with him, every one of them. Now they're all with me. I don't know. It's not going to get anything from me. I don't need money. But I do want the nation to do well, and they're smart people, and they have, they create a lot of jobs. And if they don't do it, China's going to do it. What they've done is they've taken industries and they've taken it away. They outsmarted China. And, we sort of like that. It's okay. They've done a great job. A lot of them, not all of them.
Protecting women from radical gender ideologies.
Ooh.
Mr. President, going back to the World Health Organization, you were the president during COVID. Don't you see the importance of an organization like that to coordinate a global response?
Sure, I do, but not when you're being ripped off like we are by the World Health. World Health ripped us off. Everybody rips off the United States, and that's it. It's not going to happen anymore. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, guys, let's go.
One last one, sir. This is your Martin Luther
Thank you,
King Day
guys.
proclamation.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Press.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hey, let's go. Thanks, Press. Thank you, guys.
This is Martin.
Let's go, guys.
What has lasted 5,000 years was once almost lost. Now, the world awaits the divine culture's return.
Supermodel Cindy Crawford doesn't just walk the red carpet, she rocks it. At 58, she steals the show and wows the press. Hollywood Life exclaims, Cindy Crawford has never lost her stunning glow. While Page 6 raves, she's still as gorgeous as ever. What is Cindy's secret? It's meaningful beauty. And now with new advanced formulas, it's better than ever. Watch as the appearance of lines and wrinkles are diminished in just weeks. It's no wonder everyone's talking about meaningful beauty.
My makeup artist said, your skin has been looking great lately. What products are you using? And I said, I'm using Meaningful Beauty. And she said, really? I've tried Meaningful Beauty before. I love those products. And then the other lady down in the trailer said, I use Meaningful Beauty. I love it.
Our new and improved formulas deliver age-defying ingredients even deeper into the skin where wrinkles begin. And this brand new offer is Cindy's most exciting ever. Because when you order, you'll get Cindy's exclusive Super Brightening Duo, a $120 value absolutely free. First, you'll get 60 of our Revive and Brighten eye masks, the celebrity secret that visibly smooths, awakens, and restores the area around your eyes. Next, discover the power of our Vitamin C Biphase Brightening Oil for an immediate boost of glamour and glow.
I'm not ashamed to say I am 53 years old. Thank you, Cindy.
The total effect of this free gift package? A red carpet ready complexion. Get all this, a $300 value for just $49.95. But you must act quickly. Results guaranteed or your money back.
So make the call or go online now and put yourself on the path to the most beautiful skin of your life. Trust me, it's worth it.
This special offer is not available anywhere else, so don't delay. Scan the code, go to meaningfulbeauty.com, or call the number on your screen now.
Being a cowboy, well, I don't know anything different. I had a very successful career. Life was fast. I was preparing physically. I wasn't doing anything mentally. And then I got hurt. I dug into mental health. I wanted to be better as a person. I start my day with a workout. I live life 8 seconds at a time. Find a place to stop and just breathe. Love your mind.
Good evening and welcome to NTD's special coverage of the second inauguration of Donald Trump. I'm Stephanie Cox, and it's a pleasure to have you with us tonight as we transition from the political stage to the elegant celebrations of the inaugural balls. Joining me tonight, we welcome our guest, celebrity stylist Alexander Yannick. He just dressed actress Julia Louis-Dreyfus for the Oscars after party, and she's wearing a special Valentino dress, I'm told. Now, big in style today was, of course, First Lady Melania Trump's outfit. What did you make of that?
Oh my God, thank you very much for having me tonight. Congratulations to Melania as the First Lady and Mr. Trump. I believe from my heart, Mrs. Melania looked fantastic. Really represent her stylish what really American is. Not only she looked classy, elegant, but she using a wonderful designer whose name is Mr. Adam Lippis. He's a very young man, very talented man, very American man, and I fell in love with the fact that she choosing him. And Melania looked absolutely stunning. Again, elegant. There is no logo. She really represents First Lady of America.
And what about that hat? It just is such a statement piece. What does it say to you?
Oh my God, the hat looked fantastic. Really represent, once again, my very dear, my favorite Jackie Kennedy. We looking for this old generation, now we are going to new generation. So the fashion is here. We wanted to teaching the young generation what this fashion is about. And I think Mrs. Melania bring this to show all the words how we look. And the young lady can pick up a little bit taste and follow her trend.
And do you have any advice for President Donald Trump? Because we did see a moment there where they were interacting and he went to give her a little peck on the cheek.
Oh my God, I love that. I think there's some in politician can be a little bit of romance. I thinking if I'm be Mr. Trump, I will be just taking her hands and I will politely give her a kiss on her hands. I think that will be bringing a little bit more elegant. But once again, love is love.
That's true. And we will be seeing more of that tonight with their first dance,
yes.
Hopefully at the ball. Yeah.
I can't wait to see that will be another at the beautifully look of.
And what other outfits will be there tonight? But we did see quite a few statement pieces in some way with others there. There was Vice President J.D. Vance's wife, Usha Vance.
Yes.
She showed up in a beautiful outfit today.
I loved it. I think congratulate to her husband, Vice President, and first wife.
Right.
She, once again, at the second example, how she looked absolutely amazing. I think they pick up the right color. They not overdress her. They not put too casual. She's just exactly perfect what I would do. So I think I want to congratulate her stylish, she or he. I believe they do a fantastic job. She looked amazing. Her haircut, her hair, makeup, and a little bit jewelry really was not too much, not too over. I think it was a perfect job.
That seemed to be a bit of a theme today, even among the entire Trump family. There was a sense of history in some of the outfits there, and a sense of it's sort of subdued but still classy. Is that?
Yes, I agree with you. Thank you for mentioning that. I think you can see a little bit the 50s, 60s, sorry, the age. Again, Jackie Kennedy, I don't know if you noticed that. Ivanka Trump, once again, she always looked fabulous. I think her outfit, again, represent beauty and her elegant and taste, and I loved her color. I think the green color really represent the refreshment and taste, and it's just in behind, just perfect. Absolutely beautiful.
So how would you advise someone who is, dressing for one of these balls that's coming up? We haven't seen anybody's outfits for the balls yet, but there must be some certain things to keep in mind, just maybe depending on your role at the ball or the invitation description, of course.
Absolutely. I will highly recommend anytime you get invitation, please read the invitation. Do not show up with the jeans. I really will recommend to wear a long dress, long sleeve, very nice fitting, less jewelry, a little bit makeup, hair is supposed to be done a little bit plait, not too over much, and just you are the guest. You are not the first lady. So I will recommend to give the first lady her the date to look fabulous. And once again, I believe people should wear it maybe black and gold and maybe white. And if you can bring a little bit yellow and green between that, and the gentlemen, I believe they should wear a beautiful tuxedo, really represents elegant and beautiful. Black, white shirt and maybe beautiful tie, and that would be my recommendation.
So there are 3 official inaugural balls tonight, but there are 17 unofficial inaugural balls. And one of those is black boots by the Texas Society, black boots and black tie. Or is it just black tie and boots, I think is what it is.
Yes.
So that's also held in Washington, D.C. tonight. Many different ways to celebrate, I guess.
Absolutely. Again, a fashion. One thing about a fashion, I wanted you feel comfortable, express who you are. Don't follow the much is rule. Sometimes it's okay to broke a little bit. But again, if you feel to wear a gold long dress and you feel comfortable, have fun with that.
And how does the kind of political climate play into people's outfits? Because you mentioned perhaps dressing down with the jewelry, that might be appropriate, having hair that's kind of stylish but neat, not too much over the top. Is that kind of partly playing into the situation we're in now, where people are facing rising costs and things like that? Or is it purely just a matter of simple class?
Simple class. I really believe that, especially evening like that, I always looking for the elegant and taste and a little bit chicness.
So it's timeless, you'd say?
Timeless, yes.
Okay, style
because
tips.
I really want to see when they took a photo, 30 years ago, and you want to see Melania and Mr. Trump or her guests. I want to be a reflection of the new generation to see, oh my God, 40 years ago,
Yeah. Still staying with expressing
correct
elegance. And we're looking now at the Liberty Ball in Washington, D.C. You can see the colors there, red, white, and blue, very patriotic.
Yes, definitely, yes.
And no doubt some of those colors will come out in people's outfits. We did see some beautiful colors, not only subdued colors, there were some beautiful colors earlier today as well, but you know, red is a favorite among striking red, and all in white can be quite gorgeous as well.
Blue color as well.
Yeah, you'd say that too.
Which Mrs. Michelle Obama, Michelle Obama, Melania Trump, sorry about that. She actually very interesting first nominees to be a Mr. Trump president was 2016 or 17. Yes. I actually loved her blue color. I don't know if you remember that.
Quite a light blue.
Like a light Tiffany color. And so maybe tonight we are going to see a similar color in these events.
Now, you mentioned the stylist that Melania Trump used this time for her outfit during the day. And last inauguration, she used, or she was dressed by Melania. Ralph Lauren.
Ralph Lauren,
That's
yes.
right.
Yes.
And this time, I believe that the outgoing First Lady, Jill Biden, was dressed by Ralph Lauren as well.
Correct,
so,
yes.
You know, do you see a kind of message there behind that?
Yes. I mean, I'm definitely love the fact that First Ladies using American designers, which I really believe we have so many wonderful designers in America. And I love Chanel, I love Prada, I love Louis Vuitton, Gucci, I love Alexandra McQueen. But I really wanted to really address this very highly, that we have to take first initiative to address the first designer should be choose American, because we're an American soul. I think that would be a very appropriate and do the right things, my opinion.
It almost expresses a unity behind the same ultimate agenda of supporting America and Americans.
100%. Yes.
So were there any surprises today in style that you noticed?
Meaning?
Today in terms of people attending the inauguration, speeches. We did see Kristi Noem there. She's she's been named to join Trump's cabinet. What have you thought of her style recently? She does get very dressed up.
I think her outfit was pretty interesting. I think it was very confident and very relaxed. I think I have to give her a lot of credit, because she really have a good taste, and she can pull. I'm not worried about her. She's doing a very good job.
Nice. Somebody else who is very much in the spotlight often, or used to being so, is Pete Hegseth. Of course, he's in a similar position. Used to be on Fox, but is now, hopefully joining the Trump administration.
Right.
I didn't see him today specifically, but he's one of these people who's out front. How do you see his style?
I'll be honest to you, I really not paying attention for his look. I think he's very modest, very consoling man. Have a little bit nice, edgy, classic, but not very. Not. I have no opinion.
That's probably the best note to hit, isn't it?
Note to hit, yes. Not yet.
Having no opinion, yeah. Okay, well, the president today did say that he thinks this administration is really ushering in a new golden age. That was the message of his speech today. As a stylist, what are your thoughts, on the fashion in terms of that message? Did that come through for you in terms of the swearing-in ceremonies and the energy around that?
Could you please repeat again?
Did you have, so we've talked about Melania had a sense of confidence, and she really gave off this sense of supporting Americans.
Yes. Well, her message, the way how Melania was looking today is, I wanted to America look confident, not using any logos.
Oh, all right. And we actually have some footage to show from earlier in the day, so let's have a look at that. Gosh, speaking about style, that was a theme throughout that, you know, all of the presidential couples have really shown up in style.
Yes, absolutely beautiful. Whatever my favorite was here, I'm not sure which year, there was Jackie Kennedy.
Yep.
She's wore it is fantastic. I'm not sure who dressed, I'm not remember. That was not George Armani, I believe, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But you can, what Melania was representing today, we want to see these next 30, 40 years, the stylish, this look. And once again, I want to address very deep from my heart, be confident and wear a beautiful piece. Doesn't have to have a name, so you don't have to see the name and people have to see, oh, you wear a Valentino or Armani. That's a perfect example how Melania represents American, beautiful woman, confident and powerful. And I really think that her outfit was the perfect example to bring to the new generation about the confidence.
And with such a striking look, and considering Melania's history as a model, as a fashion model, you know, it's interesting to note that she hasn't yet appeared on the cover of Vogue magazine, where so many First Ladies have. Do you see that potentially in her future now that she's First Lady again?
Yes, I would love to. I think Melania have a perfect look and excellent quality of her style, but also her personality. Many people have negative opinion about her, you know, that she's maybe too snobby, maybe she's not so polite. But personally, I met Melania many, many years ago, and I have to tell you, she was so delightful, so pleasant, so understanding, and very good listener, and incredible good style. So I'm not surprised that Melania actually doesn't need have a stylist. She have her own taste. Back to your question, yes, I would love to see her. I would love to see if Anna Wintour really, this time, politely approaching her and put her in the first cover of September issue. I want to see September issue.
Oh, why is that?
Because I think this is the time the diversity, doesn't matter where you come from, who you are, which language you speak, but that symbol of American dream, the Melania represent intelligence, smart, and beauty, and then she's qualified 100%.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing more about what you know about Melania Trump as well, with your personal interaction with her as well. But in the meantime, we are waiting for President Trump's arrival to the Liberty inaugural ball at the Walter E. Washington Convention Center. So stay with us, and we'll be right back after this short break.
painting that has true beauty. I imagine it's like a door. The artist holds the key to open the door and bring people to a purer world. A world where people are more compassionate.
You see certain things get reincarnated in your children. My daughter is very much inspired by my wife's artistic pursuits. So my daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. And if there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around, and I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanting to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
Whispered across generations, a hidden secret unveils the essence of longevity and vitality, a timeless legend regarding energy and wonder. Rooted in ancient health wisdom, we proudly introduce Pure Tang Black Ginseng, a 100% natural, organic energy drink made from premium 6-year-old Korean ginseng. It takes 2,260 days and nights from seed to growth, undergoing a meticulous 9-step process of steaming and drying. Black ginseng reaches its full potency, enriched with ginsenoside RG3 and enhanced absorption efficiency. No sugar, no caffeine, no artificial ingredients. Experience the pure, natural power of Pure Tang Black Ginseng. Nourish your body, strengthen your immunity,